My computer went down. Yeah, man. I don't know if you guys have, if you're using Windows, where your computer just completely loses connection of the Wi-Fi, and then when you try to search for the Wi-Fi icon, it's gone. I don't know why this is happening. I thought it's because I had low memory, but I fixed all of that. It's been happening multiple times this week now. This is not looking good. Because if it goes down again, there's nothing I can do. Um, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to go to the repair shop. Um, I'm gonna have to go to the repair shop. So sorry, y'all. It might go down again. So tomorrow I'm gonna have to go to the computer repair shop and ask what's going on. I didn't want to update the computer because there's a new Windows 11 update that has AI components that has been like jacking up a lot of people's PCs. So I put pause on the updates to wait until they release some patches. I know I can use Linux, but the thing is with Linux, certain drivers might not be compatible for certain apps that you use. But I think tomorrow when I go to the repair shop, I'm going to tell the guy, listen, man, put Linux up in here and fix this damn problem because this stupid Windows thing is messing things up for real. It's messing things up. So sorry about that. I hope it doesn't go down right now. If it does, it wasn't me, man. It wasn't me. Um, it's the damn hunchback juju getting in my way, trying to kill the drive. But all right. What Windows do I have? Windows 11. Windows 11. What's up, Eon Dynasty 24? I just saw you guys' comments now on the failed live stream, so thanks for that. Let's try to get started again. Hopefully it doesn't go down. Where is my soundtrack? Okay. It's the Hunchbacks, bro. I don't know how they did it, but they did it. Messing up my stuff. But anyway, as I was saying, I managed to finish page 1 and 2, and I was reading out the dialogue here before I was rudely interrupted by the witch doctor Hunchbacks. Alex telling Lancelot here that, look, if you ain't the boy king, get out of my way. And he's like, so you after King Arthur, are you? Then you're gonna have to kill me first, type thing. So we saw in the last chapter, in a way, how carefree Lancelot is. But even in chapter 8, for those who read volume 1, you could see that the guy is extremely serious when it comes to dealing with vampires and protecting Arthur. Like, he really doesn't play any games. So that was really fun. But anyway, so I'm gonna finish rendering this page 2 and 3 and 4. But right now I gotta ink this. Now. But anyway, the title of this live stream is They Kept Hating While I Kept Working. It's so insane if you think about it. All these years, man, like since the caffeine started flowing, it's been like 2.5 or 3 years already. 3 years. 3 years, and these people have just been hating instead of finishing their work, hate watching, spending energy, consuming everything that I say. Uh-oh. I think I might have identified the problem. Let's see. I just connected my Wacom tablet. I thought maybe it could be the problem. Luckily not. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to the repair shop tomorrow. But anyway, all these years, man, these dudes sitting there doing nothing, eating snacks, hating, calling me names, wanting me dead. Right now, they're trying to jack up my internet, jack up my computer. They will do everything they can to screw me over instead of, well, just doing their own work. It is preposterous. What is wrong with these people? Well, there's a hunchback for you. They are so incapable of doing what they claim they want to do, doing what they claim they enjoy, that they would rather sabotage you, sabotage what you say you enjoy, what you like, and the proof that you like it, you enjoy it, well, is in the fact that you keep doing it, and they get mad. Well, it's really funny if you ask me, because it's like, look, bro, it's been 3-4 years at this point, and you're still sitting down, hating, you got nothing finished, waiting for my downfall. Bro, I'm not going to fall, hunchback. I'm not going to fall, right? Aside from getting hit by a bus, maybe, I'm not going to fall. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to stop. I'm not like you. I do this because this is who I am. And as I've said in the last couple of live streams, right? Everybody's running away from something. You just have to identify what it is. Most people want to run away from a bad environment. Well, even if you succeed in that, you're going to want to run away from something else soon after. And you need to identify what it is you're running from. For me, I have identified it. Running away from the nothingness, the emptiness. And there's only one way to distract myself from the emptiness, and it's through productivity, being productive, such as this, finishing my work, right? Because at least this, there'll be a return of investment. There has been a return of investment, right? There's a community here. This is a tribe, a coffee tribe, caffeine flowing, people drinking it up, right? Feeling inspired and doing their own work. This is the return of investment. Maybe $6 million won't come. Maybe it will come down the line eventually. But before it comes, what matters the most, right? Because most people would use the $6 million to run away from the emptiness, to run away from something. So they would spend that money distracting themselves from what they are, or the emptiness of life in general, and they'd spend all that money, right? Drink it up, waste it at the brothel or whatever, and be back at square one. For me, now I've identified the real problem with myself, and I know what it is, and it is that emptiness. And again, the best way to distract myself from the emptiness is by getting to work. I ain't out here running after these gimmicks and so on, as these other hunchbacks like to do. Like, let's say White Wonga, right? He out here running away from himself, running away from the emptiness of all things, but he's doing it through gimmicks, right? He's doing it through gimmicks alone. And there's no substance in what he's producing. Because he thinks if I can get an anime, if I can get $1 million, this pain will subside at long last. No, it won't. It's not going to subside. Not at all. So the only way for it to subside is by you actively keeping it at bay, holding the line consistently and forever, it seems. I don't think a human being can sit still for a long period of time and do nothing and just stare at the sunset. I don't think you can do that. At least most people can't do that, right? There is just no way. You need to be active in your pursuit to flee the pain, the agony, the emptiness. You need to do something, right? Staring at the sunset, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. Eventually, you'll get so used to it, so bored, that it will cause you pain. So much pain, you'll begin to hate the sunset. That one documentary about Takeshi Inoue, creator of Vagabond, right? He mentioned how he took that 1 year hiatus, his first hiatus on Vagabond, saying, you know, he was so tired and he didn't want to see a single piece of paper. He didn't want to see a pen, a pencil. He didn't want to see any of that. He needed to be away. Why? I suppose he spent too much time drawing, but he was digging really deep within himself to find out what would he do in the situation that he put his main character in, right? And that took a lot out of him. That's how it should be, right? Dude poured his essence into that story, and you can feel it. Even though it's not my cup of tea, but you can feel the raw energy in it, like seriously so. So him taking that break, him saying, oh man, I just didn't want to see a single piece of paper, that's him saying I kind of hated it. Kind of began to hate it. So he needed a break. And we all need to take breaks here and there, have a donut here and there. I was tempted to go get a donut today, but I didn't. So, hooray. I'm like, nah, bro, you don't need it, right? The only thing you need is to get to work, and that's all there is to it. That donut is just going to give you empty calories and no product at the end of the day. So, just get to work. And that's pretty much it, honestly. We're all running. You got to understand what you're running from, man. Sometimes there are immediate problems that you're running from. Again, like, you know, a bad environment. I can't run from my bad environment, so I had to get used to it. It is what it is. I had to navigate and structure myself accordingly as to how can I burn less energy and be able to do enough work efficiently here, right? Because there's no use trying to run from a jail cell you'll never leave. You just end up wasting too much energy. So I just had to accept that and make a plan as to like, this is where you are, and you will have to get the work done where you are. There's nothing else you can do. There is no one that's gonna come give you a ladder. So even though the excuse is valid, it doesn't matter. Get to work, make a plan. You're on your own. Mama ain't gonna help you, right? Santa Claus ain't gonna help you. You are on your own. And then I figured it out at the end of the day. And in now realizing all of this, I'm kind of repeating what I said yesterday when it comes to it's better not to rush, because that doesn't actually mean you'll get where you want to be any sooner. Because even if you do get there sooner, you're only going to be bored sooner. Schopenhauer. There's a pendulum in life between pain and boredom. The sooner you achieve your goal, the sooner you'll get bored and experience pain. That's not an excuse to lollygag, but it's something to be aware of because, like the most of us who graduated university or high school, you think, oh, I'm done with university. This is it. Life will be a given now. No, the sooner you graduated, the sooner you realized there was nothing there. Paralyzed with disappointment and disillusionment, a lot of people went to the liquor store, right? Um, Others, I don't even know what others did, right? Started doing something they definitely never saw themselves ever doing, but they had to survive. And can't really blame them for that. But in the end, it's just something to take note of. Because I know now that the sooner I finish this, well, in my case, since I'm more self aware than most, I have a plan of action, And I was thinking about it today. I'm like, okay, so there's going to be a time skip in Bloody Hell. Nothing long, a time skip of, let's say, maybe a year, right? Or 18 months. And I want to consider that the end of Bloody Hell Part 1. And I would like that to be 6 volumes. So on volume 6, that ought to be the end of Bloody Hell Part 1. And then we go to Part 2 from volume 7. If I want the story to be 12 volumes, then that's still what I'm going to aim for. 12 volumes. Then yeah, I'm only 2, well, I suppose somewhat 3 volumes behind from reaching the end of part 1. I know this volume and volume 5, we're still actually going to be dealing a little bit with this fight. Or the fight should conclude in volume 5. And we're going to jump back to Jacob and yeah, I think, oh wait, now that I think about it, what I really wanted was the end of part 1 is when Jacob is supposed to meet Arthur. I don't know if by volume 6 they would have met by then, but I'll do my best to squeeze it in. So yeah, that's gonna be tricky, but I'm gonna have to do my best. Because when you have like 6 volumes, bro, that's an entire box set. Imagine now Bloody Hell box set part 1. That's product right there. That's, excitement for fans and excitement for people who are new. Like, whoa, part 1's already done and dusted. Okay, I'm getting this type thing, right? Have nice special editions for the box set. Ah, come on, y'all. That's product right there. And maybe I'll take 3 to 6 months of a break from actually working on the story and focus on beefing up some merchandise, trying to make deals with people, companies. I don't know. We'll see. Right? We'll see. But I ain't playing. So now the question would be, okay, well, when you do finish the story, what you gonna do? Because you're gonna experience the agony. It's not like it's gonna subside forever. Yeah, indeed. I'll think about that when I get there. No point in thinking about that right now. Have an idea of some sort, but right now that is not important. It's not important at all right now. Gotta deal with what's on the table currently. Let's see. But these haters, man, they got nothing to show for their hate. Art crumbs. iCairo, DD Mark. Where's DD Mark, guys? Where is he? What's he doing? Nicholas Diaper Ivy. What are these people doing? Nothing. Lost. Waiting for a handout. Waiting for somebody to be like, I see you. I see you, bro. We love you. We care about you. Here's some cookies. Here's $5 million because you're special. Yeah, no. That's not how it works. For people like Nicholas, getting a DEI handout and pretending like he's the man of the hour, like, nigga, please. Nigga, please, stop lying to yourself. But he's been doing that for a long time, I guess. There's no way he can stop now. He's gonna have to continue the facade, and all the morons that play along, you know, only reinforcing the delusional prison that he lives in, that he's built for himself. It's really pretty lame to witness. Like, damn, bro, you a grown man. You grown, man. And this the bull issue on. Oh well. These people, Didi Mark, Nicholas, White Wonga, they don't love their work. They don't love their characters. They don't, right? They just out here trying to make an easy buck, just trying to get an easy come up in life, to have bragging rights. That's why they take so many pictures. Now, Didi Mark doesn't take pictures like that, right? But he sure as hell talks too much about nonsense on social media. I'm depressed, boo-hoo. I'm living with my cat, boo-hoo. I want to hang myself, boo-hoo. Like, nigga, no one cares. Can you finish your work, bro? By the way, where's your work going anyway? What's the point of it? He couldn't tell ya. Okay, what's Dark Horse doing with it? Dark Horse got bought by, I think, a European company. And I'm not quite sure what's going to happen with original published works, because it seems like they only prioritizing even more now the licenses, the licensed manga. What a letdown! What a shame! And all the hunchbacks who celebrated, yes, Mark, yes. Are you still saying yes? Yes for what? For what, bro? What has Mark done for anyone right now, currently? He hasn't posted anything, as far as I know, on Twitter. I mean, not Twitter. On his YouTube in a while. So what are people talking about? Oh well. It's all about just supporting their biggest hunchback cheerleader. I mean, mascot, I suppose. And I ain't got time for that. Not at all. Oh, there we go. I always tell people, gotta put that debris when there's impact. Always. By the way, somebody asked me for editing services, right? To be basically their manga editor. And I'm like, that's fine. It just depends on like how you want to structure it. But I'm obviously won't be charging a fee for those interested in my editing services. You guys saw the videos I did where I was editing, you know, those guys' stuff. And the whole point of an editor is to make your life easier, right? So I suggest cool ideas for you, and I actually bring you something that here you are, try to implement this, right? It's not where I'm just sucking things out of my thumb. So whoever wants editing services, well, you can let me know. You can send a DM. Full speed ahead on this. Not that I'm rushing, but I need to be, efficient, not drag my feet. Okay. Change. I think this one will be nice and quick to render, but hey, maybe not. Sometimes you can be surprised how a simple panel can take the longest time to render. So Alex is totally shocked that a human just landed a punch on his face. Don't worry, I ain't gonna spoil major stuff here, but y'all can see for yourself. I'm not gonna ink the next couple of pages about this fight. I wanna jump to here. See how far I can get there before I start rendering. I can't think of anything better I'd rather be doing right now. Honestly. I guess, if we all just sit down and think about it, you just think about your days off. What do you mostly do? What do you mostly do all day, bro? Doom scroll? I know I doom scroll sometimes in the morning, right? I might jump on Instagram and see a bunch of brain dead, brain rot videos. And why do I do that? Well, I actually can't jump onto the computer screen and start drawing early in the morning. It's gonna hurt my eyes. I actually need to adjust my eyes to the light as the morning gets brighter. These days I wake up earlier, 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. I used to wake up at 8 a.m. But nowadays I wake up much earlier. I'm not sure why, but I ain't complaining. But the earlier I wake up is more of a problem because it's like my eyes are well adjusted actually by like 8 or 8:30 a.m. So that's the pickle that I found myself in. When I was drawing bloody hell while with Shrine, not Shrine per se, but what you call that thing? I forgot. but it was a garage flipping indie. I don't even want to call it a company. Group. It was just a garage group, bro. Um, I would wake up in the morning, early in the morning, start drawing. Fried my eyes. Completely fried my eyes, bro. But I was like, this is my chance because Pulse manga is gonna open the doors for me. Little did I know that it's just a bunch of hunchback dudes up in there. Well, not everyone, but um, the so-called company itself was just a hunchback fest. So, oh well. Okay, let me do this now. God damn. I hate it when that gap somewhere here. Okay, in my mind, um, having this all black like this looked like a good idea, but I ain't done. Maybe I need to use the eraser. And then do this. Better yet, if I even have the tool here. Oh, there we go. Okay. Sometimes you gotta look at the navigational box or thumbnail over here on the top right. See how it overall looks like when ultra zoomed out. I know I could just zoom out here, but I don't know. It just looks better here at the navigational box. Okay. don't want to render too much just now, and I'll check the comments just now. I just gotta get the main things out of the way. Mhm. I'll ask Pierce if he wants to join. Looks like he had a lightning storm as well, after all. Uh, let's see if he can right now. I guess he's offline. He's still offline. Oh well. Okay. Uh, just gotta get the basics in there. In a way, I'm kind of stalling actually, because I'm really intimidated um, from inking that other page. We got some booty action. Now, I'm just testing it out. It ain't. It's blood. Okay. All right. If somebody said um, to any one of you, they'd be like, look, man, I need you to draw what you want and not be paid for it. Maybe you get paid for it, maybe you won't, right? How many people have actually thought about it like that. Yeah, not a lot of us. But I see now that I don't need to wait for somebody to come at me and say that. I'm already doing it. I'm already doing it. I mean, I do receive compensation from y'all, donations, and book purchases, which I appreciate. But ultimately, I remember in high school, I was not getting a dime, let alone attention that I do this. If I got attention, it was negative attention. The teacher saying, "Stop drawing, concentrate, stop drawing. I want to take your drawing book away." Like for real. My Zulu teacher, that's like my mom's friend. She always used to like yell at me in class, like, "Stop drawing. Can you just stop drawing for once?" I was like, "Teacher, this is who I am. I need to keep drawing." It's like, "Yeah, well, not in my class. Go draw in art class." I'm like, "Well, we're not really busy." And she's like, "Well, you could be doing the homework I gave you all." Well, I'll do it at home. Right now, I wanna draw, right? So I was always doodling in that book, man. Or if there was ever any space in my notebook or textbook, yeah, I would be doodling something all the time. I remember this one girl. She was like, "Oh, you're drawing again." And then she said, "How come all the characters you always draw are angry? They never smiling." And then I was like, I never noticed. I don't know." And she's like, "Yeah, maybe it's because you're angry. What are you angry about?" And I wasn't aware that I was angry. Was I angry? I guess. Surrounded by some obnoxious, crazy niggas. Yeah. Or like ultra obnoxious rich kids who were so arrogant about everything, you know. I guess I was angry, but I never forgot that day, you know. It was such a moment in my life actually because it forced me to think about why do your characters look a certain way. It forced me to look within instead of just operating on autopilot. So that was one of the first canon events that led to my journey of self-awareness. Right. So I appreciate that girl. She ran away and now lives. Where does she live now? I think she's in the South there in America, and she married a crazy nigga from the South. And I'm like, "Damn, woman, I guess you really wanted that green card." But she came from a rich family, and her father blew up the money. Her father had like 10 kids, wasted the money. I don't know where all the other kids are except for one, which is her brother. And he's a lunatic who's always stealing the father's car. So I don't blame her for running. But to marry some crazy, like legit dreadlock nigga from the South, boy, I'm like, you gotta do what you gotta do to survive, I guess. There was nothing left for her this side, so I understand. Okay, now I'm just trying to think to myself. Should I? Oh, I just had a really cool idea. Let's do this. Look at that, y'all. Just I inked the thing, right, on top of the pencils, but I brought the pencils back, made them black, and it just added this intensity to it. Oh boy, now I don't even have to add like more lines that I wanted to add here and there. I don't think there's a need. Oh man, yeah. To think I was just deleting that layer, but I can keep it and leave it as is. Let me get rid of the pencils here. But yeah, that has serious impact. If I make this blur, the pencil one, let's see, motion blur. Ooh, it's got additional hot sauce. Let's decrease it though. Okay, let me increase it. Okay, I know what to do. Use the actual pencil again. Create more scratches. Like here. And there. What else? This is what you would call mixed media. Because now you're using pencil and ink. Let's see, especially like the lines here. Let's see what that's gonna look like. Okay, blur, motion. Yeah, it creates this smudge effect, but there's definitely motion in it. I mean, like, duh, nigga, but it works. I like it. So much so that I think I don't need to add any shading, like screen tones. Okay. While I let this marinate, let me read the comments. Oh darn, I'm way behind. Anyway, that menacing presence. Instead of being inspired and showing love, they will try to form hate groups. It's nuts, bro. It's nuts. But let them continue. Let's see if their hatred can help them build an arc where they can sail to better pastures. See if that's going to work out for them. Or is it just going to keep them where they are? Hating instead of working on their product is absolute waste of time. 100%. Like, will the product be magically completed the more you hate on someone? The more you keep watching someone and trying to hear the things that will set you off, will that somehow help you finish your product or the product finish itself? Like, this is insanity, bro. Honestly, in a way, the internet really does keep you in a mind state of the high schooler, right? It's like we're all in high school sometimes, the way these people behave. And honestly, a lot of dudes gotta grow up. Grow up, bro. Like, at the end of the day, you still gotta finish your homework, man, which is your product, okay? Hey, what's up? Good morning to y'all from Bloomington, Indiana. Messing with the Lincoln Park in the background. Yeah, I was. Hopefully, I don't get a strike. Got a strike from yesterday's. Not a copyright strike, but YouTube just said, hey, we're gonna remove that soundtrack. You're not allowed. So I'm like, okay, cool. So hopefully they don't do that, but we'll see. Anyways, I am the a-hole for murdering my friend for not liking Jujutsu Kaisen. Now just follow me here, right? I'm mentally stable. I just really love JJK, but here's the story. What are you talking about, man? That bus would have lived its last ride trying to mess up the caffeine. Yeah, definitely. Okay, this guy says, me and my friends had a watch party last night after work, and I put on JJK as a suggestion and to get my friends into it. I told them how much I love the series, how much I love the characters and the dark and existential thematic undertone, right? And one of them said JJK more like mid JJK. All right. Yeah, thanks for the compliments, y'all. I remember they used to be hating on the art style. What can they say now? Style developed into something beautiful. What can they say now? Oh boy. I'd like to do an end of the year special video. You know, I still have no idea what that's gonna look like. But I like to go up that mountain where I almost got lost at. But it has to be on a sunny day, and it has to be with my crew. If they're not available because they went to a different province, then oh well. You know, for Christmas dinner and stuff. But it would be cool. Making a goodbye 2025 video on top of that mountain, that'd be really cool. But we'll see. We'll see. Adapt and learn. Yes, bro. Yes. Yeah, bro, you like the time skip idea, huh? Yeah. It's gonna be cool. I just hope by volume 6 I would have been able to fit everything in there that I want to do. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, man. Yeah. Part 1 of Bloody Hell ending at volume 6, getting that box set. It'd be so cool. We'll see how it goes. I do understand feeling agony and emptiness once finished. That goal, not knowing what's next. Yeah, bro. It's painful. Real painful. Well, you can accept it as a part of life. I guess that can help you a little bit from always screaming all day long, but it's not going to actually extinguish the entire pain. We need to find another healthy, productive coping mechanism. So it starts with acceptance, and then you got to do something about it. What's up, JBZ? Oh, whoa, ho, ho. Inupen. Oh man, it's a damn shame what's happening with Inupen. Not only did he get ignored by what's that guy's name, Brandon Chan, and not invited to the Webtoons Authors Awards or something like that, um, but he let Cave King die at this point, and he's willfully trying to impress dungeon masters at Viz Media. It's insane. It's like, well, dude, if you want to spend your time burning up your precious energy and time rotting in a dungeon, by all means. To think that despite Cave King apparently selling out at the Barnes and Noble, that where it was sold, he didn't take the hint that, oh, you know what, I think I should scrap everything else and focus on Cave King. No, not at all. Putting himself in a dungeon, burning himself out, it's just, what am I supposed to say? Am I not supposed to call this retardation? This is retardation. Like, people want to say I'm hating on Inu again, but nah, bro, like, what am I supposed to say? This is cognitive impairment behavior. How in the hell you want to abandon a product that actually was in demand? Like, that has to be mental retardation. It has to be. I don't know what else to call it. There's no way to sugarcoat it. It's retardation. There's a demand for this product that you created, and then you abandon it. Get the hell out of here. That's retardation, and we cannot have sympathy for your demise if it ever comes. But I suppose demise of your soul perhaps has already come. So, oh well. It's hard to keep up a persona, that's for sure. I feel like those who actually love their story and characters would self-publish, because self-publishing actually gives you 100% freedom to tell the story you see in your head. Exactly. Especially knowing now that these editors are operatives of BlackRock, right? And the new trinity of female, Rainbow Freak, and Negro. Yeah, these are not going to be good editors. So if you really love your story and you have that one message that only you can tell, it would be better to self-publish. It would be better. That's why I'm not trying to get into any establishment. I have something to say. I have a vision of my own, and I want to get it out as I see fit. I can worry about trying to get in a busted establishment some other time when I'm done with this. Okay. Self-publish is the way for real. Most mangaka would want to have a self-publisher. I think Zatch Bell Mangaka is now got his own company that does his publication. Yeah, I mean, look at Togashi. He's got his own studio. He releases when he wants to. That's preferable. But of course, yeah, if you cannot be consistent, then people will forget about you. But honestly, we just gotta adapt to the times. And work our way around it. The business behind it is what it is. You want to have full creative process. It's best for artists to start self-publishing, then build it from there. Yeah, like let people know that you're working on something. Everything I've been saying all these years. Let the people know. Create your tribe. Be consistent. And give people a release date. Don't tell them it's coming tomorrow when you know there's a chance it might not come tomorrow. Because that's shooting yourself in the foot. Like customer trust is vital, right? People really, they don't take that seriously enough, man. You gotta be able to build a strong, trusting bond with your customers, with your supporters. And actually, using the internet as is right now, your first, let's say, 20 people, first 50 people, you actually have more of a intimate relationship with them than, let's say, a Coca-Cola would have a relationship with any one of us who might even be fans of Coca-Cola, right? Why? Because we have direct communication right now. I, as a producer of something right now, have direct communication with y'all. You typing something in the chat, I'm reading it, responding, and so on, right? So this is actually the best way, right? Because if you can earn that loyalty from the 20, 50, 15 people who consistently show up, they'll support, they will share, they will be rooting for you. You know, you just gotta be a people person, I suppose, to some degree. And if you're not, because some people are not, tough, bro. You're gonna have to be. Am I a people person? I never was. I was locked away at home, remember? After, let's say, when we moved into the middle class neighborhood where black people live, or used to live back in the day, because I was born in the city, and then we moved to like the ghetto, because my dad was trying to start his own company thing, lived in the ghetto, and in the ghetto, it was in my grandmother's house, living in the garage, like legit living in the garage, while my dad was doing his own thing, getting my ass beaten by my grandma. So much so, I was sucking my thumb, that my thumb began to rot. My right thumb still has the scar or the wound caused by excessive thumb sucking, right? That's how oppressed I was. When dad wasn't there, not that he wouldn't let grandma like whoop me, but ultimately, when he wasn't there, I was getting my ass beat, right? All the time. And Granny, the witch doctor Granny, she was renting out other rooms in the house. And there was this crazy couple always breaking glasses and beating each other up. It was very toxic. So where was my mom? She had stayed elsewhere, and waited for my dad to like buy a house, I guess. And eventually we moved out from the crazy grandmother. But ultimately, you know, it wasn't easy. It was not easy. The come up was hardcore. When we moved from grandma to the house to the middle class place, that's where I joined the gang. And then like 2 years after joining the gang, I was locked in the house and I couldn't play with them other kids and develop their toxic behavior. That ended up making me an introvert, where I was no longer a people person. So in other words, I had to learn how to behave amongst people. I had to learn how to interact with people. Because I realized that, look man, if you don't learn, you're going to be considered the weird guy in the corner all the time. So I don't want to hear it. These people on the internet, oh man, I just want to sit down and draw. Sorry bro, you can't do that. You can't do that. Read a book on how to be a people person, okay? Read a book. If I could do it, you can do it. This is the only way to build something solid, right? Starts with the tribe. So, heck yeah, your mindset and out of the box thinking and life experience will be good as an editor. Well, I'm glad you see it that way, bro. You know, some people just gotta see the positive that I gotta offer instead of focusing on he's angry, he's mean. Give me a break. If at all you do want to go with a publisher, you gotta find one that aligns with your vision, not one that will change your ideas and characters just to push their own agenda to bring in profit. Agreed. But most publishers are not like that, which is better to self-publish. Exactly. Exactly. I got my headphones in. I speeded up trying to catch up. Sorry for responding super late. It's cool, man. I've been looking at Onsugo lately and I'm disappointed. Their website is no longer working. Yeah. I didn't know the website was not working anymore. I don't know what's going on, bro. I have no idea. I have no idea. So if the website's down, I guess everybody conclude for themselves what that means. I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know. Do get more productive feel during early morning or that opposite for you? Oh, do I get more productive? Nah, it's kind of opposite for me, honestly. Maybe when I was younger, in the morning it was easier, but now I find the late afternoons a bit easier, right? So, but it's the main excuse is my eyes. Like in the morning, it's hard to sit and stare at the computer. So when my eyes are well adjusted to the light and so on, then I can do it. But by that time, it's kind of too late to consider it early morning. Turn your background off so we can see the gaps better. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know what you mean by that, bro. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, Pierce is here. Okay, man. I guess the power came back online, huh? Okay. All right. I'm gonna add Pierce in, y'all. See if he'll pick up the phone so he can read the comments. Oh, there we go. Hello?
Yo.
Can you hear me?
Yo, what's up?
Oh, good, man. Can you switch the background noise down?
Oh, yeah. For sure, for sure.
All right. Yeah, man, I've been trying to get a hold of you since yesterday. You also were without power.
Yeah.
That damn lightning in Joburg is for real, man.
Yeah, it's been tough, bro. It's been tough.
It's cool. Well, before we jump into the next topic, can you read the comments for me? Because, I want to go to the next page here.
Sure, for sure. Let me just go on YouTube.
I just gotta do this. a different soundtrack.
Uh,
I
I'm
think,
guessing I should read after my comment, right?
yeah, yeah.
Alright. Bloodness says, yeah, the editors Japanese want to see that you're already doing it, good or bad. They want to see if you are serious.
Well, that is true. They do want to see that, but are they serious? Are they serious these days? Right? They have jacked up ideas, and I didn't know some editors can be managing a bunch of artists, bro. There's no way you can scatter your attention like that and actually have a and do a good job, right? Imagine managing 10 people, right? You're an editor for 10 people. How are you going to be able to give people the adequate attention and pay attention to the story's developments properly? I don't think you can.
Yeah, they're really spreading themselves thin with that.
But oh well.
Ola says, I used to draw all over my schoolwork in middle school.
Welcome to
I
the
think
club.
I still do that shit.
Oh, of course.
And then Undi says, I don't know if that's how you say your name, but Undi says, man, in art class they ain't gonna let you draw what you want. Need them other classes free time.
You know, surprisingly, my art teacher was the greatest art teacher ever, man. She was so cool, chilled. You know, I even had a crush on her because she was just so understanding, you know? And she's like, oh, so you like to draw anime? Well, okay, I don't mind as long as you actually try to do well in it, you know? Um, but here are some tips on how to improve and stuff like that. So it was a rare thing that, what? And art teacher allowing you to draw manga? It was crazy, but she did allow me. So she was really cool.
Yeah, and then Bluntness says, but in general, if you're doing it, you're already far ahead.
Doing what? The self-publishing?
I'm assuming that's what he means. And then Yundi says, oh, that situation made you think about it in a different way. Not sure what he means by that.
Yeah, I took time to check out the comments as I was drawing, so now I'm behind in the context of certain comments, you know. So my bad, y'all.
No problem. Blended says, yeah, this panel shows pure angst. Nice direction.
Thanks. That's what we do.
And then Yundi says, I see it make it look electrifying. Yeah, that's it. You already know the flow state. It's gonna pop off when the page turn. Fans will think, damn, how fast is he?
Nice. Glad you can see that.
Saito says, I won't lie, after a year of watching your vids, I feel more confident in my story and finishing my stuff. I'll admit, around 2023, I was a bit of a hunchback because of the group I was around, but after staying away from them, I had to reevaluate everything, and now here I am.
Nice. That's what we want, to set you free from the hunchback crowd. Right? That's what's up, man. So hopefully you won't send me that story for review, and we're gonna see if all the hunchback in you is gone, bro. We'll see.
Bluntness says, I seen the couple rejected works of Inu Pen. There was one or two that were actually good. It's just the editor doesn't want him for some reason. Damn.
Of course. And it's a dungeon, bro. It's a straight up dungeon. But then again, Young Wavy made it clear that Hisashi isn't trying to. He's not trying to serialize anyone at all for I don't know how many years. So I don't know if that was made clear from the beginning at Viz. Like, by the way, guys, we're not trying to serialize any of you, right? I have no idea. But these people are working ultra hard with the intention of serialization, but Hisashi is not there. Too
Yeah,
bad.
that's crazy. JBZ says it's a shame. Inu Pen has gems. Easily could have become like a Saturday morning anime.
Self sabotage, bro. He is definitely a prime example of somebody who has everything they need to be up there. But because he hangs around hunchbacks, doomed, rotting in a dungeon right now. Then he's gonna blame it on, oh, I just got my third kid and things got difficult. Nah, bro, that's an excuse. That's an excuse. God just didn't open the door. No, no, it's just an excuse. You
Leave
jacked
God
up.
out of him.
Exactly. It's your fault. So,
Yeah, it reminds me of a quote. I think I heard it from a movie or some shit. And they were like, tell me who your friends are and I'll tell you who you want to be.
oh, yeah, that reminds me of a similar quote that said, if you hang around five broke people, you will be number six, basically.
Damn. Uh, Ludness says, at least I believe so that the editor doesn't want him. And then Greatfall says, hey, I've always wondered as a comic creator, how's it like writing chapter after chapter? Does scripting super hard? Yo, I can't understand this sentence. Hey, I've always wondered as a comic creator, how's it like writing chapter after chapter? Does scripting super hard? Are there any important concepts to keep in mind when uncovering your narrative?
Everybody's different, bro. So for me, I don't write scripts ahead of time. I can't do it. I just can't do it like that. For me, I just I visualize everything like an anime, right? Like I'm watching an anime in my head. And it's in the storyboards where I can, let's say, think of the dialogue, not even think of the dialogue, but be precise about the dialogue, right? But I don't do scripts at all. My pre production is not like other people. It's just not. So, Pierce, maybe you do it differently. How do you do it?
I actually write ideas. I think for me, my most important phase of conceptualizing is like the ideas, and then I write a loose script, like a really loose one. And then I go on the storyboarding because storyboarding is the most difficult part for me because it's the one that involves the most thinking, like how I want it to look. And then I go back and refine the scripts again once I've found like shots that I want to see, and I try to make it make sense. And I'm doing all of this before any drawing is taking place because before I draw, I want to make sure everything is already thought about because I don't want to be thinking while I'm drawing, right? So I guess I do script a lot, but I haven't done a long series, so I've only done one shot. So yeah, I think it's much different when you're doing a pretty long series where you have to think about chapter and chapter and chapter, right?
Right. Well,
Yeah.
um, but how does it feel? Read it again.
He says, is it important? Are there any important concepts to keep in mind when uncovering your narrative?
Oh, uh, I can't give you any technicalities on it, bro. Like, I just can't. I would say the most important thing is making sure you don't forget certain things from your last chapter or the last 10 chapters. That is the biggest thing, actually. It has to follow the context of the narrative. Always keep in mind the context. So,
Yeah, and
yeah.
it's pretty natural to forget, actually. I've seen a lot of mangakas also forget.
Yeah, that's true. but I don't want to forget. Sometimes
I
I
don't think you
forget
really want to
actually.
forget that.
What I do forget though is that, oh, I already explained this in like chapter 1 type thing. So like
Ah,
in an example would be in chapter 1, the vampires, when Jacob's attacking them, they say, "Don't you know the vampire creed? We're not allowed to kill each other unless Dracula says so." And in like volume 3 or so, I wanted to be like, I can't, like, Irene should feel, or should say, let the audience know that I can't kill Charlotte because of the creed. I'm like, wait a minute, you put that in chapter 1. Like, oh, right. So I caught myself there before I put it in.
mm, okay. Hopefully that answers this guy's question. Saito says, while self-publishing is the way to go, I think it's also important to be your own objective editors and have beta readers and whatnot. Most people will just write what's on top of their head and go with it, which is good to fail, obviously, but most don't learn from their mistakes.
No, no, they don't. That's the thing. You're always gonna need feedback. And that's what Coffee Comics is for, right? Because sometimes you can ask your best friend for feedback and they'll be like, nah, bro, it's awesome, bro. It's better than JJK, bro. Yeah, bro. And you know the nigga's just talking, right? You're gonna need some professional feedback. And it's like, well, Coffee, you're not professional. At this rate, I am, bro. Okay? At this rate, I am. And I reference, the standards of old. So it's like, here's the rubric. This is where my so-called opinion comes from, right? So it's important to judge yourself first, sure, but you're gonna need some extra eyes.
Um, Il- Ilvnart says, it's awesome to see like-minded people working on their craft in terms of creating our own manga. It's important that our work is pure and no editor may pollute the pureness of our craft.
Indeed. Not the modern
Pollute,
editor, especially.
dude, pollute is such I like that word.
It's accurate.
Pollute.
They'll pollute it these days, yeah.
Yeah. Ragefall says, Dame, that's crazy old lady. Is he trying to say, damn, that's crazy old lady? I'm not sure.
Probably.
Ola says, I'm storyboarding some chapters right now, lol. For me personally, I have to write a script so that my ideas can come out orderly.
I see. That is indeed. I've been mentioning this lately. People struggling to think in a linear sense, right? Um, Keeping things coherent, in a straight line, and keeping the flow together. So indeed, a script helps with that. It really does. But for me, it's a bit too limiting.
Um, Mr. Woody Patel says, Coffee, will you make other stories? I don't know how long Bloody Hell is supposed to be.
Well, I won't make stories that are too serious. I guess I'm just gonna draw for fun after Bloody Hell, right? I don't have the energy to try and do something ultra serious after this. I thought I would, but I don't.
LeMay says, this is true. My story changed a lot from feedback, and I had to learn who to listen to.
Exactly. I used to ask my mom for feedback back in high school when I started drawing. And I took a like volume 48 of Naruto and I redrew a page, right? And I asked him like, okay, mom, what does this look like? Does it look exactly like the page? Because I'm trying to be as good as this guy. And she's like, yeah. I'm like, no, for real. She's like, yeah, but to me, it really does. Like, in all honesty, it really does. Bruh, I experience cognitive dissonance for real, bro. Cause
For
I'm
real.
like, yeah, cause I'm like, nah, man, this can't be. My eyes showed me that, nigga, you're not even close. But my mind was now struggling between reality and the false guarantee of my mom saying it's good, bro, right? It just
Yeah.
created major cognitive dissonance. So, see, this is what happens when you want to only get your friends to look at your stuff, right? They want to lie to you so not to hurt your feelings. But then you'll never have a proper look as to like, am I on the right path? Am I getting there? You'll never really know because they aren't even real consumers of what you're trying to do.
Yeah. I think you really need to find people who can be objective about it. I think you need like two kinds of people. You don't have to be limited to these kinds of people, but having these two can help. You need someone uh, who's aware of what you're trying to do. Like they are aware of what manga is, what a good manga is, what a bad manga is, right? You need someone who can look at your manga, who knows those things, and you also need someone who's not really um, aware of what manga is, but they can critique it from a layman's terms, like a layman's view. Like they can just critique it purely on what it looks like, what the story's like, what the art is like, because they don't have any um, biases, I guess, to manga, not just to you.
Right.
I think that's also important. Maybe not as important as the person who actually knows what a manga is supposed to be, but sometimes I find that you get the best help from outside the bubble sometimes.
Exactly.
Yeah. Um, Black Swan says, Pierce, what did you think about that manga I sent you? I know you love fantasy, but I'm curious to know what you thought about it. I actually like that manga. I think it's called Give My Regards or something. Is that what it's called? I'm not sure about the name, but I think it was about a doctor or some guy. I think the whole thing was like what it means to be a doctor. Also, like the art style, actually. It was very old school. I'm not sure when the manga was dropped, but it was so old school. I like the art. I like the manga. I like the manga. I wish there was more. I also like the last page. That was like kind of like a lifeline. I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, I do like fantasy. I think fantasy is it's not a very popular genre right now. Somehow, Saito says, for me, when it comes to scripting, I always make notes on concept arts, doodles of what the next chapter would be before writing the scripts.
Wait,
And when it
Pierce,
comes to my
hold on, man. The thingy went mute, so you're gonna have to finish up all over again what you were saying before what you're about to say right now. I think you're still talking about the doctor.
yeah, what went mute?
The audio went mute.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was talking about the manga that Black Swan sent me. I'm not sure if you know it. It's called "Give My Regards to Blackjack" or something like that. Do you know it?
I know about the Blackjack Doctor manga by Osamu.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, is it
I
that
don't.
one?
I don't think that's that one, bro. Osamu. Which Osamu?
Osamu Tezuka.
Nah, I don't think this is the one. This one, I think it's by some guys called Shuho Sato or something like that.
Yeah, no idea.
Yeah, it's like a psychological seinen. It's about this guy who's like, I think he's trying to be a doctor. It made me think of Tenma actually, like a lot. I was thinking about Monster when I was reading it, but I like it. It's really old school. The art style is really good.
Okay.
Yeah. Saito says, for me, when it comes to scripting, I always make notes and concept arts, doodles of what the next chapter would be before writing the scripts. And when it comes to my story, I'll tell you this, it's a tragic comedy or a comedy drama story where my main character, through the story, learns more about human nature, pain, and what it means to live in a world that doesn't make sense.
Nice. Sounds like
Yeah.
my type of story. Though I don't like the
Yes.
comedy part, but it seems like it will work regardless.
And then Ola says, yeah, the volume dropped all of a sudden, but it's better now.
Yeah.
That's the last one.
Okay. Yeah, so let's jump to a different topic. Now, the video title was, they kept hating, I kept working. Oh, well, I've said my piece on that. Do you have anything to add on that? Haters been
Nope.
hating all these years, not working. Okay. All right. Let's talk about one video you made on your channel about the classics, right? You spoke about the classics literature, like the classical writings of old.
Yeah.
Did you mention Shakespeare in there?
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, yeah. I was talking about Hamlet, Macbeth, and stuff like that. I think
Right. Now,
mostly Ham.
why is it important to preserve those? Because in high school, man, I didn't understand the point of Shakespeare. Either they were really bad at telling us that this is why it matters, or I was just too dumb. I don't know. But I think it's because they also were really bad at telling us why it matters.
I think they're very important, because in the video I mentioned how in the classics, like classical literature and stuff, those stories and those plays or books or poetries, right? All of them, they're so easy, not easy to understand, but when it comes to learning how to write, right, understanding literature from a writer's perspective, like when you're teaching someone how to write, they're so much easier to grasp than modern literature, right? Because when you read Shakespeare, his stuff is constructed in a way that's so easy to understand. They have acts, right? They have all these things, the dialogues and everything, and the way that the new stuff is being like if you watch a video on YouTube on how to write something, like how to write a story, they'll give you like a bunch of vague ideas, right? Like, oh, show, don't tell, all these concepts that are not really easy to understand if you're not a writer yet. But in the old school stuff, they're gonna teach you structure, even like subconsciously, just by how you're reading it. Like, okay, Shakespeare has 5 acts, right? And these acts are all building to something. You can tell, like intuitively, it's just there for you. You learn it subconsciously and consciously. I don't have to teach you. I can teach you how to recognize it, but you, even like when they test you on, I don't know if we got tested the same, but when I got tested on Shakespeare at school, they used to teach us like, yo, what's a denouement, right? Which is like the ending part of a play, like after the climax, when the story calms down, right? Then you know, oh shit, that's like Act 5, when everything has a resolution and you see the aftermath, like the epilogue, right? So stuff like that is just in the structure of the play. Right. So such concepts are so much easier to grasp when you understand the classics, right? But they also do have a barrier of entry, I guess, with the language and the dialogue and everything. But such things they're not that important when you're trying to understand structure, right? Or how to write. So the whole thing was basically for people who are aspiring to write, not for like consumers. I don't think consumers even care about Shakespeare, right? It's just that guy who wrote a bunch of plays. But if you are a writer, I do think there are some benefits to not only studying but consuming that old literature, right? Because it has things that modern media has kind of subdued and polluted, as we were talking about earlier. There you can get the raw forms, like Homer's Odyssey. That story has been told so many times, and a bunch of people don't even know the Odyssey.
That's true.
But if you read the Odyssey, you're gonna understand why it's called the hero's journey through the story and through the structure of the story. Right? It's so like once you open your mind. I think even when I was learning Shakespeare at school, I was pretty bored, like you. I didn't understand what was the point. But back then, I wasn't really serious about writing. I was just writing for fun, right? But now, I want to get better at my craft. So when I go back to it, I'm like, damn, I should have listened. Because it's all there.
Right.
Yeah, it's all there. But I do think that mind state is it's the most important thing, because obviously when you're in school, you're worried about grades, you're worried about this, you're worried about that. So plus, not everyone wants to be a writer.
And the thing is, I would say also that, they didn't, they never, well, for us, and I went to a private school, you would think they'd be like, so guys, if you want to be writers too, it's very important that you learn this book, Shakespeare, or Shakespeare in general, and why he was such a success and how he can influence your work. They never said any of that. For me, I'm like, bunch of dead people who wrote books. Why should I care? Type thing, you know.
Yeah.
They never bothered trying to inspire us or entice us into becoming writers ourselves. Right? It was so beyond our thinking that I want to be a writer one day, type thing. So they should have done a better job.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, I was surprised that not a lot of people know that The Lion King is basically Hamlet, bro. Like, not a lot of people know that because they don't know Hamlet.
I didn't even know that, bro.
Yeah, it's like, it's understandable because, like you just explained that, yeah, you weren't into it. But some people just are not interested in classical literature. Right now, I'm writing a video idea about how poetry is basically dead. But back in the day, poetry was like Homer's Odyssey is basically a poem, bruh. Everything back in the day was a poem. Stories were poem, music a poem. Everything is a poem back in the day, and it was such an essential way of not only entertaining but informing people, right, of things that are happening. But now, you'd be pressed to find a poet in anything. Um, but I also do talk about how maybe it developed into something else, right? Like spoken word, or like people who still do it online, like on TikTok, because I've seen people who do it, but it's not really as alive as it used to be. And I was trying to figure out why it's not alive as it used to be. But the main thing I found out was that poetry requires a lack of immediacy, right? It requires you to slow down and
Okay.
to think about it, which is, we are not in an era where people are calm enough to slow down when they're doing anything, right? Everyone is rushing to something.
Yeah, they wanna get that dopamine fix real quick.
Exactly. So poetry really kind of requires you to just calm down and take in the words, the spaces, try to understand what is being said, try to feel it. Right? It's literally a feeling type of format of writing. And people aren't really interested in that today. We're really in a rush. We're really trying to like feel it really quickly so we can move on to the next thing. Um, but yeah.
Would you? I mean, that is true. But at this point, I mean, I can't even blame them, bro. You know, because a
Blame
lot
them
of
for
the
what?
blame them for being gluttons for dopamine. They were conditioned for it, right? Now this isn't to say we're gonna remove personal responsibility 100%, right? Because even animals know if I want to cross that river, there's there's a chance that I'm gonna get eaten by a crocodile. So if an animal knows, then it being eaten it needs to take responsibility that it's my fault. I didn't calculate right, and now I'm paying for it type thing. So currently, we say this all the time. I see it in a lot of YouTube videos. Back in the day, people were more intelligent, stuff like that. Like, no, they were not. They were equally retarded, right? It's just the way to express the retardation was different. Back then, there were consequences of public indecency. Now you see
Yeah.
hussies, right, walking around butt naked, shaking it in the street, dudes doing ridiculous pranks. Um, they don't get sentenced to jail. Everybody will have a cop out. Oh, it's a joke, bro. It's a joke. Nah, dude, it's not a joke. If you punch the guy in the face, you go to prison. So at this point, it's almost like beating a dead horse, right? People don't like poetry. They don't read books. Yada yada yada. We know there was a time where people in the 70s or even in the 30s were complaining that, "Ah, man, life is so different right now. When I grew up in my grandfather's farm, things were so and so." You see what I mean? So
Yeah.
at this point, it's like we need a new talking point. We need a new talking point. The old world is dead. Poetry is gone because people don't need to. They don't need poetry anymore. Poetry was necessary back then in the sense that it had these rhymes, right? It was catchy, it was this, it was that. So it would be easier to keep it in your memory. That was the real point, right? It was to explain certain narratives of your community and commit it to memory. It was a way to build a collective subconscious. And that's how it was done. It was the algorithm back in the day, right? Certain poems being read over and over again would build an unseen algorithm in the community's brain, and they would all be able to converse or have discussions centered around the algorithm of the time. Unlike now, where there's multiple different communities, online and stuff, and you can now see these algorithms online. You can go visit them, like, oh, the toxic one, the gaming one, the yada yada yada. See what I mean?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
But wouldn't you be able to say that about like every kind of art form? Because none of them are really necessary, right? People don't really need art to survive. Any kind of art. There has always been something that is they buy it because they want it, right?
Well, they buy it because, it depends. The rich people who commissioned Michelangelo and them, they're the ones who gave value to art, because the normal farmer or the coal miner, did he have time to care about art, or the guy was beaten down with exhaustion from plowing the fields all day? Of course not. It was the rich people. The rich people gave art meaning and value because they weren't rotting in the sun, working in the fields all day. They had to justify their position in life. They were well off, but it's like, oh, well, I need to feel well off. Oh, look, wonderful art. Let's all pop bottles and have champagne and talk about how wonderful this is. Yes, yes, cheers, cheers, Mike, cheers. So, in a way, yes, humans have never needed art. But if we look at the cave paintings, moments in time where a society is in relative peace, a human feels the need to express his existence through creativity. Where now it's like I've taken care of all my physiological necessities, and then suddenly I have time to discover my metaphysical necessities, right? That's how the philosophers came to be anyway. So man, we just regressed as a species to hunchback Neanderthal days where instead of actually hunting for real food, right? People are hunting for dopamine endlessly. It's like I don't need to sit and uh, observe wonderful art, or I don't need to spend too much time hunting for a springbok. What I need to hunt for is the next fix. So I doom scroll consistently. And if they don't take that into consideration now, then you're always going to be disappointed with how little of a reception you actually get for anything that you do. You might be like, oh man, I worked hard on this, but I ain't getting no feedback and not enough people see me. Yeah, they are Neanderthals now. That's the issue. What do you think?
Neanderthals.
You agree?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah. I do think. I mean, it's like you said, man. We were kind of conditioned. So it's like back then. I do feel like we could have been able to appreciate things much more, but it's it, it's a very nuanced thing. It's a very nuanced. I think there's a lot of factors. But in terms of just art in general, I do think art itself, not just the consumers, art itself has depreciated somehow. Like it's not as important anymore. No one would commission you to make a 16 chapel on anything now. Like, what would be the point? If it was possible, they would just hire you to make a 16 chapel online, right?
Right.
But even that would be like, what's the point? Because I can see the 16 chapel online.
Yeah, that is a point.
So, I do also think that access has kind of killed a lot of things, man.
It has. It really has. The lack of proper gatekeeping, definitely.
Yeah, it's like the fact that we have access to everything is just so bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's just really bad. Like, and it also makes us appreciate things less.
Yeah, like people don't see. They don't see the value because now things are like easily replaceable. Oh, that's the
Yeah.
feeling. That
I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, and we were talking about how, um, back in the day, well, not really back in the day, but like 2010s, um, it was so difficult to watch anime online. Like there was no Crunchyroll back then, or like Funimation. So you had to like watch anime on a shitty site with ads, and the resolution would be like 360p, bro. Like it was so bad. I remember watching Naruto as it was coming out, and I had to go to the library to use the Wi-Fi, and the Wi-Fi was lagging, and I was used to Naruto in dub, so I had to watch it in sub now, and it was such a mess, bruh. And people nowadays, they just hop into anime. Crunchyroll is right there. There's like one button. You have millions of options now. You didn't have to like look for it, watch bad anime to find good anime. Like, so gatekeeping is gone, and access has just the cons are kind of more than the pros, honestly.
it is. It really is. But this is the world we live in now, and I saw this one video. This crazy Irish guy yelling about Miyazaki, calling him an a-hole and this and that. And he mentioned how Miyazaki was complaining about otaku culture and how this mass
Which
consumeristic,
Miyazaki?
huh?
Which Miyazaki?
The one and only Studio Ghibli one.
Oh, okay. I know two great Miyazakis, bro.
Who's the other one?
The one from Software, make Dark Souls and Elden Ring, bro.
Oh, right, my
Yeah.
bad. Okay, yeah. So he was mentioning some ramblings Miyazaki once had about society and otaku consumerist culture, and he said this thing is going to eat itself one day, or I hope it all crashes and burns, because otaku culture is mostly about consuming the next anime instead of truly valuing the essence of the art, something like that. And I'm like, well, he kind of wasn't wrong, hey? He wasn't wrong. Obviously, the guy who made the video is a hunchback, but he wasn't wrong. Do you think he was wrong?
No, he is right. He is right. I mean, a lot of things add to it, but yeah. I heard like a lot of people shit on Miyazaki. Though. They don't like him.
Yeah, because they want him to be a sweet boy gooey bear, bro. It's the same reason they don't like me. You're not a gooey bear. You're not my mama. Yeah, bro, I'm not. Miyazaki flipping survived World War II. Come on. He was a kid running around barefoot in the forest with his mom. What do you expect from the guy? Seriously.
Yeah,
A lot of people don't like him just for that. It's so childish.
And he did kind of say, like the people that work under him are so. They're always complaining about how harsh he is, how strict he is, right?
Yeah, I mean, that tends to happen when bombs are being dropped on you and running in the forest as a kid, jaded as hell. So they could always have left, you know. If you can't handle it, leave. Y'all leave.
That's true.
Now, I know I
I
most
do.
likely wouldn't be able to handle it. So I'd be like,
His work speaks for itself, though.
huh?
His work speaks for itself, though.
Exactly. It's like y'all can call him names, but the guy's a legend. So
Exactly. Exactly, bro. Like, the guy has so many masterpieces, it's just crazy.
oh wow. But then going back, I guess, to the ancient literature, I never read Odyssey. And when I tried to read it, I was like, oh, it's actually written like an actual storybook.
Yeah.
I was like, nah, I don't like novels. Like I don't like fiction. If I want to read fiction, I'll read a manga. Everything that doesn't have pictures, for me, it's got to be a textbook or a history book. But that's me.
Yeah, nah, most of like the old stuff is very, it's kind of difficult to get into, honestly.
No, it's very hard, bro. Like I tried to read 1984 as well, and I'm like, I can't read this. I just can't read this. It's written like a storybook. Nothing wrong with that, but that's not the types of books I read.
Yeah, that's understandable. That's understandable. Me personally, I do love to read things from a different time, like where they speak differently. Like, not a lot of. You'd be surprised about how not a lot of classical literature is written differently. Actually, it's just how they talk. But most of the words are the same, and it's not like all of them speak like Shakespeare.
So what do you mean by how they talk, though?
I mean, like, they speak in very formal ways, right? Because, do you know how English came about?
Not really.
Well, you do know the Roman languages, right? Italian, French, Spanish, those
Yeah.
languages, right? Yeah. Well, English, well, those languages were, back in the day, they were kind of aristocrat languages, right? They were languages for rich people, people who were educated in a way. And then English was kind of like an amalgamation of all. Actually, no. I'm actually saying this wrong. These languages that I'm speaking about, the Spanish, the French, Italian, all those languages were the common folk languages, right? The language the people use, the peasants, because all of them are kind of broken up versions of Latin.
Right.
Yeah. So a lot of classical literature, not like the most popular ones, right? But a lot of classical stuff. They kind of try to parody that. Like they make fun of it. Have you ever seen a movie called The Princess Bride?
Um, isn't that a cartoon?
Nah, nah, nah. It's a movie.
Okay, nah, I never seen it.
It's a. I think you've heard about it. It has that guy who's like, "My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die." You ever seen that?
I've heard some memes on it.
Yeah, yeah. It's basically that movie. That movie was basically made to critique the fairy tale fantasy genre, right? Where a guy tries to go save a princess, and the princess is in a loveless marriage, a type shit. The movie was made to critique that whole genre, but it ended up becoming so good that it was the staple of the genre they were trying to critique.
Mm.
Yeah, so some classical literature they try to like critique the fact that languages were kind of like gate kept in a way. Like you know how Latin was pretty much gate kept for the longest time, and then the common people had to get bits and pieces of it, and then they formed their own languages like French, Spanish, Italian. That's why the languages kind of have similar stuff. Like Italian and Spanish are very similar. So all of that stuff is because it was all like kind of bitten from Latin. That's why some of the Latin phrases sound so understandable to English because English is also bitten off of like Latin, right? So what I meant by how they speak, I meant like how they critique that stuff because it was political back then. It was like the political rave back then. But this is like going really back. I'm talking like really classical stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I mean by how they speak.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
There's one video game. I think it's called The Lost Berserker, and I was watching the behind the scenes, and they were very clear about it. So the way the characters speak in the dub, we want them to have like Victorian English or some type of poetic type of English, man. It's so nice and crisp and
Yeah.
what's the word? Not majestic, but yeah, just poetic. A poetic way of
Yeah.
speaking instead of this new horrendous way of speaking. Yeah, nigga, I'ma get your ass. Brr, bop. Yeah, nigga. Yeah, ah, bro. That
Yeah,
is
it's
just
crazy.
crazy.
I actually know the game you're talking about.
All right, you played it?
Yeah. No, I haven't played it yet.
I got
But
the demo.
it's actually like one of my favorite like genres. It's my favorite genre.
Souls like.
Yes, it's also like yeah, Kazan. It came out this year. The first Berserker Kazan. Yeah, it's pretty fire. But I want to go back to what you were talking about how language is such it's taken for granted these days. Like people just shorten words and say whatever the hell they want. And back then, a language used to be a struggle.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, right there in Pretoria, bro, they say everyone who lives in Pretoria, they also just took every language in South Africa and combined it. It became its own
Yeah.
language. It's Pitor,
Yeah.
you know. Like,
Yeah,
I only
that's
heard
such a
one
crazy
dude
thing.
speak Spitori, bro, and I'm like, what is this nigga saying? You know, a little bit of Xhosa, a little bit of Tswana, a little bit of everything, and then he creates this concoction of confusion. Like, bro,
Bro.
I don't know what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, and people in Pretoria understand it like it's nothing. When you're an outsider, it's like, what the hell is this guy saying, bro?
Yeah, it just ain't it, man. But at the same time, uh, it's important to gatekeep language if your society is important in itself, right? Like Japan, but it doesn't matter. Japan is like underwater right now, even though they held the line for a very long time. Thanks to thus meaning
Language can
language
be
doesn't
used to
matter.
gatekeep a lot. Yeah, I'm saying, yeah, I agree. Like, language can be used to gatekeep a lot of things.
Yeah. But now, not anymore. Not anymore, bro. Like, people want to feel exclusive, but they don't want to do what it takes to be in the exclusive club, you know. They don't want to learn the language or the jargon or the rules. They just want to be there. It's like, nah, bro. You actually gotta get the handbook, the guide. You can't just be
Takes too
here.
long, bro.
Man, that's the problem.
It's too long, bro. People don't have the patience to learn the language. Nah, bro. Nah,
Nah,
bro. Like, I remember back in the day, when, well, it was Asia, but I think it was China specifically. They used to say that when you learn a language, right, you have to not only learn how to speak it, but how to write it, understand it, like do the calligraphy, because the languages in the East, like East Asia, they have their own alphabets and stuff, right? So learning all these skills like helps you with so many other skills, right? For instance, like when you learn calligraphy and you get really good at calligraphy and steadying your hand, that can teach you how to do other stuff, like maybe holding a sword and stuff like that. Like, it was such, like, gatekeeping a language kept you from so many things, not just the language itself, but from resources, culture, even skills, bro. Because back then, people who knew those skills were educated. They were deemed as people of high class. Like, whoa, you can write, you can do calligraphy, you can hold a sword, like, you can
yeah.
do all these things. It was a status thing back then, and you were deemed as someone that needs to be respected because of what you can do, because you took the time to do something, and you're knowledgeable, right? You show that inquisitive nature that, oh, yeah, I did calligraphy when I was a child, and then I took an interest in swords like swords play, right? And after I did that, I went to France and I learned fencing, and then I went to Brazil and I learned jiu-jitsu. You know, like all of these things, like it reminds me of the 8 inner gates, right? You have to open one gate in order to get to the next one, to the next one. And when you open all of them, like the chakra flows so fucking well. You can do other stuff that were deemed impossible. You can be faster than the Sharingan can per step. So, yeah. But yeah, language is not today though. Everyone's on Duolingo.
Is that an app?
Yes, like a language learning app that everyone does, but it doesn't teach you like
Anything. Still can't speak the language, basically.
yeah, it's like it gives you, I think it can work if it's not your only way of learning the language. But now people are like learning on Duolingo as if it's like a curriculum, like the whole school. Like, yeah, I'm on Duolingo. I'm on lesson 5 on Duolingo in Japanese. I can say watashi wa, you know.
Yeah. That is so, it's so cooked, as they would say.
No one buys textbooks, bro. And textbooks are like not expensive.
They are expensive. They are expensive, bro. I work at that bookstore. Hella expensive.
Listen, bro. For leisure, bro. If you know, like, I'm working and I got money and I want to learn a skill, it's not expensive because you want to learn the skill. You know there's a return of investment. You're learning something.
I guess, yeah.
And you're gonna use that skill. Unlike when you like buying textbooks for tuition or for school, that is different because sometimes in schools they teach you stuff you're never gonna use in real life. But if you know that, oh my God, in 12 months I'm going to Japan, I'm moving to Japan, I'm gonna buy Genki, you know, and I'm gonna start learning this shit because I'm actually gonna apply it. I'm gonna be fucked if I don't know anything and I go there. There's no subtitles over there.
Right. Okay, yeah, when you put it like that, that's true. But since there's so many shortcuts now where it's like, I can get by without knowing, that's the problem. which
Go
does
from
show that humans prefer to do things if they have to. If they have to, bro. Like, I don't think it's fair to demonize somebody um, who's not doing what some of us may deem that they should do, simply because they can't.
yeah,
Their life doesn't require them to do it. Like I can take a dump on
yep,
the hunchbacks because they pretend like they're doing the work, but they're not. So that's why I'm dumping on them, right? But other people who can be like, man, I'm really not an artist. Hey, I just like artists and I like supporting them. Okay, cool. At least you are honest about it, right?
mhm,
Yeah.
yeah. Let me read some of the comments. Rookie Rock Solid says poetry was also used by the powerful to justify them being in power. They would hire poets to write poems justifying why they are in power, chosen by God, and the beauty of the poem is proof because it's divine.
Yeah, that
Dude, I
is
like
so
that comment
true.
so much.
I was reading this one history book, and Alexander the Great, he went to Egypt to conquer Egypt while it was under Persian control, and
Mhm,
wanted to he wanted to fulfill the narrative that his parents held that his father is a descendant of Hercules, and so Alexander the Great is a descendant of Achilles. So in order to solidify that narrative, he thought going to Egypt would be the best thing to do because Egypt has a centralized religion. Even though it's under Persian rule, it still has a centralized religion at a state level. So if he goes and conquers it there and holds a gun to Pharaoh's head and the priest's head and tell them that, look, I've conquered you. I am now the new God King. Declare me as the God King of Egypt, and finally let the narrative, he didn't say narrative, but let the truth now be legitimized that I am a demigod, but now a full god because I took over Egypt. It was a narrative. And of course, the scribes and the priests made this whole spectacle about it, that indeed, here comes the new god king from the north. He has liberated Egypt from Persian rule, and he's going to liberate everyone. Blah, 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 blah. And in a way, that's exactly what he did. Not for liberation's sake, but for glory's sake, right? And the poets and the writings justified the guy's ego. So indeed, that's mostly what poetry was for, or how, tyrants would use it for themselves, I guess.
yeah, for sure. LeMay says, my humanities class states that art is a sign of a civilization. If a group of people do not have public works or art, it can't be called a civilization.
There are levels to it, because you got the bushman running around in his flipping underwear, drinking water from like water droplets stuck on leaves at the tallest tree in the desert. They create art. You call that a civilization though? I don't. You know? They do create art, but nah, bro, you can't be up in your underwear. Like the king of the Bushmen, the Khoisan. Have you seen the king, bruh? Have you ever seen him before?
Nah, nah.
Yeah, I've seen him, and he's just a big hairy nigga, bro. And I'm like, so you're the king of legitimate savages, and you think you matter? You think you matter just because you're some king, a king of naked niggas in the desert? Sponsored, because of all people, the white man said, let us preserve a little bit of the nigger culture that remains here, and let's keep the money flowing to give the king a decent house to live in. And I was so disgusted by his pride as king of the bush niggas. I'm like, dude, your people are savages and they're poor and all kinds of jacked up, and you live in this big house that you didn't even build yourself. Who do you think you are? Right? It was just disgusting. But others can consider them a civilization. Hell no, bro. The developed people, they have a king too. I didn't know. And the king, apparently, his whole kingdom consists of all of Woodbank, which is in this province, and it stretches, I suppose, all the way here to Mbombela. But the all of Woodbank is pretty much being polluted by the coal mines and the factories. And I'm like, some king you are, bro. Like, you have no control over your land. They put factories everywhere. People dying of lung cancer because of all the factories there. Ah, bro. I'm like, this is a civilization? No thanks.
I think he means like by the fact that people can be appreciative of something they don't need to survive, right? Because if you remember, being civil is kind of, well, some people think it's the opposite of being barbaric, right? So barbaric behavior would be just primal instincts, right? And then being civil would be being like appreciating stuff beyond your survival instincts, which is art. I think that's what he means by the fact that a civilization can have something that they don't really need to survive, and they can appreciate it or produce it or consume it, just as in its own nature, right? The fact that they don't need it and they still consume it and they still have it or produce it, that makes a civilization. I think that's what he means.
Okay, when you explain it like that, because according to the history book, a civilization is a massive population society that has a written language, a code to live as a people. This is us, a people that expresses themselves, yeah, through art. You know, people who might even have a pantheon of gods that mirrors their society. You know, that definitely is a civilization. The bush niggas, bruh, it's like your language is so prehistoric that you out here still clicking like, you know, all the time. Like, it's just mostly clicks, bro. And I'm like, that is flipping prehistoric Jurassic Park level stuff, man. So I can't take those seriously.
Understandable. Saito says a lot of people thought that The Lion King ripped off Tezuka Osamu's Jungle Emperor's manga.
So it didn't?
I don't know. I've never read Jungle Emperor's manga or Jungle Emperor.
There was a white lion. I guess Jungle Emperor might be that white lion anime. Could be that.
Oh, yeah, it has an anime also.
It's a movie. They said it got ripped off from the movie. So,
I've never seen it.
oh well, I don't know. But in fact, Japan, a lot of artists have ripped off a lot of things. I didn't know One Piece is a straight rip-off of Captain Harlock. Do you know Captain Harlock?
Nope.
Exactly. Bruh, even the flag, bro, it's a rip-off. Captain Harlock is a space pirate that is fighting for liberty of the galaxy, something like that, right? But there's so many, not just familiarities, but straight up stolen ideas from Harlock and put into One Piece. It's crazy.
I see. I'm looking it up now. Captain Harlock. Okay. Black Swan says, if it wasn't for Miyazaki, I would basically totally hate fantasy.
Oh boy. See, Miyazaki did something right. So people gotta chill and stop hating on him.
LeMay says he was also anti-AI and saw it as an abomination.
I saw that video. He said this is an insult to human life itself. Indeed.
Yeah, AI is getting crazy though. That's crazy. Bloodness says certain people in the West would actually cry if they worked under him. That's true.
They would, bro. They would even file a lawsuit for mental abuse or emotional abuse.
Yeah.
They would probably throw him in jail, bro. Make him suffer.
The problem is people in the West are already complaining with their jobs already.
Exactly. Man, I saw one crazy American woman cry and scream, say, "It's so hard. It's so hard. Life is so hard right now, and especially if you're a woman living in America." I'm like, bitch, what the hell did you just say? Life is hard? Being a woman in America, where the religion in America is the new Trinity, female, nigga, and gay person? You got to be kidding me. So if they are complaining where they are literally worshipped by the state, then they'll definitely die under Miyazaki, bro.
Yep. Black Swan says, I tried to read a book from one of the tycoons during the early American industrial period, and it was basically incomprehensible.
Oh snap! In what way?
It was basically incomprehensible.
That's it. What do you mean by that?
Like he couldn't, like it was ununderstandable. He could not understand it.
I suppose this is why I never understood any of Napoleon Hill's books. I don't get it. That book is written for other tycoons.
I mean, the nice thing about getting these classics nowadays is you can have like modern translations of old stuff. Which can help people who aren't really used to how the old books were written. But let me read more. LeMay says, English also did not have a set spelling. Many books in the past would not be published today. They would complain about the slow start, ask why you are dropping exposition about this guy and his family, or why they are using semicolons.
Yeah, English underwent a lot of refinement. I've heard too many people say English is the devil's language. It's this, and that. I'm like, nigga, shut up, bro. You speak it. So I don't know what their problem is.
Everybody speaks it. Luck says, is it just because of being old though? I feel like if the hook is set up in every first page or the first few pages, it'll get some attention, even though they may be slow. I don't know. A lot of good movies have slow ass starts, man.
Like what?
Like Seven. Have you seen Seven, the movie?
No.
Okay, let me think of another one. Have you seen Zodiac?
If these sound like classics, old classics, so no, I haven't seen that one either.
These are actually movies that I'm talking about.
Nah, I haven't seen that.
But they are pretty old movies. I'm trying to think of a movie that's a slow burn. Blade Runner. Have you seen Blade Runner?
Yeah, that one is slow.
Yeah, Blade Runner's like really slow. Even the climax, I would like, you can make a case that the climax is not even a climax, bro. So, and it's a masterpiece because of the things that it tries to tell you, the themes and, the story beats.
Exactly.
So I don't know.
Nah, but Blade Runner doesn't count. It doesn't count because
What?
It's not a character-driven story, really. It's a story about a story.
Uh,
Yeah.
well, I guess taste also comes into it, but I never understand people who say they don't like slow things. I don't know an example of something that is really fast paced from the first page, especially books.
It doesn't have to be fast-paced, like boom, and so the cannon was fired, and it tore a gaping hole in someone's chest, and one ear fell to the ground, and the tyrant laughed. You know, it doesn't have to be like that. But
Mm.
you just gotta get to the point, you know?
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand. Where was I? Oh, LeMay says English was a Germanic Dutch language when they got conquered. Then they got conquered by an old French-speaking people. The languages merged, were divided by social class and religion. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I butchered it, but that's what I was trying to say, pretty much.
Yeah, bro, you got educated. You were African, bro. You didn't know what you were trying to say. You know?
But yeah, they were divided by social class and religion. Yeah. That's what I was trying to say, bro. That's you got it. You got it. And then he says, I would recommend reading King James, uh, Daemon, Demonology. Jesus, Demonology book. Okay, King James Demonology book. It is interesting to see how English was before it had a set spelling.
Oh. Yeah, you should do that, man. Since you're the literature guy, you should read it, Pierce.
Well, this is more linguistics, but I'm also into linguistics, so I'll check it out. And then Saito says, well, for me, when it comes to my Japanese learning journey, I learn through listening and mimicking. I do have the Genki textbooks and Japanese grammar books. I use Japanese almost every day, like talking to my Japanese friends via Discord. I don't think learning the language is that hard when you learn the basics. Yeah, well, you use it every day, bro. So I don't think you can say that.
Yeah, if there's a need to use it every day when you're talking to the Japanese friends, then
Yeah.
it's easier.
you you can listen and mimic. Not a lot of people have those resources or those opportunities. Like I remember when I was learning Japanese or attempting to, uh, dude, all I had were PDFs I got really illegally on the internet, and that was it, bro. That was it.
When I learned it in high school a bit, I got this audio book, and it was mostly to teach you how to survive as a tourist. So it was really helpful. So when we went to Turkey on an art tour, there were a bunch of Japanese people there, and well, I was able to talk to them just a little bit, surface level things, and
Hmm.
they were kind of like, why is this nigga? What's this nigga doing in Turkey, and why is he speaking Japanese type thing? You know, I just got that vibe and look. They were like, what? Who is this? Why is he here? Why is he speaking our language? So,
Yeah. Now I can also like speak surface level stuff, but that's because of really just watching a lot of Japanese stuff. Not just anime, but when I was trying to learn it, I started downloading a lot of like TV shows, like really basic things from Japan, right? Where it's just regular people speaking most of the time. I think that also helped me understand how to say some of the stuff. But because I don't speak Japanese every day, it's a skill that's slowly deteriorating, right?
you know, I don't even bother anymore, bro. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I understand why you don't bother. It doesn't have that same intrigue I used to have back
It,
then.
it doesn't, bro. And I won't
But
lie,
Luck says, funny enough, yeah.
I was disappointed, bro, that instead of a pleasant surprise that I could converse with them, it was either disdain or fear or indifference that I could talk to them. I'm like, come on, y'all. I'm not saying love me, but at least reciprocate the energy. So ever since I actually did, run into them, I was like, man, these people really, they don't give one fuck about you, bro, at all. So
Yeah.
yeah, it is what it is.
I had like two girls I was like they were Japanese girls I was speaking to. They were actually like really surprised that I could like understand what they were saying.
Oh yeah.
And because I could always understand it better than I can speak it, right? Because when you learn by yourself, you learn like the theory, how to read it and stuff like that, not really how to speak it. So when they were speaking, I could hear what they were saying, but I couldn't really speak it myself because I was shit at like pronouncing the stuff and just saying the stuff. So they were like, "Oh my god, how do you understand what we're saying?" And I was like, "No, I learned a little bit, but I can grasp what you're saying because I understand grammar and a few words." And like, "Oh wow, like oh that's crazy, that's so cool, that's so cool." Like, so my experience wasn't really indifference with it. It was just like like shock in a way, and they were actually not scared. They were like, because they were trying to make me speak it, and I would used to butcher the fuck out of it, bro. And they were so impressed. Like, yeah, my god. Like, they always viewed me as, well, I wouldn't say inferior, but they didn't have a high standard for me because at the end of the day, I'm not a Japanese person, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that I'm even attempting to speak it was really like mind blowing to them.
At least,
But that
man,
was ages
that's
ago.
a nice.
Ages ago.
At least you experienced that nice one. For me, it wasn't so pleasant. There was one Japanese woman at this restaurant in Durban, that she owned it, and I wanted to talk to her. But back then, I was an arrogant retard, bro. Or too eager, but also arrogant. So I go to the restaurant, I make my order, and then I ask about the owner, and they're like, "Oh, she's there. She's actually Japanese." I'm like, "Cool. I want to talk to her." So, okay, well, wait here because she's still doing something. I'm like, "Nah, it's fine. She's right there. I'll just go to her." And I walk up to her, and I'm like, "Hi, how are you? Nice place you got here. Please, can I ask you some questions?" Yo, bro, she chewed me out. Like, she wrecked me, bro. I actually, that ego, that arrogance I had disappeared that day because she finished me, bro. She absolutely finished me. That, look, you don't have any manners. You have to understand that people have different etiquette. And in this restaurant, I, as the owner, as a Japanese person, your approach is awful. She ripped me apart in front of everyone, you know? And she said, kindly please go sit at your chair. I will attend to you when I have the time. Yo. And I went. And after like 30 minutes, she then came. And she's like, how can I help you? And then we started talking. So, yeah.
Hey, was she wrong though? She wasn't wrong.
No,
bro.
she wasn't wrong. She wasn't wrong. It's like, but you didn't have to grill me in front of everybody in the restaurant, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lux says, funny enough, I just saw some guy exposing One Piece for being a ripoff of that Space Pirate anime manga. Don't know if it's the same video you saw.
It is.
Pretty intense guy. He
Yeah,
reminded me of you back when I first watched your videos, Kafani.
His name is Ranting for Vengeance. And I didn't know about him until, I think I've seen him before, but then Black Swan hooked me up some more with his stuff. I'm like, you know what? This guy isn't wrong. It's just, well, what else do you got for me instead of screaming about the obvious garbage? He's got this Irish accent, calling everything gay and retarded. That's the problem in today's society. Everything's gay and retarded. The way he says retarded, the way he says gay, it's so deep, bro. It's like the hatred for the retardation and the gayness is deep. And I'm like, yeah, this is cool. But he needs to offer more services for us to chew on.
Bruh, I'm looking him up, and the first thing I'm seeing is people talking about him, telling about how he sucks, he's racist, he's pathetic, he doesn't like people, he doesn't like gay people, he doesn't like black people.
Yeah,
And
actually, recently he has been on a crusade calling out hoodweebs, aka black people, all the time. And I was like, how do you know they black? That's the thing. That part I'm confused. Like, go ahead and call niggas out, but that's a false accusation now, actually, because there's no way you can know that these are black people who are saying all this retarded stuff. It's just the new American way of speaking. Everybody speaks like a nigga now. Doesn't mean that they are niggas, right? So he's wrong there. But yeah, man, a lot of people hate him more than they hate me times 10. They try to call
yeah,
him and dox him and you name it. But he's so cool in saying, hey, I can kick your ass, right? You think you can come here and tell me what to do? I can kick your ass. Just show up to my face. And he's a dweeb. You know, he's a little pudgy dweeb. But maybe he can whoop somebody's ass. Who knows? You know?
yeah, I'll check out his videos after the stream.
Ah, he's dope, bro.
uh, oh man, yeah, I'll check out his stuff. LeMay says, I think I just saw one of his videos. And then Zilla says, I just got recommended that guy too today.
Hey, what do you know? What do you know? We all gonna
Yeah.
we wanna support him. He's not wrong. A lot of things is gay and retarded. He's on point there, you know, so.
Damn, that's a fire panel.
Oh, thanks. Gotta start rendering this, but I'm actually grilling up some food right now. I'm low on energy. So, gotta stop.
Yeah. I should also get something to eat. I haven't eaten today. I just had 2 muffins.
Oh, yeah? You've been on a muffin spree?
Yeah, my. What?
You've been on a muffin spree, sugar spree? As I was in the
No.
past week, I was eating donuts like crazy.
My sister baked muffins today, so that's why I had them.
Oh, she can bake. That's cool. She doesn't burn anything.
Nah. Sometimes she does, but not today.
Does she burn it when you ask her to bake it, or she can just burn it by accident even when she's baking by herself?
Nah, just by accident, you know how, sometimes just like the first batch or the last batch, you know, when she's still checking out the kinks, working out the kinks and stuff.
Alright, at least. Mine burns it on purpose. You ask her, hey, next week please bake us some cookies. Like about half will be burnt. And she'll serve them up in the dish. I'm like, but this is burnt. She's like, well, it still tastes nice. Okay.
She's playing the long game. She don't want you to ask her again, bro.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So I stopped asking, bro. I stopped long ago.
Alright.
Is that all the comments?
Yeah, that's all the comments.
Okay. Well, now I guess we have covered the essentials. Now it's just going to be a casual garage conversation. You know.
What?
I'm saying right now we're entering the garage conversation realm where anything flows type thing. You know, it's like, hey, I had a random thought about whatever. In fact, I don't know if you've ever bought songs on iTunes. Have you ever done that?
Nah, bro, I'd never do that.
Now, I didn't want to do it, but because the stupid electricity and the lightning frying, you know, the grid, I cannot sleep in silence, right? I have to have some noise playing in the background. So
Yeah.
I was like, okay, My iPad has the best battery that it can play all night. So, problem is I can't put normal music on it without going through horrendous obstacles. I have to buy stuff on iTunes. So I go there, type in an album, like, you know what? I want Lord of the Rings. How much is it gonna cost? Okay, $100. That's still a lot, but fine. I buy it.
One song is $100.
No, the album.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
like, what?
Now, one song is like 7 Rand or 10 Rand.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so, bruh, I was shocked at the quality. If you think listening to a song on YouTube is gonna give you peak quality, it's night and day difference in comparison to the quality on what you get on iTunes. I couldn't believe it, bruh. I'm like, what? Such a difference, such precision. It's crazy.
Yeah, now YouTube quality is pretty garbage, actually.
I guess it's because they have to compress everything, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know what it is exactly, but it's garbage. Me, when I get music, I try to download FLACs and stuff because I find that has the best quality sometimes.
Flats?
Yeah, like FLACs, like FLACs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That. But now I'm gonna buy more albums. As time goes by, I'm not gonna buy everything now. But still, $100 per album? Nah.
Kinda have to, bro. With the whole electricity thing being such a horrible dependency for us. With every kind of media that we have, we're dependent on electricity now. And our internet also goes with the electricity.
And the weirdest part is they pushing gaming heavy in this country. I don't know if you noticed. Have you noticed that?
They're pushing gaming?
Yeah, like a lot of stores. If you look at Sports Scene, I think I mentioned in a Patreon video. Sports Scene, the clothing store that sells, Nike and Puma. They now have games and consoles there that they're selling. A lot of electronics.
Yo, that's crazy. I didn't know they were selling that stuff.
Yeah, bruh. Like, instead of focusing on the sneakers, they now got a flipping PlayStation in the center of the shop. And you're like, what are we doing here? And that right there shows that, they are pushing entertainment more here. But the problem is, like, how and why? Because these niggas can't even afford the electrical bill. If they can, it's too expensive, or the power goes out anyway. It's just weird that they're pushing electrical entertainment more and more onto people.
Yeah. Gaming though, does it have is the gaming market really that lucrative? Especially here.
I've seen a lot of ads on Instagram that shows like gaming zones in the city, like Brafontaine, like there's a gaming hub, bro. It's like an arcade, but they have PlayStation 5s. And I'm thinking to myself, but niggas are gonna go in there and take everything. What's going on?
Yeah, I used to want to do something like that, but then I was like, with the crime as high as it is where I live, bruh,
Nah, don't do it. There are like I don't want to say champions, but esport contenders, dudes who competed in Street Fighter, the Street Fighter Cup, the Capcom Cup. Of course, they got eviscerated by the other contenders because they can't spend enough time training. It's like, okay, I wanna train for 3 hours, then the power will go off for 10 hours. When it comes back, I'm gonna game again. Nigga, you'll never be good enough because the grid. That's the issue.
Yeah, the power, bro. This power problem.
Nah, it'll never be solved. But We do what we can.
Yeah, I mean, me, it depends on what time the power's out. If the power's out during the day, oh, I have the light, I can just draw something, bro.
Right.
If it's at night though, then a lot of options start to dwindle. Then I have my phone, and I'm like, what can I do on my phone? Usually I have a bunch of movies on my phone or like manga I can read. So most of the time I'm kind of sorted. But last week, bro, I didn't have electricity for like 4 days straight.
Damn. That is crazy.
Yeah, it was like such a crazy storm, and it was hailing, and it fucked up with the power lines or something. I don't know. It was a whole mess, man.
Well, where did you charge your phone? At the mall?
Nah. I have this really crazy power bank that costs me like $500. It's I think it's 50,000 something, like the power it has. It can charge my phone like 6 times.
Damn. And 500 is not a lot. That's actually a good investment.
It is a good investment because I bought it like 2022, I think.
Damn. Now that's how you use your money, man. Because I have a giant battery that I bought, I think, 2 years ago. And one guy made fun of me saying, haha, the power's not as bad as it used to be. Now you look like an idiot buying that battery. I'm like, bruh, how can one be an idiot for staying prepared? Are you stupid? Yo, bruh.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. You can never be too prepared, man. Yeah, so that's what it's so heavy. It's like a brick, bruh. But that thing can charge my phone like 6-7 times. So I didn't really have to charge because I was using my phone sparingly. Most of the time during the day I was just drawing or reading like the physical mangas that I have, reading books that I have. And then at night, then I would watch a movie or read manga, which doesn't really consume a lot of battery because I'm not really tapping the phone much. I'm just watching or reading something. So I lasted the whole 4 days without charging or needing to go out to charge pretty much.
That's what's up. That actually reminds me of this one video I watched about, there was this guy, forgot his name, in the early 1900s, thinking it was 1920. So he grew up in the 1800s, of course, and he started noticing that advertising was conditioning people's perception about being an American. Suddenly, being an American meant for breakfast you would have eggs, bacon, and waffles, or pancake. And he's like, wait a minute, since when is that a thing? Now it's been a legitimate thing that, no, this is how Americans always have been. Like, no, it hasn't. You know? And then he's like, nah, we are being reconfigured to believe a false history about ourselves, a false narrative about ourselves. I'm going to the woods, see if I can survive there. And yeah, he could. He would go to town to buy food and stuff and go back to the woods. But he said, to be human, you need real things in front of you. Because if you're surrounded by fake things, well, anyone can sell you anything because you don't know what's real anymore.
That's true. I mean, we do live in the peak times of advertising, man. Everything is an ad these days, man. Everything. You see ads even in things that you would never think were ads. Even entertainment of like is full of ads these days. You watch a movie and they try to program you to think a certain way about something. That's why I try to like not watch a lot of American movies these days, man.
So which ones do you watch?
Yeah, I've always been into international, like foreign films anyway, like Korean, Chinese, Swedish movies are pretty okay also, German movies, French movies, I watch a lot of French movies, anything except, like yesterday I was watching this movie, Dracula, Dracula movie that came out this year. Have you seen it? I highly doubt you've seen it.
No.
Yeah, it's not even out in America yet. It's out in France. It was mostly produced by like France and a bunch of European countries. It's a retelling of Dracula.
How was it?
It was pretty cool for me. I don't think a lot of people would like it though, because it's the central thing in the movie is romance, right? It's about Dracula and his wife.
Oh, like
Yeah,
so it's not
but
action.
the start of it is like pretty much his wife gets killed. Obviously, that's in the law, and then he kind of like renounces God, and he's like, "Yeah, nah, bro. I told you to tell God not to take my wife. Now I don't want to fight for God. I don't want to do anything. I renounce him." And then he kills like a high priest or something in church. Like what I do like about the movie is that God kind of has a presence because in the movie God makes Dracula a vampire, right? Because Dracula wants to die, and God makes him a vampire so he cannot die.
Okay.
And the people who hunt vampires in the movie are priests, and there's this one priest, and he's the guy who basically convinces Dracula to kind of die, right? Because he's the guy who can kill Dracula, but he needs Dracula to allow the priest to kill him because Dracula is too powerful, right? He can't be killed unless he decides that he wants to be killed. But the whole thing of the movie is that Dracula's hunt is looking for his wife because he believes in reincarnation, right? And then 400 years later, after his wife dies, she does in fact become reincarnated. That's the whole plot of the movie. He's looking for his wife.
Wow, that's actually pretty nice.
Dude, the
Interesting.
cinematography of the movie is so cool. It's a beautiful movie.
Yeah, you're gonna have to send me a link, man. That sounds real nice.
Yeah, I know you like Dracula. I mean, you did Bloody House.
Yeah, of course. Nah, I gotta check that out.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty decent movie. It's a pretty decent movie. I like it.
Now, when you watch movies these days, do you do it intentionally? Like, do you intentionally
Uh,
sit down and be like, today, right now, I want to watch a movie?
yeah, most of the time I do that. I think it has to be with intention for me because if I do it without intention, I feel like I'm wasting time. I don't really enjoy it. I need to put my mind into it. I need to like literally tell myself like, oh, okay, let me. I don't watch movies when I'm bored. That's the thing. When was the last time you watched a movie?
Um, a new movie?
It
It's,
doesn't matter, just a movie in general.
damn, bro. The fact that I can't remember just lets you know that, yeah, this nigga don't watch movies like that no more. I watched the
Yeah.
series though. Just 3 episodes of the new season of this crime series. It's from the Power universe. You know, the one that had what's that guy's name? Omari Hardwick. Yeah, it's a spin-off. Um, that series, at least the first part of it, the original one, was about a gangster drug dealer trying to go straight. And that's why I like the main character Ghost so much, right? He was trying to go clean. He wanted his wife to see him differently as the clean guy, going legitimate, but she was more turned on by him being a drug dealer. So he cheated, right? And then he gets killed by somebody from the family. I won't spoil it, right? And then the spin-off, like the sequel to it, is about the guy who killed him, the family member who killed him, and it's complete ass. I mean, cinematography, acting is amazing, but I thought it would end with that family member seeing the wrong that he did, but no, he doesn't see anything wrong. The spin-off, the spin-off is somebody who accepted that he's a gangster and he's in it for life, type thing. So he goes to a different city to try, thrive there as a drug dealer. and he discovers he has other family he didn't know about. So he's trying to keep them safe here and there, but they also want to get into the dangerous business. So it's interesting, but I'm mostly watching it because I grew up watching it since university days. So I just want to see it how it's gonna end, type thing.
I understand that. I understand that. I think a show that had me like that, like by the end, it wasn't as good as when it started, but I was watching it because I was really invested and I liked the characters. Was Supernatural? Have you seen Supernatural?
Uh huh.
Yeah, I used to watch Supernatural when I was a kid, and by the end, it was such a mess, bro. But I still liked the characters, so I just watched it
How did
because
it
I've been
end?
watching. What?
How did it end?
I don't know, man. In the later seasons, they were fighting God, and it was so convoluted. But they both die somehow, and then they meet in the afterlife, and that's it.
Really? Yeah, me in
Yeah,
heaven or hell?
I think they kind. I don't remember like how they actually resolved that thing, but I don't think they ended up in hell or heaven. It was just some, you know, afterlife type thing.
Maybe they were in purgatory, I guess.
Maybe, maybe. But I did like the show. The show was real. They were exploring a lot of like nice ideas.
Yeah, they were modernizing mythology. They were
Yeah, they were
exploring
kind of
it
making
through.
Christianity a mythology of sorts. I used to like that.
Yeah, it was interesting because everybody like has been exposed to almost every religion. You've heard about this, you've heard about that God, and then Supernatural brings them all in. You heard about the four horsemen. I remember that one season where the horsemen was set loose, and
Yeah,
yeah, it was pretty interesting. It was really.
yeah. I also really like how they don't write the angels as all good people. Like everyone has nuance. Demons, angels, everyone.
Yeah, it's not one dimension.
Yeah, but I used to like that one. But lately, man, honestly, this Dracula movie is the first recent thing I've watched in a long time. Usually, when I watch a movie or show, I usually just watch old things. Like right now, I'm watching Mad Men and The Sopranos.
Is that a series?
Yeah, both of those are series from like 2000s, bro.
Oh, The Sopranos. Yeah, I
Yeah, you
remember
remember it?
how. Yeah, people were always talking about it. Oh, Sopranos, Sopranos. And I never understood their appeal, but I think I should jump on it and see for myself, like, what's this thing about? Because I watched Breaking Bad 2, 3 years ago for the first time, and I was blown away. Absolutely blown away.
Yeah,
Well,
I think if you do watch like TV shows, you should just watch like the old ones because back in the day, man, the writing was just so different. You could tell that this is for television. Like this is they writing it with so much intention. It's a weekly show. Unlike now, the new shows where they're written in a state where the writers know that this will be binged, right? Netflix will drop the whole season on one day, and people will watch the whole thing and just consume it like a buffet in a way. But those old school shows, man, every episode has so much nuance. Like you could think about the episode for so long because they were meant to have gaps in between, like weeks in between. Same thing with Breaking Bad. Same thing with The Sopranos. But I really think you would enjoy Mad Men because I think Mad Men is one of the most masculine shows I've ever watched, bro.
okay, I never heard of it. What's it about?
It's about this guy's main character, and it's basically about how can I describe? Let me get the synopsis because I'm in like season 4. It has 7 seasons, and I'm in like season 4, and I'm not sure if the plot is the same throughout the whole show, right?
Okay.
So let me get the synopsis so I can. um, they say here. What the fuck? Yeah, it's a drama about one of New York's most prestigious ad agencies at the beginning of the 1960s, focusing on one of the film's most mysterious but extremely talented ad executives, Donald Draper. That's the main character. That guy's so fucking fire, bro.
All right. I'll give it a chance.
Yeah, I think it's pretty relevant in today's climate, actually, thanks to obviously the amount of ads and everything going on. But they take it to such an extreme degree where it's kind of unrealistic, but it's entertaining and it has some basis, like some grounding, right? When I say it's unrealistic, I don't mean in the aspect that they do some supernatural stuff. I just mean like it's so hyper, hyper stylistic in a way.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but it's really good, bro.
All right, I'll give it a chance. I mean, I did say I'm over capacity for new things, but I'll see. I can watch one episode a week if I really like it.
Yeah, for sure. But Breaking Bad, man, that show. You only watched it 3 years ago.
Yeah, that was the first time, bro. I watched the whole thing. I repeated some episodes. I'm like, damn.
Did you see how slow it is?
It was slow, but in that time, it was during the lockdowns, and and I felt like I was in prison. I'm gonna rot. So, everything slowed down. Life was slow. Yeah, I was able to be like, okay, what else am I gonna do? Type thing.
Yeah, because a lot of people talk about how Breaking Bad is so fire, but the first 2 seasons of Breaking Bad, bro, they are so slow. I remember when I was recommending it to a friend of mine. It took him like 3 years to finish 2 seasons, bro. But after he got to season 3, it took him a month to finish the whole thing.
2 years, that is nuts, man.
He was always telling me about, bro, where's the story going?
Okay, yeah, I guess a lot of things, it has to find you at the right time.
That's
Sometimes
true.
you're just not ready to receive the goodness, you know.
Yeah, that is true. I'm trying to think of a show that is highly acclaimed that I watched really late. I guess it would have to be. I don't know. Let me check. Because most of the stuff that I watched them when they were coming out. Like Breaking Bad, I didn't watch it when it was coming out, but I watched it like when I was in high school. And I was like, back then, I was the only one who could kind of download stuff off the internet back then. So I was basically downloading stuff for people that would ask me, yo, can you get this? And I would get it. But I didn't have anyone to talk to about it. Because a lot of people back then were just like watching Stranger Things or whatever was like popular at the time. I remember Mr. Robot was really popular back then.
I tried to watch Mr. Robot some time ago, and I don't know why I just never went back there. I need to try again. Did you watch it?
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah, like when I was in high school, I watched it back then. I think it was really good for me. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I need to
Yeah,
go in
but
there.
I haven't rewatched it like ever since, man. I think I only remember the first season. I don't even remember how it ended.
Do you remember what it was actually about, though?
Wasn't it about that guy who was like hacking?
Yeah, it was a hacker, but I remember episode 1. I watched like half of episode 1. He was a hacker, and he was exposing people doing bad things. And in the
Yep.
first episode, there was a guy who was a PDF, and he reported him. And when the guy tried to bribe him, he's like, I don't want your money, or I don't need your money, something like that. And then the cops came in.
Yeah, I think I remember it now.
Yeah, and that's where I left it off. I'm like,
Yeah, I
Okay.
used to like that show. That guy always seemed untouchable, bro. And not in the fact that he was invincible, but he always felt like he was untouchable by society's degenerates. You know, like you can't buy him off.
Right, right.
Yeah, I always liked that.
Yeah, gotta go watch it then.
Yeah, it was really interesting. It was really like again another old show. Like I actually don't know any recent shows, honestly. I haven't been on Netflix or any HBO or whatever. Nothing new, bro.
I don't blame you, bro. Me too. Are you excited for The Boys final season next year?
I didn't even watch season 4, so I don't. Not really, but I will watch it. I will finish it. That's the final season, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will finish it. I will finish it. Maybe that will give me the sense of urgency I need to watch season 4 because I think the last one I watched was season 3. I didn't even watch the spin-off.
Ah man, screw the spin-off. Honestly, season The Boys fell off at season 2 for me. I mean, it's really not a story where anyone can be redeemed. They just keep getting worse, worse, and worse. I'm actually scared to watch season 5 because I know it's gonna be so awful, bro, and so disgusting. So,
Yeah, no, I understand. I do wanna watch it though. I think I will watch it. I have no sense of urgency though. A friend of mine was trying to convince me to watch Invincible. I still haven't watched Invincible. I'm like, I have no sense of urgency to watch that show.
bro, you don't need to watch that show at all. Like, I'm
Yeah,
sure your friend just likes all the guts that are spilled all over the screen. That's about it.
he sent me the Conquest monologue, and I was like, oh, that's a pretty good monologue. Where he's like, I don't even get a name. I'm so lonely.
That was just cheap if you ask me, bro. Because it's
You think it
like,
was cheap?
it is cheap. Am I supposed to care? It was just Invincible throws super powerful characters at you too quickly. Like, there isn't a proper build up, you know? And then Mark always has. He gets angry enough and then he can beat Conquest of all people. I mean, his name is Conquest, one of the strongest, oldest, most experienced. He's lived for 3,000 years, and Mark's been alive for what, 18 years? So if you have 3,000 years of experience, there's no way you can say, I didn't see that coming. Of course you did. So,
That is kind of bad. So they just made him appear in one episode and just killed him off that episode.
well, he's not really dead, but yeah, Mark pretty much wrecked him, and it's like, this is garbage. This is straight garbage. All of us started watching Invincible, even the weekend of all people, because he was locked in his house in 2020. So that's the only main reason. Like, I don't want to hear somebody say, no, I genuinely liked it. Nah, bro, you were locked in the house and you had nothing else better to do. The weekend couldn't go to his brothels and he was watching it and retweeting it.
I just know a lot of stuff about Invincible, but I only watched season 1 and I only watched a few episodes and that's it. But I've heard that they spend so much money on the voice actors that the animation kind of suffers.
Yeah, it's no different to what they're doing with the manga, like the Vinny Hacker thing, right? Oh, Vinny Hacker, 15 million followers. He has a manga. Please read, support. So it's all about the name, celebrity names. It's no longer about the actual IP itself.
That's crazy, man. Because I actually don't think actors make good voice actors. I think there are anomalies here and there where they get like I think J.K. Simmons is great as Omni-Man,
Yeah,
but that's because J.K. Simmons is just
a legend. He's that good.
yeah, he's like a legend, bro. Have you seen Whiplash?
Yeah, I've seen it. I didn't watch
Oh.
it like through and through. I think I should, but yeah.
Yeah, you definitely should, bro. He's like he has a presence where you don't even have to see his face just to feel him. Because in I think Whiplash is probably his best film. But in Whiplash, there's a scene where he sits down with the guy, with the drummer. It's after he gets fired and stuff, and he tells him that, like, if it wasn't for me, a lot of you people would not even be musicians, let alone artists, right? Because anyone can pick up a fucking a drum and beat it, but it takes something else, and I am the only person who can give you that something that can bring it out of you, right? And when he's speaking, you can tell that he believes in what he's saying. He is the person that he's like pretending to be, because I guess we can say acting is pretending. But I don't think J.K. Simmons pretends in anything he does, bro.
He's the OG. He's the real deal.
Yeah, you can tell it in his voice. I think, yeah, he is a great voice actor, but not a lot of actors can pull off being voice actors. I think, do you know God of War?
Yeah.
Dude, both voice actors for Kratos, those guys are so fire. Because when they speak normally, they just speak. But then when you ask them to be Kratos, like, you can feel like, oh my, that's like, whoa, where did you go, bro? Like, now you're Kratos. You know, you can literally close your eyes and see Kratos when they're speaking, when they're voice acting him. And it's a craft that doesn't get enough flowers, to me, personally. So when you just get any nameless, like not nameless, like any famous actor, like, oh yeah, come be a voice actor. Like I saw in the next season, they're getting Aaron Paul, the guy from Breaking Bad, to voice someone. I'm like, really?
Actually, he walked out. He walked out.
He left?
Yeah, he left.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Why?
I don't know. He just left, and I'm glad because he was playing like a useless character anyway.
Ah, okay. Because I don't think that guy has a commanding voice, you know. Sometimes it doesn't even have to be commanding. Sometimes he has to be unique, and I've never seen any voice work from him, so I'm like, ah.
Now, Aaron Paul's a great actor, but he's either poorly casted or screwed over. But his greatest performance, I would say, is Breaking Bad, and this one episode from, I don't know if it was Black Mirror, but it's where
It was Black Mirror.
Oh yeah, that one episode, bro. That was a great performance.
Where his wife and he's an astronaut or something.
Uh-huh.
Dude, I like that episode. That episode is so heartbreaking, man. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
man, I was traumatized after that episode.
Oh my god, that was traumatizing, bro.
But I was thinking to myself, why did they take their real bodies to space? They should have taken their fake bodies to space.
That's true. But I think, yeah, I don't know why they did that. Now that I think about it, like, oh, that shit was so sad though, man. Like, I didn't even know how to feel by the end because that other guy was kind of right. Like, you know, now we're even.
Yeah, no, but he's still wrong. What do you mean we're even? I didn't kill your family, and you killed
That's
mine.
true, but now you know how I feel. Right now we're partners.
Yeah, now we're equal.
Yeah, like now we're the same, bro. But bro, like Black Mirror has some of the craziest pieces of stories, man. Like, but yeah, his performance in that episode was pretty good. Like, it was pretty great.
Yeah, poor guy, though. There aren't enough good movies with good writing that can use his skills properly. That's the problem.
Yeah, I think he's also on Westworld, but not in the. I've only seen one season of Westworld. It was so good, I don't even feel the need to watch the rest of the seasons.
Well, it fell off, so I think you shouldn't.
Yeah, but season 1 is so good, bro. Oh my god.
I actually don't. I just remember the naked people there. I'm like, I got turned off by that. I'm like, is this just another Games of Thrones wannabe in the West, some type thing? So I
Yeah,
left it alone.
I remember watching it. Oh man, I was so mind blown by the plot twist near the end, and I was like, "What? How did I not see that?" It was really good though. I really liked how futuristic it was, where a video game now is so realistic to the point where, like, there's this one guy. I don't know if you, well, are you gonna watch it?
Nope.
So there's this one guy, bro. He's been playing the game for so long that he can't tell that it's a game anymore. Like,
Wow.
I can't even, like, dude. And they did this trick in the show where they show you the character twice, but they don't tell you that it's the same guy. Yeah, and so one is he's a villain, right, by the end when he's old and stuff. He's like a villain. But they also show you how he started the game. Like his first time in the game, how he wanted to be a hero, like he fell in love, he did all these things. But then by the end they show you that no, it's actually the same character. Just years in between. Like what?
That's a nice twist.
Dude, the twist I never saw it coming. But that's just one twist. There's another twist with this one guy that's kind of like the semi-protagonist that we're following, and it turns out that he's also a robot. And I was like, what? Oh my god. Yo, dude, me watching Westworld was such a pivotal place for me because I was like, yo, this is a crazy show. It's so good. And I remember watching it, I was like, this is premium television right here.
You know, now that you mention it and describe it like that, I wonder, what are we supposed to do when we encounter such great works like that? What's the point? I mean,
For me, it inspired me to write. I was like, if they can pull this off and they can hide it like this, I just felt like such a mindless consumer when I was watching it. Like I couldn't see anything from the creative standpoint, and I was like, I want to do that. That's what I want to achieve with my writing. I want to hide it in plain sight so well that they never see it coming.
okay. Well, yeah, definitely, I suppose. If there's a writer in you, you can be inspired. Sometimes I wonder, like, is that it though? Because, you know, all the other people who are not writers, who watched it, who said it's fire, yada, yada, yada. Okay, bro, what did you do after watching it? What did you do? Did you switch on another series? Like, okay, time to watch that. Forgot all about this one. This is nuts. You know, I just can't take it anymore. Like, nah. What's the point?
I could never do that. Like, switching on another show immediately after watching another one, I could never. Like, if I watch a good show, man, it's gonna be on my mind for like days. I'm gonna be thinking about it. I'm not gonna be able to focus on any new like story or any new show because I'm gonna still be thinking of the characters that I just watched. Like, if I finish a whole season of a show and then I immediately start another one,
So you don't do that.
I can't. I have to play a video game or something just to like take a break, especially if it's so good that it literally means something to me. It stays in my head and I think about it. I can't just automatically watch something else. In fact, I go to YouTube and I try to find out as much as I can about what I just watched. I try to find out who wrote it, what else they did, like how it came about, like, and I just try to stay in that world that I was just. I'm kind of in denial that it's over because it was so good, instead of looking for new places to go, right?
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's how it should be. Because yeah, for me, I don't want to. I don't want to watch something good and then, so, well, time to watch something else type thing, or just go to sleep. That's why I asked about intentionally watching something. You watch movies with intention. For me, everything now is maybe hyper intentional, right? and of course that can be rather a bad thing. But bro, I'm just so past passive consumption now. I'm past it. I can't do it.
I'm the same, bro. I'm the same. I mean, so I said earlier when you asked me if I was intentional with watching Dracula, it's the same, man. Like I also don't think mindless consumption is worthwhile. Like it doesn't give me anything. Like if I want to do something mindlessly, then I'll just play a video game that I know. Like I'll just go to that world. Like maybe I'll play the Elden Ring so many times. If I want to just do something mindless, I'll just like play Elden Ring. And even that is impossible to do mindless because I need to not die. So I'm always on the edge, right? So I don't know. Watching stuff without intention, I feel like is a waste of time, honestly.
Exactly.
It's a waste of time because there's already so many. It's like you said, your capacity to watch new things has diminished. A lot of people is the same, but they don't realize it because they're stuck in this loop of just consuming. They can't reflect on anything. The products themselves, the shows, the movies, they don't have any value because they're just another cart in the train of consumption.
Exactly, bro. And it's
So
sickening. It's absolutely sickening. And that's why
it,
I brought up that guy who went to the woods. It was also mentioned in the video where, you know, being in the woods, of course, there was no electricity. So what he would do was just read with a candlelight or during the daytime and write his own books. Maybe chill in nature sometimes. And he mentioned he was living intentionally. When you are in the elements or around the elements to that level, you know, you kind of have to be really intentional with your day so that you're not caught off guard by something. Like, did you make sure the bear trap is still active? Otherwise, you know, you're gonna hear a knock at the door. Um, did you take the carrots, or did you do something in the garden so that the foxes and groundhogs don't do anything? You know, you have to be really intentional with your how your day is structured, right? And I remember in high school, life seemed to flow way better. Not This is not nostalgia speaking. I was analyzing the structure of my days while in high school and why maybe playing games was way more fun back then. It's not entirely that the games were better, but I think it's because you were very intentional in playing. You knew that, okay, I just got home now, it's 5 p.m. I still have to do my homework because they want it tomorrow. So at 7 p.m. I'll go do my homework. So I'm going to play this game and see what level I get to, type thing. That's very intentional, and it gives a different type of reward and a type of experience that you can't get if you just, you know, passively are doing something, mindlessly just doing something. Wouldn't you say?
nah, for sure, for sure. I mean, I remember when I was, and it's crazy because school did kind of give you a lot of structure because it took a huge chunk of your day.
Massively. It was the
Yeah, like a
majority of your
huge.
day.
Exactly. So when you come back from school, you already know what priorities you need to focus on. Get the homework done as fast as possible. Eat so that you can have your free time. And when you have your free time, you do something with intention because you know that I don't have all day to do this.
Exactly.
So you appreciate it more and you do it with so much intention that you know that, oh my God, maybe at 8 I need to go to bed because I have to go to school tomorrow. But I'm going to play this as much as I can in those 3 hours or those 2 hours that I have and go polish my shoes, make sure everything is done for tomorrow, you know, and then go to bed. And somehow, even like now, you can try to do that. You apply, like, make a structure for yourself, but it's so difficult because it involves discipline and so many inherent
Yeah, now it's
habits that you have to.
discipline. It's not
Yeah,
automatic,
exactly.
you know, and that kind of because now you are aware that you're forcing yourself to do it. There are no consequences. Like if you're not gonna stay disciplined, let's say if I kept eating more donuts, it's not like anyone cares if I'm gonna be 8,000 pounds. Maybe Art Crumbs will call me a hypocrite, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I'm the one who's gonna die of a heart attack. So
Exactly.
it's like not enough people can shun you in a way where you care immediately. Because at school, if you didn't do your homework, you get the dunce hat and you sit in the middle of the corner and everybody laughs at you, takes pictures. You didn't want to be humiliated, right? So there were consequences for a lot of things in high school or in school in general. So,
Yep.
boy. And then we had to like conform to those standards at the time. If we didn't, we would be excommunicated or humiliated. And we didn't want that.
No. That's why I think they say motivation is for losers, discipline is for the winners, right? Because if you keep waiting for motivation, you'll never get anything done. But if you're disciplined, discipline doesn't just work with the work that you're trying to do. It also works with yourself as a person.
But you see, here's the catch though. The catch is everybody who talks about discipline, let's say LeBron James talks about discipline. It's like, nigga, you have to be disciplined. You have all the best NBA coaches in the universe waking your ass up in the morning. Your nutritionist is at the door. If you don't be disciplined, you won't lose your job and you'll be humiliated. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
not a
yeah,
normal
yeah, I get it.
person. Exactly. All this time, I'm like, I never really thought about discipline in a way. Like, I don't think I've ever preached discipline here. I've always preached that at the end of the day, you have to know that you need to do this type thing. I don't believe in discipline. I don't. Like, you just have to know that you need to do this, that there are consequences for not doing it. And if there are not, you always want to lollygag. I'll rail on a person because they'll speak as if they're disciplined. They'll speak as if they're working hard, like Sinverse, right? And the results show that, nah, nigga, you're not working at all. So I'm gonna joke on you, right? So most people, us normal people, discipline is impossible. It's impossible, right? I started eating healthy this year. Like I remember in 2019, I was in the best shape ever. I had abs and whatnot, right? Then early 2020, I got with this girl, and the first thing she grabbed onto was a dude's arms, right? So I was stacked. But then the lockdown came in, and I got fat without realizing it. One day I wake up and she's staring at me with disdain. And she asked me, "Why are you so fat?" And that was my breakfast, bro. You know, her arms were folded and whatnot. I'm like, "What do you mean I'm fat?" She's like, "You're fat now." I'm like, "What? Since when?" She's like, "You're fat. Like, you were not fat when we got together." I'm like, "No, it can't be." I go to the mirror and I really couldn't see that I got big at all, bro. I couldn't see it, right? I mean, she was causing me stress too, so obviously I got big. I was eating a lot of cookies back then to cope with the pain that she was causing. So I'm like, oh snap, I got fat, okay, time to do something about it. But I struggled to do something about it because the results of getting back into shape would not mean a better relationship. Because when I was in great shape, it's not like the relationship was great either. So I was not really motivated. And even though I tried to instill some discipline into getting back on the horse, um, it was on and off. It wasn't. It felt like I didn't have to do it because I didn't see a reason to do it. Why? Just so I can be in shape and still experience grief from you, right? So at the end of the day, you have to do whatever you got to do because you need to. This year, I started eating healthy, like a complete new nutrition diet. Went to the nutritionist and stuff like that. Because I was starting now to get like ailments, like serious ailments. I'm like, all right, now I gotta do something about this, like for real. I was maybe like 3 years away from looking like Art Crumbs, you know, with the swollen head and the swollen face. I was 3 years away, bro. So I had to do it. It's like, look, you might not get a lot of rewards for eating all this healthy trash, but at least you're not going to experience all the ailments. So in other words, you need to do this to negate the ailments, right? And so it became a habit to do what I don't want to do because I have to do it. The same way LeBron wakes up at 3 in the morning. He doesn't want to do that, but he has to do it. You see?
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand what you mean by that. They are disciplined. It's not even discipline for them. It's a necessity. Like, I always feel like discipline is something it has to be, like, I don't think it's discipline for LeBron James because it's his life, you know.
It's
like
his
you
job.
said, if he doesn't
Yeah.
do it, he's gonna get fired, you know. Like, that's his life.
Exactly.
So it's not really, he can't talk about discipline, right? Because, I mean, if you put 10 people in his position, 9 of them would do exactly what he's doing.
Exactly.
So, when you talk about it like that, I guess, yeah, discipline is kind of a hoax from those people who talk about
It's
it.
a damn hoax, bro. It's a psyop, bro. Like, I am so sick and tired of these damn psyops. Like, legit, almost everything's a psyop. They will gaslight you that you're not disciplined enough. You know, shame on you. You're not making 6 figures because you lack discipline. You see that guy who dunks his head in the ice bucket in the morning? What's his name? Aston
Yeah.
Hall?
Yeah, what happened to that guy?
No, he's
So
still at it, bro. He's still at it, right? And I'm like, this guy talks about discipline as well, the come up, and how he was fat or skinny back in the day, and now he's swole. I'm like, dude, you are on like 3 kinds of roids. You're not natural. Obviously, you're very privileged. What do you even do for a living? Like, you're a privileged guy.
Everyone was saying that, like, yo, even like this YouTube guy, Coach Greg, I think is his name. He's like, dude, this guy, if you listen to that guy, he's on roids, bro. Like, it's not about discipline. It's not about anything like that. It's not about waking up at 3 a.m. in the morning, putting your face in ice. There's this other guy that I watch. He's an American YouTuber, but he covers like current day, not current day, but like current events and stuff, like whatever's happening on the internet, right? And his whole thing is basically like, do what you want to do, bro, because these people are lying, right?
Straight.
And there's no certain way to do anything. Right, you can see someone have like a Bugatti mansion or whatever your like idea of success is, and they're gonna sell you on something like, oh yeah, no, wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning, dunk your face in ice, do all of those things, but then the guy isn't even doing that. Turns out the guy maybe jerks off 10 times a day, does everything he stands against, and after jerking off the 10th time, he actually does the work that he says he's gonna do.
Imagine. And half of it.
Dude, and like, so So jerking off does not drain your energy, because you know how they always try to push narratives like, nah, buy this thing, or do this, or don't do that, don't do that. So that guy, I think his name is Young Don or whatever. So he's always like,
Oh, him. He's the former Christian guy. He was
yeah, yeah,
grifting the
yeah.
Christian thing. And that guy's a retard, bro. I hate that nigga, bro. Like, that guy is so low IQ, low frequency, low effort type nigga. If I saw that nigga, bro, I'ma drop him like, bro, I have to beat you because you're just that lame, bro. You know, I hate that nigga, bro, with a passion.
Yeah, a lot of people they say, bruh, you used to be a Christian, now you're not a Christian, like a grifter, bro.
Nah, he was a straight up grifter. And all he did was honestly just react, right? He actually watches other people watching a video and reacts to that. So he won't even go to the source video. He'll watch another guy talking about the video and then commentate on that, spend like 36 minutes. I would look at the comments and mother effers be like, oh, he's the best YouTuber ever. Nigga, why? How?
Best YouTuber.
Bro. Hate that guy.
Nah, man, I was watching him talking about, this is actually how I know. He was talking about, well, not talking, but he was reacting to Coach Greg talk about this other guy who's in the, I think his name's Hamza or something.
Yeah, Hamza.
And they were talking about how, this is basically what I was saying. They were talking about how Hamza was always telling people, like, to do this, and that. And then he's not doing none of that stuff. He's on so many roids, bruh. Like, Coach Greg said, like, the amount of roids he's doing, and his body, it's not even accurate. Like, he should be so jacked right now, thanks to the amount of drugs that's on him. And he looks
normal.
like he's natural.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, he looks like normal. It's so crazy. So I was watching that video, and he was talking about how, like, there's no prescription to success, right? There's no, go to the gym, you'll get bitches. Go to the gym, you'll be a millionaire. Like, do this, and you'll get this. There's nothing like that. Everyone is saying something and doing something else, right? So, yeah.
Nah, it's true. It's true. Nah, I mean, that's not to say that, well, coffee means we don't have to listen to you. Nah, bro. Hold on a minute, right?
Hold on.
Hold
Stay with
on
me
a
now.
minute. Hold on a minute. Now, if you want to do it right, you want to follow this caffeine because I'm following Torishima. Torishima proved that his method works, so the coffee method works, right? I mean, it's some things are just 1 + 1 is 2. So just because now some people can say 1 + 1 is 17, we know it's a lie. And we know their father is probably Harvey Weinstein, and that's why they're making money that they've always had. So let's not kid ourselves, right? There are things that you know that, okay.
I think some things do need structure. You know, sometimes you do need a formula to follow. But those are like for practical things. Like making a manga is such a practical thing. But people on the internet aren't looking for ways on how to make a manga. There's literally a million videos on YouTube on how to make a manga, bro.
Yeah.
Most people are looking for, like, make me make it, right? Tell me why I need to make it. Convince me why I should do what I want to do, which is, like, insane. But that's literally what people on the internet are doing. Like, they want these, like what you said earlier, like shortcuts, right? For things that they themselves want to achieve. Like, bruh, why am I supposed to convince you to do what you want to do?
Exactly.
But I think that's like half the problem, because the other half is also people who are chasing these superficial things, right? Like money, women, Bugattis, mansions, and everyone is trying to make money. Everyone is trying to be
relevant.
Relevant.
And I don't think it's about money anymore, hey. I think it's more about attention and relevance. Because look at Myron Gaines. You know Myron, right? From Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Fresh and Fit.
I don't like Myron because he's a CIA operative, and if anyone thinks that he's not, I'm sorry, you jacked in the head. That guy is a straight up operative, a Muslim operative, because suddenly he's like, not that I care about that anymore, I don't care, but suddenly he's like, yeah, guys, I've been learning Arabic so I can give you like real news and what's happening in Palestine and in the Middle East, so we don't get the psyop Western news. I'm like, dude, you're from Sudan. Your parents are Sudanese. You've always been Arabic. Shut the F up. And you're not a Negro. Like, you see, what I hate about America sometimes is that if you're brown, apparently you're black. You got African descent. No, you don't. Sudanese niggas, Ethiopians, and some Kenyans, y'all are not African like that. You're like Arabs mixed with Arab blood, but you're more Arab than Negro, right? So Myron considers himself an African American. I'm like, no, the fuck you're not, bro. Stop with the psyops. You know, now you trying to spin the narrative, and you want to be part of Palestine. You want to be part of the manosphere. You want to be part of the red pill, and then you want to bring conservative news and geopolitical news. This shows me that this guy definitely, one, is an operative to distract people and to lean them towards a what's the word? I suppose a Muslim friendly view, I guess, that there should no longer be a holding onto the Christian values for Americans. That's been dead for a long time anyway. So I'm like, okay, this is what he's doing, but at the same time, this guy cares more about the attention than the money. You know, because we don't even see what they do with the money. If you're working hard for money, show us what you do with the money. What positive stuff are you doing with the money? Do you see any of that these days, bruh? Because the last thing that I've always seen people with money do is buy Lamborghinis, right? That's about it. Now, what else do you do? Get hoes? Hoes got money too now, so they don't care.
Yeah, that's true, bro. Some hoes got more money than guys now, so.
Bruh, these hoes ain't playing, dog. So,
You can't really convince them with money. So yeah, money is kind of getting irrelevant, you know.
exactly. So, what are people working so hard for?
Yeah, but no, you're right. The current currency is attention, especially online. Like,
You see, it's relevant.
yeah, attention and relevance, man. That's like the core things that everyone is looking for. Everyone wants to be relevant. But it's crazy because a lot of them, once they do get the attention and the relevance, they don't know what to do with it.
They don't know what to do.
Like there was this girl that got popular a few, was it months? Not even sure. Time moves so crazy on the internet. But there was this girl who's, I think it was the Hawk Tour girl or something.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, she got so popular and in such a short amount of time. She didn't do anything, bro.
She started
like
a podcast and it died.
Yeah, exactly. Because she didn't have anything to say. Not everyone has something to say, bro. What was her audience? She didn't have an audience. She didn't have anything. She wasn't selling anything. She didn't have anything to say. Like, that's why it died.
Yeah, they all want to capitalize, right? And watch me. It's like Akash's wife, right? She's got a podcast pretty much exposing all the garbage that she wants to smash her best friend's husband. And clearly that's for attention because she's got all the money in the world from that retard Akash, right? So now it's like you want attention, but for what? Do you want like other frat boys to come to your house and blast you? You already went through that, you know? So it's so weird, bro. People naturally think that the more attention I get, well, it's going to mean more money. But if I have money, then what? Okay, if I get money, what do I do with the money? Okay, do I have to show people that I have money? I have to take pictures in Lambos, be in the Bahamas. Like I watch Coach Greg almost every day, right? I've taken a break now, and his lifestyle, the free agent lifestyle, I agree with it in terms of be a free agent. The narrative of old is dead, so on and so on. Cool, but his message of being a free agent, well, what he's personally doing is he's smashing all these hoes. He's going on tour to smash hoes. And I'm like, bro, come on, man. So this is what success looks like? You want to travel the world to smash hoes? What for? Is this how you prove that you're successful? You got one hussy there, another hussy there. Come on, man. Like, seriously, I don't even envy that. I don't care. So, it's a dilemma, bro.
It feels so empty.
Wow. You see, humanity has reached the pinnacle. There was a guy who sent me a pitch for Coffee Originals, and his MANAA was about humanity that reached the pinnacle of civilization. Like they created a new space engine and a new sun, stuff like that. And they literally created heaven. And then everybody killed themselves because there was nothing left, right? Like, oh, what's there to achieve? What's there to pursue when everything has been, discovered, unlocked, yada yada yada. I'm like, hey, this is a cool concept. And then there were other survivors though. I'm not remembering it fully correctly, but it was interesting. And
That is very interesting.
it just goes to show that humans need struggle. They need to suffer. The pursuit of pleasure is to negate suffering. But if you completely remove suffering from your life, you will suffer an unspeakable suffering that you're going to hang yourself, right? So all these years, humans have been trying to build and tame nature, tame reality, to stop the suffering, the emptiness. But by doing that, you make things worse. Now, without new things to discover, with no belief in a leprechaun waiting for you on the other side of the mountain, you're like, why should I even travel to the other side of the mountain? I'm just going to stay here. There isn't a leprechaun. Back in the day, you'd be like, yeah, brother, there's a leprechaun on the other side of the mountain. Let's go climb it, You go there, maybe somebody falls, dies, a bear attacks, you survive, you tell stories. And then your grandchild's like, Grandpa, what did the leprechaun look like? I mean, Barney died, the other one got clawed, and you lost a leg. Did the leprechaun give you gold? And Grandpa would say, you know what, grandson? I didn't find the leprechaun, but I did find the answer to a lot of things in my life. And I think that is already a good gift, more important than gold. He'd create some bullshit like that for the kid. And the kid was like, yay, type thing. And he'll go climb the mountain and get clawed as well.
Yeah. Nah, I agree. We do need meaning. We do need meaning, man.
Wait, we need what? Meaning?
What?
Did you say we need meaning?
Yeah, I said meaning.
Bruh, there ain't no damn meaning. That wasn't what I meant. I didn't mean we need meaning. I meant we need suffering. We need a suffering that can't be solved. Now we are still experiencing it right now. I'm drawing consistently now more than ever because I'm suffering. The only thing that can alleviate my suffering is drawing, right? The fact that this suffering cannot be quenched or quelled or whatever makes me draw, because liquor ain't gonna alleviate the suffering for me. weed is not, donuts won't, and so on. Drawing can temporarily. The more time I spend drawing, the less I have to deal with the agony of being alive. So humans they need suffering, right? Because it's through suffering that I am drawing. You see what I mean? So when you remove all suffering, or you can create a type of substitution, a very good stimulating substitution, then you won't feel like drawing because you're on cocaine all the time, or you're on TikTok. That's what I mean.
Wouldn't you say though that you drawing gives meaning to your suffering?
Nope, no, it doesn't. It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Meaning is a psyop.
Meaning is a psyop. What does that mean?
It means meaning is a narrative, right?
Meaning is a narrative.
Psyops are narratives, right? They tell you, oh, Hitler gassed the you know who's, right? And so he's the biggest bad of the past century. There's a reason for that. It's a psyop, right? There was two people worse than him, right? So if it's a lie that Hitler was the worst of the worst, you have to ask yourself why. There's a reason. Psyop. So meaning is a psyop because it requires you to believe something rather noble but not true. The problem is when you are aware that it's not true, you can't commit to it. So for me, I've escaped the desire to seek meaning and have seen the world for what it really is. A giant rock that has people walking around who don't know what they're doing, who are suffering because they are conscious individuals, right? They have a consciousness. And so I say, I need to find an activity to do that is going to distract me from the pain. And drawing is that. It's just a distraction, a productive one and a healthy one.
Okay. So meaning, like adding meaning to drawing is counterintuitive, is what you're saying.
Yeah, because you're lying to yourself. You're lying if you're saying, here's the meaning of me drawing. Nigga, you're lying, you're coping. The moment you put meaning in something, you're coping. I'm being honest and raw, saying I am distracting myself from the agony. And drawing is the best way to distract myself. And I get something out of it, which is, a finished product.
Huh. I can see what you mean.
So you were trying to give meaning to your art, to why you draw?
No. To me, drawing is completely different from what you guys do. For me, I just draw because I like it, man. Like, that's literally all it is to it. I don't really need meaning or anything. I like stories. I think stories are important. They're literally the only thing that cannot die out.
Okay. For now.
Yeah, I mean, for now, yeah. But throughout the times and centuries, stories are literally the only things that have lived the test of time. Whether they are religion, whether they are politics, whether they're anything. Stories are always there. And I like to be able to create stories. It makes, I don't know. It makes me feel, like,
alive?
Not alive per se, but it's like my whole YouTube channel, right? Because I also too am suffering. My circumstances are shit, but doing these things, they give not a meaning or a purpose, but a declaration of my existence, no matter how pitiful it might be.
I see. That is a euphemism for meaning.
That's what?
That's a euphemism for meaning.
No, but it doesn't mean anything to anyone. It's just like a documentation of existence. How is that a meaning?
Because it is meaning, bro. If I say I'm just distracting myself from the agony, right? And you compare it to how you phrased everything you just said, yours does sound like it's like a coping mechanism, right? It's like you're trying to cope, and which is fine. I mean, I suppose people can say, well, you're coping too. Not really. Not really. Because when you cope, when people cope in general, it's like you're distracting yourself temporarily, right? Mm-hmm. That's what coping is. It's temporary distractions, right? Mm-hmm. That's why people bounce around with multiple coping mechanisms. In your case, when you say it's a declaration of your existence, that is too profound for it not to mean it's not for it not to mean it means something.
Too profound.
Yeah, because the way you're treating it, it's meaningful the way you're treating it, which is fine. I'm just trying to cut away at the self-psyops that some people put themselves in.
Okay. Because to me, it's like my declaration of existence isn't important to, like, it doesn't have. Because when you said meaning, I assumed you mean like it cannot exist without having an ulterior motive. Right, because when they say, let's say I'm writing because it makes me feel alive. So if I'm not writing, I might as well be dead. Right, so the ulterior motive would be that writing is literally my life essence, right? It gives me a purpose.
Which is a meaning.
Right? Whereas for me, I would do everything I'm doing even if like I was living before I was doing it.
You were living. Okay, yeah, you were living not by choice, bro. You were eating that pub, cutting the lawn, fighting the taxi driver, taking your sister to school. That's not by choice. That's not living. If people say, all my duties prove that I live, no, that's not a choice. Those are things you have to do.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm building towards. You see, me doing these things is not me living by them. They are like, they show my existence, bruh. Because what you're saying is, back then it wasn't a choice, right? Because I didn't do anything consciously, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, but everything I'm doing now, writing, drawing, making videos, talking about stuff that I find interesting, that is basically conscious living, right? And it doesn't have to have meaning. Because I would do it even if it wasn't online, even if it wasn't being seen by people, right? Even if I was just living in the jungle, like that guy, and I was doing it alone, it would still be a declaration of my existence, even if I died in the jungle and no one saw what I was doing. Don't you think that is like void of meaning? Because I feel like when you say meaning, it means it requires it to have. I'm trying to find the right word.
A narrative.
A narrative, right? It needs a narrative when you say meaning.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to achieve something.
Yeah.
But I'm not trying to achieve anything. I'm literally just living.
Okay. When you put it like that, because I was trying to get to that point that the narrative, be careful of the narrative. we can put ourselves in narratives, right? And be like, I'm gonna work hard like David Goggins, and I'm gonna achieve this. You're framing yourself as a character that's putting yourself in a narrative, and then obviously you hope for certain results subconsciously, and you don't really think about what result you should be expecting. And then when they don't come, you get depressed, and you call David Goggins a liar, right? Is Goggins a liar? Well, if he out here with the discipline, yeah, you gotta stay disciplined, stay hard. Yeah, he is. He is lying, obviously, but he's actually very truthful. He has mentioned that something in you just needs to do this thing. Something in you needs to wake up. You have to have a flame in you already. Like no one can force you or talk you into doing anything that I do or that you claim you want to do. You just have to be doing it or want to do it enough to start. So Goggins, yeah, he tells the truth. But LeBron, yeah, he be lying, bro. He be lying.
James.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy getting like motivational advice from people who are so up high in their fields or like in their lives also. Like I think David Goggins is kind of different because what is he, what does he do?
He literally just wakes up 3 a.m. in the morning and runs 40 miles just because. And I think he does that because he doesn't have a choice. He's like me in a way. Like I have to draw to distract myself from the pain. He literally has to run to distract himself from the pain. He needs to break his bones and feet to distract himself from the pain. Now he's never phrased it like that, but I think that's the case.
This is a very stimulating conversation.
That's what we do with this caffeine.
Because I'm thinking about it right now. I'm like, I never thought about discipline this way. Because it's always been like, oh yeah, just do this, man. Like, you need to be disciplined. You need to find it in yourself. But me personally, I'm not a very disciplined person at all. Most of the time, the things I do them because of self-imposed deadlines. And most of the time, I do them on the day of the deadline that I self-imposed on myself. So I am very disorganized, most of the time I just do what I feel like doing at that particular time. And ideas just come to me from different things. I don't have a session where I wake up and I sit down and I'm like, yeah, today I'm gonna write for 3 hours. I once watched a video of who's that guy? Is it Stephen? That guy who writes horror books. What's his name? Stephen King, I think. He was like,
he doesn't write
yeah,
horror.
if you want to be a great writer, you have to write 3 hours a day.
That's some bullshit.
I was like, what? Every day for 3 hours I have to sit down and write?
Write
I was
what
like, nah.
even? Like write what?
Exactly, dude. I was like, there's no way people become great writers because of that. There's no way.
Yeah. Psyop, he's a liar. Most of
There's
his
no
books are probably AI written because that guy can drop 3 books in a year, bro. So it's AI. Letting y'all know right now.
So yeah, discipline for me, I've never been successful at it. I've never been able to just tell myself that, yeah, today I'm gonna be able to draw 65 pages, man. You can do it. Nah, bro. I have to literally force myself to. If I'm writing a comic, right? If I'm doing a one shot, and I know this comic has 25 pages, right?
Mm-hmm.
Typically, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna force myself to start very strong because I know I'm not gonna be able to maintain a consistent level of output for the whole month if I have to finish it in 1 month. So I'm gonna force myself to do like 6 pages or 8 pages the first week, and then I'm gonna take a break, and then I'm gonna do 1 page for the next few days. 1 page a day, 1 page a day, 1 page a day. And then when there's 2 days left, then I'm gonna push hard and maybe finish with 5 pages or something like that. And I'm gonna leave the last day to like checking everything, making sure every page is okay. That's usually how I work.
Right. I mean, others would consider you disciplined because they are not you, nor are they in the realm of work that you do. People can call me disciplined. Am I disciplined? Honestly, I have been disciplined before. You see, real discipline is doing 4 sets of 15 reps of squatting. That's discipline. You ask yourself, why am I squatting 4 sets of 15? Why? You know, what, do I need like a thick booty or something? Do I need to kick a horse? Am I training to be the new Wolverine? No. So you see, if you can squat like that consistently, then yeah, you can be called disciplined. And by the way, your audio is on again, the YouTube one.
Ah, okay. I'm not even watching YouTube. I'm playing a video game. But let me see what the fuck is the problem here. Okay.
Would you?
Me, I would.
Remember
I
in
don't
high
think
school, would you consider yourself disciplined for making it throughout high school?
You mean like for actually going to high school?
Yeah, going to high school, waking up in the morning. Would you call yourself disciplined?
No.
Nope. Exactly. LeBron
I
waking up at 3 a.m., 5 a.m. and running. It's the same thing. It's him going to school. He ain't disciplined. He needs to go to work. So,
That's a crazy metaphor, bro. What the fuck?
oh nah, it's real, bro. It is real. So nah, man. These
So
psyops.
would you rather be told by someone who's on the come up to be disciplined?
It depends, bro. Like, let's say if I'm an NBA guy who wants to make it to the draft. Now, it doesn't matter if you are working hard every single day your own way. You're not going to make it. You need actual coaches who are going to train you precisely how you need to be trained, right? So if you're on the come up, you better have the right coaches in your corner, right? I think individual discipline is, it's not completely true. Like I did the 15 squats, right? Of 4 sets of 15 squats. And then after like 3 weeks, I'm like, why am I doing this? Why am I, I don't need this, you know? So when you realize you don't need it, you actually end up quitting or leaving that task alone. I'm like, I don't need to be squatting this much. I'm out. Completely out.
I mean, so we're basically saying discipline is a scam, pretty much.
Discipline is a psyop. It's a scam, bro. Check out Alexander the Great, right? So, was he disciplined? Well, his father was the king, a military tyrant as well, and he was very brutal. He considered himself Hercules' descendant, and so on. So he made sure that Alexander gets trained by the best fighters and coaches and whatnot. Alexander's teacher, when it came to things of the world, was Aristotle, right? So Alexander became the biggest conqueror of the time, not because of discipline, right? Because there were disciplined warriors in Persia and other places as well, right? It was mostly strategy, and having a huge army as well. Sure, it wasn't big as the Persian one, but there were tactical advantages. It wasn't discipline. Discipline alone isn't good enough, right? And just focusing on the LeBron James example. Be disciplined and you'll make it. Nigga, you're lying, bro. Give me the mamzo, right? The mamzo or the granny that sells onions on the side of the street. Is she disciplined? She wakes up at 4 a.m. in the morning every single day, gets on the bus or taxi, goes to town and sets up her onion station, right? Why hasn't she made it? Where's her Lamborghini? She's disciplined. She's been doing it for 40 years, right? Come on. Nah, man.
God.
It's a psyop, bro. Discipline is a psyop. That's it. That's one of my new titles now. I am Coffee Comics, breaker of psyops, destroyer of genjutsus, and liberator of what? Liberator of or breaker of dungeons. Yeah, I also break the dungeons. Yeah, I gotta write it down properly, bro. I got many titles. If this was ancient times, I'd also go to the high priest and make sure that he puts my titles in the sacred book and be like, hey, this is what I did. You see it? Put it in the book. I'm the new God King now.
Oh man. Yeah, no. There's some truth to what you're saying, man. There's some where's her Lamborghini, bro?
Exactly. Exactly. Andrew Tate, I mean, he made that very popular. What color's your Lamborghini? It's like, okay, Tate.
Yeah.
How you making money though? Was it discipline? You were disciplined in training for your kickboxing, running and fighting and whatnot. Did that give you 10 million or 10 billion? No, it was pimping hoes.
Nah, bro.
It wasn't the discipline, bro. It wasn't. Nigga was pimping hoes.
Yeah, he wasn't disciplined. He was fighting to survive back then, wasn't he?
So in other words, it was his job. The same way the auntie gets on the bus at 4 a.m. to go sell onions.
Yep, pretty much, man. He wasn't.
She's disciplined too. Yeah.
Nah, bro, that's a matter of survival, not discipline.
So that means, yeah, exactly. Discipline is a psyop because all the guys telling you about discipline, they need to do the work to go play basketball. They have to train that hard, right? To keep their job. Discipline is a psyop. Sorry, y'all. If you didn't know, now you know.
Yeah. If you don't know, now you know.
Let's say when it comes to diet, most people will be like, you need to be disciplined to make sure that you don't eat cookies every day, right? And I mentioned earlier that for me, it has become a habit to eat something not for taste, but for nutrition alone, right? Is that discipline? No, it's because if I didn't do what I'm doing now, the consequences would be severe. So in order to survive, I have to eat this bull crap. It's not discipline.
Yeah, it's kind of survival. You're right.
Exactly.
So I guess discipline is supposed to be being able to do it when survival is not necessary.
Exactly. It's doing the squats.
Yeah, like while you don't need it. I guess that's what discipline would be.
Exactly.
Which is next to impossible.
Exactly.
It's like you know how guys who have like naturally great genes, like they just have like they're just physical specimens without going to the gym, right? Those you should try telling those people to be disciplined in the gym. Like they literally have no need for it because they naturally have great bodies.
Yeah, and I used to think that it can't be. It just can't be. My barber, who's Nigerian, and his brother is a drug dealer who like owns a couple of buildings in town. I thought that guy was on roids, bro. He's like buff as hell, man. So I asked the barber, I'm like, which gym does your brother go to? Because, I've checked out two gyms and I've never seen him there. Those are the most popular ones. And he's like, he doesn't gym at all. He's just always been like that. I'm like, what? Are you serious? Like, yeah. Like from the day he was born, the nigga was like swole. And I'm like, whoa, I guess there really are those types of people out there. Tell him to
Yeah.
be disciplined and he'll look at you like, you think I got time for that?
Exactly. Like that's why I brought it up the whole like gym thing because gym is always associated with discipline somehow. Come here every day if you want to be stuff like that. No, there's literally a basketball player called Nikola Jokic. I think he's Serbian. That guy is so unathletic, bro, and he's like the best basketball player out there right now. He's just long and like he throws the ball in such unconventional ways. Like teach him about discipline. Teach him about learning how to throw a basketball the orthodox way and stuff like that. No, you can't because he's already excelling in the way that he does it. In like with using his natural gifts. He does not look like a LeBron James. He's long, lanky. Like not lanky. He has like a body, but he's not like ripped or anything like that. Like the other basketball players look. And he's like the best basketball player right now.
Well, when you look at that,
So tell him about discipline. Tell him about getting ripped and going to the gym. It's useless.
and he gonna laugh at you, bro. The way,
It,
ay.
bro.
The way
That guy is so unconventionally gifted that when the season ends, he doesn't even go to practice with the other basketball players. He goes to he does whatever he wants. He goes to barns, plays with horses, because that's the shit he likes.
yeah, he just clocks in at the court, like, oh, it's time to play. Clocking
Dude.
in, I'm out. Peace, y'all. I'm going to the barn.
Bro.
Nuts.
Like,
Just nuts.
it almost breaks every rule because he comes back after the preseason and he's still the greatest player ever. He's just throwing things and just doing whatever he wants. LeBron out here gymming every day. This guy is just doing whatever he wants.
Now that, if the psyop wasn't broken before, it is now. That guy's the psyop breaker as well, bro. That look, gifts don't need discipline. You just got it, bro.
Bro.
You just
So
got
yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know, man. Discipline is weird. It's definitely not what they've been telling us it is.
They lied. See, everything was a damn psyop, bro. Everything. Oh my word. Guys, you need to, as I've been saying this whole year, assess your bias. Assess your bias. I am the bias breaker. That's another title of mine right now. I am the bias breaker, bro. Dungeon breaker as well, and so on. Too many things were psyops. Too many things. We were being gaslit. You would watch somebody you look up to, in a way, and you're like, man, I wish I was more disciplined like them. That time it's like, do they do this as a profession? Do they have to be here? If the answer is yes, they ain't disciplined. It's their job, bro. The same, you're disciplined going to Walmart? That's where you work. Is anyone gonna look at you like, man, he's a disciplined Walmart worker? No. They're gonna treat you like a bum, like, ha, you're just stacking shelves. But the guy who works out to play ball goes to Walmart to buy the mayonnaise that you stocked up. He actually needs you more than you need him dunking a ball. If you didn't put the mayonnaise on the damn shelf, he wouldn't be able to have his sandwich. You know? So, come on.
Oh
bro.
my god. Let's read some of the comments. Someone says Spider-Man never been to the gym a day in his life.
Ever. Dude benching like 4,000 pounds.
Oh,
And
man,
Superman
let me read-
too.
Yeah, Superman is kind of an odd case though, because he's like, doesn't really count, bro.
Yeah, I guess. Well, no real superhero. Goku was a nice, you know, thingy to aspire to until Super ruined it. He was meant to be like that, so it's over.
Yeah. Oh, damn. There's a lot of comments. Which one was the last one? Okay, I think I got it. Mm, LeMay says games make more than movies and music combined. Oh, I think that's when we're talking about the sports scene.
Oh man, that was a long time ago. Damn, Pierce, why you take so long to read the comments, man?
We were talking, bro.
Oh, you were in the zone. Okay.
Yeah. Hamado Torre says, you talking about Coppola's Dracula? Nah. That's not the. Wait, Coppola? No. This Dracula I'm talking about, it's made by a guy called Luke Besson, and the main character is Caleb Jones, I think. So yeah, it came out in July, but it's only in like Europe. It's not in America. So, LeMay says the last movie that I watched and enjoyed was Sherlock Holmes' Pursuit of Algiers.
Another Sherlock Holmes.
Have you seen that one, Papa?
Nah, I only know the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movies.
And then Luke Art says fighting God. Yeah, Supernatural, bro. Supernatural was getting crazy by the end. There was no one left, pretty much, man. Like,
so did they?
What else for this?
Oh well, I guess they lost against God, huh? Obviously.
Luck Art says reminds me of one meme I saw one time about how some shows start with characters mowing grass in the backyard, and the final season has them fighting God in space. Yeah, man. It's crazy. Like, I think long-running shows tend to have that problem where, like, they kind of don't know when to stop, you know?
Yeah, they have an infinite budget, so they're like, "Hey, man,
Yeah.
let's
Plus,
just keep
people
going."
keep tuning in, ratings are high. You're like, what the hell can we do? Andy says, same now that I'm older. I had to appreciate the older ones. Yeah, I think it's talking about the shows. And then Luck Art says, oh man, 7 seasons. Find it really hard to commit to anything having more than 3 seasons nowadays, unless I follow it while it's airing. Well, the beauty of it is you don't really have to watch it. Think about it like that. Not every recommendation needs to be watched, guys.
Yeah, don't fall into the psyop that you're missing out, bro. Like,
Yeah, like, me personally these days, when I hear someone talking about something, I'm like, oh, okay, good. I'm glad you watched it, bro. Like, that's it.
yeah, it doesn't mean you gotta watch it.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you have to watch it, guys. It's just like sometimes, you really have to want to watch something to watch it. That's with me these days. If I don't want to watch it, I find that I cannot be convinced to watch it. If innately I don't want to watch it, or I don't want to watch anything, then I don't think you can convince me to watch anything. But if you see 7 seasons and you're like, nah, that's too long, bro. Nah, you don't have to watch. Just like, if you're that curious, just watch 1 episode and then stop. Yeah, you don't really have to watch 7 seasons or something. That is a lot of time investment.
See how we can feel guilty over nothing? Like nothing, bro. You know? This is serious, bro. It's that damn psyop. Like, you're missing out. You're gonna not be able to join the community. That's why these new anime tourists, right? They feel intimidating watching, like, Bleach from scratch. So they're gonna watch clips here and there so they can participate in the discussion. And then their ignorance will be exposed. It's like, dude, you don't have to be part of the discussion. Ever thought about that? Just stay home, bro.
That's true. The problem is on the internet, man. Everyone wants to be in the know. Everyone wants to know what's going on. What are you talking about? There's a fear of missing out. It's a really big thing.
That's real. But we gotta break that habit. Don't be afraid, man.
Just be happy you know someone who's watched it. They can tell you about it.
Yeah, like just sit there, let them like foam at the mouth telling you. And then the explosion and the scientists like, wow, really, bro? Yeah. And then he'll feel nice that you listen to him because no one cares
Yeah,
about him.
exactly. You know, sometimes it's even better to let them talk about it because I'm sure they've been dying to tell someone about it because no one has
Yeah.
seen it.
Yeah. I've given people an ear where they like spaz out telling me about something I really don't care about. And I thought I could do that for a long time. Ish, bro, I just can't anymore, bro. I'm like, nigga, all right, can you get to the point type thing? You know, I chihuahua. So,
Some people are bad storytellers, man. Like, some people can't sell you. Like, sometimes not even about selling, but I found that maybe it's because I know my friends too well, but I know how to sell something to both of them. Like, only have two friends, and they are so vastly different that when I'm telling them about something, even if I'm talking about the same thing, I tell them both very differently.
oh, because you know them well.
Yeah, because I know how they think and what makes them tick, and I know what they find interesting. So when I'm talking about something, I will not tell them both in the same way, especially if I'm talking about something I'm interested in. I'll try to find a way to weave in what they like into what I'm saying. So I know that they're not going to get bored or be like, get to the point. I'm like, no, I'm going to start exactly with the point.
Okay, yeah, that's how it should be. If only others had that type of insight that, oh, yeah, when I'm talking to peers, I can't just, spew. I need to start a certain way. Some people get annoyed by that, he's so fussy, he's so difficult. No, you're just dumb, bro. That's all. So,
So yeah, now let me read some more. You can do that on television says Scavengers Reign, bro. Watch it.
someone told me about Scavenger's Reign recently. Forgot who it was.
Yeah, it looks like even Luck says, yeah, Scavengers Reign is really cool, but I think it had a bit of that DEI stuff in there. I don't really remember. Is it
Okay.
a show? Is it like a live action show or is it an anime?
Sounds like a live action.
And then Luck also says, yeah, Butcher just keeps going down in drains. French guy was gay too in season 4 for some reason.
Uh-huh.
But there was some but there was some good character development for some guys there.
I hate how Butcher just descended into pure, twisted, nihilistic, murderous intent, bro. It was just sickening. I hate Butcher more than I hate Homelander, bro. I've always
Oh
hated
yeah?
Butcher. Yeah, it's like, bro, look, man, Homelander didn't grape your wife. He didn't. Well, in the comic, I suppose they say he did. But I guess in the show, it was just not executed very well, But anyway, I hate Butcher because he's not a hero. He's so self-centered, and he treats Huey like garbage. We know why, because of his little brother situation. That was a nice backstory, very nice. But it's like, look what you became. You worse than your evil father. So,
Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. I can see that. He's like he has no morals.
he's disgusting, bro. Hate him.
Yeah. Um Luck Art says Cecile was the character I enjoyed the most in the previous season of Invincible though. Monk was insufferable, but I guess that was the point for his character development, being a kid and all of that. Aaron Paul did voice a character in the previous season, Powerplex, yet another insufferable character.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I watch something I feel is genuinely good, I instinctively take some sort of inspiration from it. Maybe add some aspect of it to writing to mine.
That's how it should be.
What?
That's how it should be.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, can't be wasting good writing and good stories on like mindless consumption in a way. But Saito says, "Thank you for calling out these alpha male shields."
They're straight up shields, bro, and they are betas, bro. Betas. In fact, I wanted to say Myron when I brought Myron up that he apparently was dating this girl, but then they broke up, and the girl said, "Yeah, we were not even sleeping together, you know, or maybe he would smash once a month." And I'm like, so Myron, you got the money, you got the attention, and then you got a baddie that you're not sleeping with. Why? Because you have to prove how much of an alpha you are by not needing her. That is some bullshit, and it's kind of gay. Because it's like, wait a minute, you have that? He would brag that, now I'm smashing like 4 other chicks. I don't need to smash my real chick all the time. Dude, that doesn't make any sense. That's gay. Honestly. Andrew Tate has mentioned how much I can understand him when he says, yeah, look, women are only good for procreation and I don't know what else to do aside from that. Like, I can't smash them for fun. I smash for children. Like, okay, Tate, that's you. But when you now demonize other men saying you're gay for smashing for fun, then you're gay. Like, straight up, you're gay, bro. Like, you can't
Yo,
say that.
can you give me a second? I have to take my cat out of my room.
Oh, okay. Bathroom break. Well, guys, I am happy to report that I managed to ink this page, and I was so frightened because, as you can see, there's a lot to deal with here. Oh man, am I even gonna be able to render this page now? I should be able to, but at least we finished this double spread. The nice whatchamacall blur effect with the pencils is just, it just came out so nicely. So yeah, that came out nice. But at least I think I should be able to finish this one. Okay.
Alright, I'm back.
I didn't know you had a cat, man. What's the name?
Salem.
Ah, at least, bro. I thought you named it Skumbuzo or something, bro. I was like, nah, bro. No.
Nah, man. Salem is an Arabic name. I think it means like it's actually taken from, well, it's part of Assalamu alaikum, like peace be with you. So, like, it's a peaceful. It has a peaceful annotation, you know.
So his name is Peace. He brings you peace.
Something like that. Something like that. Yeah.
Ah, that's cool. A lot of black people who have cats, mostly guys, they kind of at peace, bro. I noticed. You know, I have a.
They kind of have what?
They kind of at peace.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know any black guy who would get a dog if they wanted peace. I don't know any.
I don't know. I think dogs need a lot of affection, bro.
I guess, and extra care because they crap
Yeah,
everywhere.
yeah, extra. Cats kind of know what they're doing, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, but let me read some more. And Luck says, Pierce, that's it. That's exactly it. They want shortcuts. I've complained about this so many times. I'm so tired at this point that I just block anyone that says, teach me when I recommend YouTube. Too many lazy folks out here. If you need it, you wouldn't look for someone to persuade or force you to get it. Exactly. Like, It's, you know how when a door is broken and you go on YouTube on how to fix a door and you fix the door immediately because it's like something that's in your face and it's such an immediate need. I wish they did that with creative things like making comics or writing. You know, treat it as something that you do need to fix right now.
Well, they don't need to, and that's the thing. And then others will be like, be disciplined. So,
Yeah,
silent.
nah, it's very. They get stuck in that perpetual cycle of watching tutorials and not applying anything that they learn.
Exactly. Watching white manga and still 30 years behind. So,
LeMay says they use the Black African American tag for branding. The foundational Black American movement pissed a lot of people who called themselves Haitian. Yeah, Haitian one moment and then Black the other. Then went into crypto too, but unfortunately the 15 minutes of fame were gone.
you see, they all, of course, trying to. I don't want to say trying to get a buck anymore because people are just trying to get a buck. It's very obvious because now you get those who have the buck. What are they doing? What are they doing?
Absolutely not.
Nothing.
Luck also says, Coffee, that submission you talked of, was it titled Adamanesian? Adamanexan?
The what?
That
guys?
opening sounded. Hey, bro, this name is crazy. Adamanesian. This has an X. I don't know how to pronounce the X in a word like this, bro. Adamanexan or Adamanesian. I don't know.
Yo, dog, you are butchering. Say it like. I don't even know, bro. I don't know, Luck. I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
He says that opening sounded exactly like the opening of a commission I did earlier this year. Wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't, though. People always be thinking the same things. That's another reason why I'm trying to put my ideas down quickly, even as one-shots, before someone calls me the ripoff.
That's actually very true. But it's inevitable. You're going to burn yourself out because at the end of the day, even if you thought of the same thing, it won't be executed exactly the same. So worry
That's
more
true.
about your execution and don't rush because you can finish first but jack up the execution.
Yeah, I would say just like work on the execution, like. Because an idea in its original form rarely looks like how it does when it's finished.
Right.
Sometimes you get ideas as you're working on it, and then you perfect it, and then you get better at it, and then you start to. It breeds by itself by the end.
That's true.
And then Papa Mendes says, to quote Renting for Vengeance, this stream is positively popping.
Nice. It's not gay and retarded. So that's what's up. I actually want to talk to Ranting for Vengeance. He's a cool guy, bro. I honestly think we'd get along very well. You know, have a soda, laugh. I don't think he has many friends because people just hate him because they don't understand his passion for quality. So I want to reach out to him. Be like, hey, bro, let's talk about these gay and retards. It's going to be awesome. You know?
I'll definitely watch that.
Yeah.
Zach says, being unnaturally strong just serves to make you an outcast if you can't channel it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But at the same time, we need to be careful what it means to channel it, you know, because society will be like, you're strong, young man, but you need to channel that strength into something more practical and useful. Put you in the military, right in the front line, get blasted on your first, mission, and that was on purpose. Like, now we couldn't have somebody that strong. Sabotage you. right? A lot of people don't know what to do with their strength. They don't know. They don't know what to do with their freedom. So
That's true.
they'll wait for some military guy to like, oh, what am I supposed to do? Go die for Israel. That's what you can do. That would be the greatest thing you can do. Yeah.
Oh my god, man, that's crazy. It is. It's also um, like the desperate need. I guess it goes back to what you were saying about meaning. Like the desperate need to have something that has meaning can also be a cage for you, because, like you said, some people don't know what to do with their freedom unless it gets unless someone says, you know what you can do with your freedom, you can go die for Israel, and then somehow they can be behind that and be like, yeah, finally my life has meaning. I'll die for Israel.
Yeah, look at Charlie Kirk's death, right? The meaning that people try to establish in him dying. Like, bruh, there was no meaning there. Nigga just got shot for no reason, right? Because he was not even militant in anything of what he was saying. Anyone who took him seriously is retarded. You know, like, come on. So you see all the press conferences and the wives say, my husband this and that. Y'all are just coping, right? Just stop it. Stop. There was no meaning in it. You have to apply the meaning.
And then Zach says, Luffy, no adversity, just Will of D nonsense.
Exactly. Absolute clown.
And then Lux says, yeah, my sister keeps telling me to watch Stranger Things, and I keep telling her, nah, don't have time for 5 seasons.
I watched Stranger Things like season 1 and 2 back in the day. I didn't know why people liked it. Don't know. A lot of them were mostly saying, oh, we like the 70s or 80s aesthetic. I'm like, is that it? Okay, what else? I didn't know what to like about it. I just couldn't.
Stranger Things. They did nail the aesthetic. I also liked how it was. I mean, season 1 had a lot of horror elements, you know. I liked it because of that. And I remember when I was watching it, there weren't a lot of shows that were like horror in the 80s and kind of like sci-fi in a way, because there's a lot of experimentation, telekinesis and stuff. I just hope they built on it, like, because when I watched the first season, I thought there was gonna be like a group of kids with telekinesis, like a lot of lab rats. Like, it was so much expansion to be had, but it never happened.
It never happened, bro.
Never happened. But yeah. Yundi says, yeah, yes sir, nice inking. And then Lux says, progress has been made. Then Zach says, that's cope, Luck Arts. You have time for 5 seasons, just not 5 seasons of teenage bullshit. Never liked Stranger Things, sue me.
Now that's real talk right there.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't... As a person who's watched like the first season, I don't know. I can't really speak on it. I think someone who's watched all seasons has to talk about it and tell us what the hell is the greatness of it.
It's peak, bro. It's fire, you know, like the kids and Millie Bobby Brown and, you know, yeah. Yeah, not saying anything at all.
I don't get it. Someone who's into it needs to tell us. Wait, where was that? Oh yeah, Luck Art says, kind of how you use tropes. They make or break your story depending on how you use them. People want to see new ways you can use certain tropes. That is true. You can use tropes to subvert expectations sometimes. Like what you're doing, right? Coffee and bloody hell. Most people think Jacob is the hero who's gonna take down Dracula because he wants to so bad. But there's another guy who's chosen to kill Dracula. That's a subversion of tropes, right?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So that can be great. Ola says, "Yo, I'm back. Where are you, bro?" And then JBZ says, "Oh shit, Pierce, watch the show." That's exactly what's in the show in the later season.
Wait, what's in the show? Which show? Stranger Things.
Stranger Things. Yeah, I guess he's saying there's a bunch of kids that are like lab mess ups that have powers like 11.
Yeah, but that was predictable for me. Like, that was obvious. Like, of course, she wasn't the only one.
Okay.
She came out of a lab. They never just have one mouse in the lab. So, come on.
I mean, it makes sense. If she's number 11, we obviously have to see all the numbers, right?
Yeah. But I don't really. I just saw no appeal in little kitties running around, shaved head, little girl. I'm like, I'm good. That's fine.
I really like the concept of a parallel universe sitting on top of the ones that we are on. I really like that concept.
What, like heaven?
Like,
Since it's above us, basically.
no, like in Stranger Things, you know how there's an upside down realm where it's everything but rotten, I guess, and decrepit and just.
Oh, that's where that other creepy monster comes from.
Yeah, I do like that concept.
Okay. Kind of looks like hell, if you ask me.
Yeah, I like that. It's like, but it's the same place. I really do like that. But I guess it wasn't enough, you know. Like, I guess I just don't like it, bro. Because this guy's telling me that, yeah, we have that. The thing that you wanted, we have that. Oh, really? I'm still not interested.
It's not good enough.
I guess that was an excuse. But you know what? I'll give it a watch. Because the crazy thing is, my sister also wants me to watch it with her.
First of all, how old is your sister?
I think she's 21.
Yeah, it's old. A 21-year-old girl. Come on, man. You know what they're about.
The thing is, like, she used to watch it when she was in high school, when it came out. And she watched it because I was watching it back then, like, immediately when it came out, right? So we started watching it together. And then I kind of stopped watching it, and she kept watching it. So now she's like, nah, bro, we gotta finish it together because we kind of started it together. And I'm like, dude, I'm not even up to date. She's like, nah, there's time.
Yeah, you see, that's just brother-sister bonding, bro. I mean, she ain't giving you legit reasons. So, this is what happened. It's so cool. It's just family time.
Yeah. But she kind of wants me, because she told me she wants me to watch it because she wants me to critique it, like view it with an analytical lens.
Oh, snap. Okay. Will she actually... Yeah, what's she gonna do with your opinion, bro? Bake better cookies? Like, that's... You should say, like, look, if I watch it, I'm gonna give it a review, you're making me muffins for a whole month. Then, that's intentional right there. You'll actually concentrate.
It sounds like a lot of work. 5. And the crazy thing is, I can watch 7 seasons of Mad Men, like, no problem, because it's fire. I already know it's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll watch it. But I'll probably make a video on it, telling people how bad it is.
Yeah, I'll be waiting.
That's if it's bad. We'll see. I don't know.
Has to be.
Look, Lockhart says Jacob and Arthur's a great subversion. Yeah. Ola says, is Stranger Things good? I have not watched it. Then don't watch it, bro.
Yeah, leave it alone, man. You don't need it. It's cool.
Yeah, you don't need it, bro.
You're not missing out.
Yeah. And then JBG says, "Oh shit, Piss, did you watch the later seasons? Because that's exactly what's in the show." He's saying the same thing twice. But yeah, Lux says, "Mine's 14." Your sister that wants you to watch Stranger Things is 14. Maybe like she's the target audience.
Yeah, that makes more sense. And all the more reason not to watch it.
Stranger Things. It would like they have they have waited so long to finish it because I saw the season 4 came out like such a long time ago. I don't understand why lately TV shows take so long to make seasons, where back in the day they used to give you a season every year.
I don't know, Maybe they're cutting down on staff, budget cuts, AI implementation,
You think they do AI implementation on the current shows that we're watching?
Yeah, obviously. Not to the point where we can notice yet, but let's say a lot of VX stuff or sound stuff.
Oh, okay. Like the tedious stuff. Which is crazy because back then they would give us a season every year, and that season would have like 24 episodes or something like that. Now we wait 5 years for 10 episodes.
I have no idea, bro. Why are they doing this? But okay.
I don't even know why I'm complaining. I don't even watch current shows, but that is like the current state of affairs right now. Because I was watching Supernatural. Supernatural has such lengthy seasons, bro. They literally have filler episodes in there.
Imagine.
Dude. And it's so kind of meta because sometimes they have a filler episode, and then by the end of the filler episode, they kind of acknowledge that this was a filler episode, and now we have to go back to the plot of the season.
The money was rolling in.
Zach says, this is the last comment. Zach says, "I'll never complain about how long it takes to finish a show. Just look at Game of Thrones. Starbucks bottles all over the place."
But long production does not guarantee quality.
That's true.
So for me, I'm worried now about the last season of Bleach, because it was supposed to come out this year. Now they're saying it's coming out next year in December. I'm worried.
December?
Yeah. I hope that was
What?
a mistake because I went to the official website and it showed December 2026.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I'm like, no way, what's going on here? Something's wrong. Did Disney Plus get involved?
I saw Warner Bros. Is getting involved.
Yeah. Then it's over, bro. They might be doing some things. I saw the composer.
He's going all out on the soundtrack, but I'm also worried because I heard a glimpse of the new soundtrack he's working on. I'm like, okay, yeah, he is going for Star Wars level, music, but it did not sound nice. I think they did give them a massive, massive budget at perhaps a severe cost. We just don't know what that cost is.
Which is not always good because sometimes creativity just, gets much better when it's restricted,
Exactly, because I'm like, the guy went to Paris, bro. He's like recording. He's got like 50 people in there. I'm like, okay, cool. You have a massive budget, but we don't need it. Don't.
I mean, Bleach already has a crazy good OST.
Exactly. And bro, I'm seriously worried. So I kind of like gave up already now that yeah, I most likely butchered. It's over. But we'll see.
Like December. That's such that just ruins my day, bro.
Yeah, my bad, man. But we'll see what comes out first. GTA 6 or Bleach.
I'm not even like I don't think GTA 6 will come out next year. I think it's gonna get delayed again, bro.
That's what everybody's saying. Cause who delays a game to be released in November, right?
Dude.
And same thing with the anime. December? Are you serious?
Dude. Like that's so far like we haven't even started the year.
Exactly.
Nah man. That's too far.
Something
That
fishy is going on.
Yeah, that's so discouraging.
See, this is truly the end of all the good things now. Because if they really have butchered Bleach, then maybe they're gonna make Chad gay in the ending. He married a man, you know. Bruh. Because Kubo
Hey.
could retcon it and be like, Chad has always been gay. Have you not seen him? I mean, he's always been with other guys. You're like, Kubo, come on, man. You just took the bag.
You gotta be like, have you ever seen him with women? That was
Exactly.
foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing. Redcon. I just can't with these people, man.
Yeah, nah, man. I hope that doesn't happen. I kind of like Bleach, bruh.
I adore Bleach, so I don't want it to happen at all. So, but it is what it is. I'm not gonna cry over it, you know. If it happens, I saw it coming.
Bleach is like the only. Plus, the first 3 seasons have been like really good though.
Yeah, really, really good.
Yeah, they were so good. So I was expecting the same level of quality, but it's taking much longer than the previous seasons because we were only waiting 1 year like for these seasons.
Yeah, like I was very much so happy with the current quality that they were giving us. They were not
Yeah.
missing at all. Everything was great, you know. So now it's like, okay, you want to give us better quality at what cost?
Well, nothing's gonna happen. We're gonna wait for it, but now I'm just worried because like, what's taking so long?
Yep.
Because he didn't take this long to do the first 3 seasons.
I know they adding new things to the story, like backstory and stuff. But then obviously the ending itself, Kubo is gonna add
Oh,
other
you're
things.
gonna have to, bruh. Did you read the whole Bleach manga?
Yeah,
Dude, that ending was like, it was atrocious, bro.
yeah. I mean, it was rushed, you know, and he
was
was
good.
sick, so I can understand. But it was.
I remember reading the last chapter. I was like, dude, there were so many things that I was like, the arrow, you know, I was like, where did this come from? And then I was like, okay, where's Aizen? What happened to like Aizen? What happened? Like I had so many questions.
It didn't make sense why they cut him like that. He made you money
Yeah.
for like 15 years, and then you guys were like, nah, we're shutting it down. Why? You
Dude.
should have just let him rest. And then he
They
could do
shoulda.
it properly. Oh,
They should have. They should, because the whole 1,000 Year Blood War arc was really good.
yeah.
But I'm glad they're gonna be adding stuff, make it make more sense. You know, I like that.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I want to see Ichigo's Bankai properly, because in the manga, his Bankai got snapped in half the moment he activated it. So,
Yeah, I do want to see it too. Like I feel like we were rocked.
absolutely wrong. Oh,
You
damn.
know what I, you know what I,
Hold on, man. I gotta mute y'all. Hold on. Okay, I'm back.
Yo, welcome back.
All right, what were you saying?
I was saying, you know what I hate the most about Naruto's ending, and it's not Kaguya.
Mm-hmm.
It's the fact that I got robbed of Naruto and Sasuke scenes after the war.
Really?
Yeah, I really feel like we were owed a lot of interactions between Sasuke and Naruto. Don't you think?
You know, I never thought about it. What did you want to see?
Like, have them go on missions, or just like a lot of interactions between. I mean, we spent the whole show seeing Naruto chase Sasuke, bring him back, make him see what it like whatever Naruto wanted. By the end, like the final episode, Sasuke finally acknowledges Naruto and admits that he lost. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Now show me like, interactions after that.
Them going for dinner, basically.
Not dinner, but like, yeah, maybe dinner. I don't know. Give me something.
Uh,
I feel like that is the most, like, that is the biggest misfortune of Naruto's ending, bro. I really wanted to see Sasuke. You know the time between Naruto becomes Hokage and the time after the war. I needed some stuff between that time period. I needed some stuff, bro. I needed it.
well, I
'Cause
guess you're
you know
right.
what's the best thing about the Boruto movie that came out before the Boruto show was started? It was the scenes with Naruto and Sasuke fighting together. That was the highlight of the whole movie, bro.
That's true.
Because we needed that. We wanted that as a fandom, as like people who've been watching the show since episode one. That's what we wanted. Sasuke, Naruto, equal terms, fighting together, interacting together.
Well, I guess the editor forgot. Like, yeah, just put them in there, having some ramen,
Yeah.
and so on. Yeah.
Something like that, bro. Like a simple interaction would have gone so far. Just so we can see Naruto, how far he's come, Sasuke, I don't know. I feel like that is something that is, like, for me, that's much bigger than Kaguya, bro.
Yeah. You know, I didn't like the Kaguya thing. No one did, I guess. But I was fine with it, honestly. It's something Sasuke would do. He wouldn't stick around. You saw him just get on top of Sakura and leave. Didn't care if she was pregnant or not. So he just left, bro. Like, whatever. This is what you wanted, right? Fine. Here, I'm out. So
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I like that he didn't. Like I said in a previous stream that it makes the most sense that he leaves and stuff like that. But before leaving, bro, come on, you know,
missed opportunity.
like missed opportunity. Like have him be put in prison and have Naruto visit him a bunch of times, something like that.
Can any prison contain that nigga, bro?
Of course not, bro. It's like you remember how in AOT when Aaron was in prison. And I'm like,
Exactly. It was a
dude,
joke.
yeah, like that's a waste of time, bro. That's the founding titan. He can literally rewire your memory. You know that, right?
There you have it.
So, I don't know. You would have to be there willingly.
Yeah, it wouldn't serve much of a purpose. But I think for Naruto being a shonen in Jump, it was fine. Honestly, Naruto is great, but it's great for them younglings. You know, it's really great for them younglings. Now that we're older, we can see a bit of the mistakes in there. Like, yeah. But
Yeah.
for the age
I
group,
still
I
like
think it was
I
just
still
right.
like it, even with the mistakes.
Yeah, same. Same.
I think in the big three, Naruto is number one for me, personally.
Yeah, obviously not One Piece for me.
Yeah, I have One Piece at the last, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Bleach is number two for me.
I'm stuck, you know, as to Naruto or Bleach. Artistically, Bleach has been the biggest influence. Obviously, even though my stuff doesn't really look like Bleach, but just the layouts, the great use of negative space helped me a lot. Naruto narratively, I suppose it helped, but only when it comes to exploring backstories for certain characters. Helped a lot. Even though I'm not going to be trying to do that here. But I can appreciate it.
I do think Naruto narratively is superior to Bleach and One Piece. Narratively, dude, from the jump, like the Zabuza arc really shows you what kind of world the Naruto verse is. The abuse of kids, with bloodlines, KK Genkais. Like, it just gives you everything.
That's true. Too bad
So,
Naruto didn't stop any of that. Them kids are still being abused.
Dude, to me, he did, bro. I don't. Boruto, I haven't really watched it, so.
It's trash. Don't watch it. Don't even read it. So I
What's so
read
trash about-
Boruto.
Why do people hate Boruto so much, bro?
Because it sucks ass. Boruto has not inherited his father's ideals, his father's character, only inherited some of his powers just because it's convenient. But he's straight up Sasuke, bro. He's a Sasuke with blonde hair. He's a Sasuke that doesn't need to be an emo as he is, because it's like you had everything. And just because Naruto didn't play catch with you and buy you a hot dog, you gonna be mad and be emo? Sasuke became Sasuke because his brother murdered everybody he knows in the clan. So that's the thing. Boruto's personality is fraudulent. It's just ridiculous. It's not convincing. When he was younger, it was rather convincing. Spoiled, obnoxious, because hey, my dad's Hokage, right? Entitled and whatnot. In the movie of Boruto, I liked him better there because he realized that, damn, dad was training his whole life type thing, you know. What did he have to do to get this power? Blah, blah, blah. There, at least. But after that, kid became a flippin' abomination, man.
Abomination, bro.
Yeah. Straight.
So you don't like Boruto because of, like, the main character, Boruto.
Yeah, he's a Sasuke wannabe. And he's transitioning into a Sasuke is not organic. It's not. When this other character called Sasaki or something, I forgot, when Naruto adopts him and then he's part of the Naruto family, it didn't make any sense. And then Kawaki, yeah, him. It didn't make any sense. I'm like, this is so forced. Why is Naruto trying to play father so badly? Like, you were barely a father to Boruto, bro. What's wrong with you? It didn't make any sense, right? And then the whole alien thing is also a major, major problem. Major problem. Like, the only person with a legitimate goal in Boruto was Sarada, her wanting to be Hokage, right? She looks up to Naruto. And I don't... Her personality is pretty... What's the word? Flat. So they should have done more work. But it's better than Boruto. Well, it was. Now she's just boring as hell.
Yeah, a lot of people do like Sarada. I've noticed that.
For goon reasons, of course. And like, for real, right? It's bad. I remember a time where everyone was like, when they were still kids, why is Sarada, isn't she like 11? Why are all the 11-year-olds wearing heels and stuff? I was like, you know what? That's a good point. That's a very good point. I don't get it. But I think a lot of favoring for Sarada was goon related, because she's really not cool enough. Her design is decent. Her ambition to be Hokage doesn't feel real enough. Like, why do you want to be Hokage? What do you want to change if you were to be Hokage? You know?
Boruto. I don't think I'll ever watch it or read it. I think I might read it because reading takes like a lot less time.
For you.
Yeah, for me. Oh, dude, the way you said that, like, what the hell? Does it take a lot of time for you?
Oh, of course, bro. What? Of course it does.
Well, why does it take a lot of time? What do you mean by that?
Bro, reading takes more time than to just sit and watch.
Really?
Yeah.
Nah, bruh. Nah. I think watching is much faster than read. Like, maybe it's because I don't put a lot of effort into watching. I'm just sitting there, so I don't notice the time. But when I'm reading it, I can read much faster, like, than I'm watching, honestly. Like, if you give me 10 chapters to read, and you are watching 10 episodes, who do you think is going to finish faster?
Oh, I see.
That's what I'm trying to say. So, I think, plus I heard there's like a lot of filler in the anime. So I'm like,
there's a
nah.
lot. Now, I recommend you read it. Get to the point sooner. The anime, great animation, but man, it's a disaster.
Yeah, so I think I'll wait until it has like a lot of chapters. I'm talking 300 or something, and then I'll read it.
It kind of has over 100. Bro, trust me, you only need to read like the first 50. If you can read beyond that, you're a champion, but I think that's good enough.
I think I will, because I like Naruto so much, man. I think I probably will read.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know.
I hope you don't get too devastatingly disappointed because what they do with the lore, it's just like, what have you done? It didn't have to be this way. Are y'all on drugs? Like, the villains suck ass, bro. Like, everybody looks like they're on a fashion runway. They trying to be cool. And Shikamaru's always like dying of anxiety. Bro.
Isn't it written by someone different, though? I heard it's not Kishimoto.
Yeah, it is. Kishimoto gave the stamp of approval to that horse trash. Like, how could you allow yourself to allow this nonsense to be created, man? Like, come on. If I created a Bloody Hell spin-off or sequel, bruh, I wouldn't let some hunchback flipping continue the story, bro. Like, no way. No way.
Even if like you worked with them, like, supervised, edit,
Now, if I'm supervising and editing, sure. I'm just saying, like, clearly Kishimoto is not supervising or editing at all.
I mean, if it's killing the lore, then obviously,
Yeah.
which fucking sucks, honestly. Because I like the Naruto lore.
Even with the aliens? You like the aliens?
No, I meant like the Naruto, not the Boruto. I like the Naruto lore.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I really like. Because I saw someone on TikTok. He's actually a South African guy. He was talking about how Hunter x Hunter is overrated.
Now, you see, that's exactly why I don't watch these niggas in Mzansi, bro. What's he talking about? Like,
He says Hunter x Hunter is overrated, and the Nen power system isn't even the best power system. Naruto power system is much more manageable and much more accessible easy to understand than Nen. And he thinks that what's that show? Hell's Paradise. Have you read Hell's Paradise?
it's atrocious. I couldn't keep reading it.
Yeah, he says Hell's Paradise is much better than Hunter x Hunter.
Now, that is what you call a gassy-ass hunchback, bro. No good chicken dust eating, gota eating, bunny chow chowing, flipping Coca-Cola, drinking mapuña, eating ass nigga, bro. How can you say the Nen system is inferior to the Naruto power system? That is the dumbest Kota brain mindset I've ever heard. Flipping crazy nigga, bro. Ah, nah. Do you agree with that?
Dude, I love Hunter x Hunter. Haven't I told you how much I like Hunter x Hunter?
Ah, nah, we have to verify, you know.
Nah, dude, I'm like a Hunter x Hunter fan. Like, I am a huge Hunter x Hunter fan.
That guy was just telling us that he's incapable of understanding things beyond 1+1. The Naruto
But I
power
do think-
system is so simple. You know, it's nothing memorable. It's not even, it doesn't actually function like a system. Doesn't feel like it because that's how simple it is. Right?
Well, I think it's pretty good, honestly.
Okay, how and why?
You know how, first of all, it's easy to understand because it uses chakra natures. Like the chakra natures are very easy to understand, like fire, water, air, right? And when you combine them, you get Keke Genkai's, combine 3 Keke Tota. Like, it's pretty easy to understand. It's difficult to get lost. When two people fight, especially in like the OG Naruto, when people were fighting in that OG show, like fights were interesting because you understood the power system. When it comes to Nen, can you tell me all the points of the Nen diagram? Can you tell me all of them right now?
That's the beauty of it, bro. I have to look
That's
it
the
up.
beauty of it.
Yeah. I gotta take the dictionary out, bro. Like, all right, this is what it is. You know, I like that. I like it, right? Simplicity alone being why, well, according to that hunchback, why it's superior. It's like, no, bro, you're just too simple-minded, right?
Yeah.
Now, the Nen diagram, there's a lot there, but it's not difficult. That's the thing. There's just quite a few points to it. Like, that's it. Not that it's difficult to understand. There's just a lot of thingies there. So,
No, I don't think chakra is superior to Nen. I'm just saying it works.
yeah, it works. I ain't complaining either that it, but I'm just saying that the Naruto one is too simple. So I
Yeah.
cannot give it any brownie points. It feels like anyone could have created that power system. It's not unique to me. That's what I
Do
mean.
you know which one sucks though? You know which power system sucks though?
Which one?
Bleach, bro.
Why? In comparison to the One Piece one? Niggas using
No,
hockey all
like-
the time? Why?
In general, like, can you explain to me the power system of Bleach, bro? Can you explain to me?
Now, for me, Bleach's power system is complex, and so is the Hunter x Hunter one. But which one is confusing between the two? Definitely the Bleach one. Because if you don't pay special attention, you can be like, how is it that somebody like, let's say, Aizen be a threat to Yamamoto, really?
Dude,
How? It does, it's confusing.
yeah.
But then when you assess as to like, okay, see, Bleach leaves a lot of gaps on purpose where you have to fill in the gaps yourself. You're mostly wrong, probably. But the way I see it is that Yamamoto is stronger than Aizen in spirit energy, right? And he never uses Bankai because we saw it could burn up all the dimensions, right? But Aizen's absolute hypnosis could be, I don't know, it could be, see, we're all guessing it. It could be this, it could be that.
Yeah, that's my problem. That's my problem with Bleach, bro. It's so much speculation.
Yeah, it is
That's
unpleasant.
my problem with it.
It is rather
It is nice to
unpleasant.
discuss, though. It's very nice to discuss. But the problem is, our discussions are always based on speculation.
Yeah, but I think,
'Cause-
honestly, the Aizen one as a prime example. If Aizen's main power is absolute hypnosis, it wouldn't matter how big Yamamoto's spirit energy is. He'd most likely be hypnotized to do what he shouldn't do if he goes all out. A direct confrontation with Aizen, which there was limited by Wonder Wise, you know. So again, it is speculation, but oh well.
Because me and a homie of mine were talking, and we were talking about how, um, we were talking about Toshiro, right? His Bankai is ice, like his whole Zanpakuto is ice, right? And so is Rukia's.
Yeah.
And we were talking about how, like, because Toshiro is supposed to be a protege, right? Like, not a protege, a prodigy. He's supposed to be a prodigy, and Rukia has been alive for like so long now. But who would win in a fight? I know we don't like the who would wins, debates, but we were just casually talking about it. Like, who has the most devastating ice-related Bankai? And we were talking about how Toshiro has had his Bankai for so long, and we've never even seen the true form of the Bankai. Whereas Rukia just got her Bankai in the Thousand Year Blood War, and her Bankai was like so like powerful, like straight off the bat.
Well, she was trained by Squad Zero, and she bathed in the magical waters of whatever, you know.
Yeah.
So that kind of explains it. Toshiro's Bankai doesn't make sense though, because his true form Bankai, where he's an adult, don't actually know what it does. Rukia's Bankai does make more sense, that it turns you into ice. You know, it turns you into ice where you can, at an atomic level, you freeze. But Toshiro's one, it surrounds you with ice. So obviously, the most devastating Bankai between the two is Rukia's one.
That's the conclusion that we came to as well. But you see, I hate that we have to speculate so much, bro.
It is kind of fun.
It is kind of fun, but you have to, like, it has to be moderate, bro. It has to be moderate. Not every what if has to be speculation. Whereas in Naruto, you can speculate, but some things you just know.
That's true.
There needs to be some things that we just know in Bleach also. Like, we know Aizen has like a lot of Ryatsu, right? That's why he was brought back, because they needed a lot of Ryatsu to stabilize the 3 dimensions when the Soul King died. But and Ichigo is not a great fighter. All we know is that he has crazy potential because he has all the races, right? But he's not supposed to be the best fighter in the whole show.
Is he the best
And
fighter, like
He's
in
not.
combat wise, or is it because his spirit energy is special, where it can just, I think, again, it's speculation, but I think it's actually more clear. Ichigo's spirit energy is very, very different and powerful because of all the different races that's in him, you know.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
like, how is he able to just fight off everyone and be able to, kill every enemy that he comes across? Like, how? When there was always guys like Unohana, guys like Kenpachi, guys like Yamamoto, guys like not Ukitage, but like Urahara. Like, you know how in Naruto, Naruto was never the strongest guy until like just before the war, when he was training with Killer Bee. I think only then was he the strongest person in the show.
Yeah, good
But
point.
Killer Bee was always stronger than Naruto. There were always multiple characters stronger than Naruto, which is what I like about Hunter x Hunter, actually. In Hunter x Hunter, the world feels so lived in because Gon is not the strongest character. There are always other guys that are like that have been alive longer than Gon and Killua. There's guys that have been living, fighting, like doing like the world feels like a real world that we just got dropped in. It didn't start at the start of the story.
Right.
That's what I love the most about Hunter x Hunter, right? But in Bleach, bro, we have all these powerful, especially in the Thousand Year Blood Walk, bro, where everyone is just spamming bankas. I'm like, where the hell was all of this stuff when, in the previous arcs?
Yeah, when Aizen was on the loose. Especially
Exactly.
a character like Kensei and Rose. Rose releasing his Bankai, which is like a symphony and whatnot. Very cool. And then it's easily like broken if the guy smashes his own eardrums. That's ridiculous. You know?
Dude.
So, yeah.
Oh my god. You see, so it's nice that we can speculate. It's great for conversations. But I do wish that we did have some factual evidence for some things.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, nah, Kubo dropped the ball. He dropped the ball on the power system. It doesn't make much sense. Like Ichigo's father, I don't know how strong he's supposed to be. He can use a Getsuga Tensho, but it's like, how exactly? Is the Getsuga technique hereditary? Is it, you don't know.
Yeah, that's never explained as well. Because I always thought that this is before the reveal that Ichigo's father is a Soul Reaper and he can use the Getsuga Tensho. I always thought that Getsuga Tensho was a move exclusive to Zangetsu.
Right.
But then they show us that, nah, bro, it's actually like hereditary in a way. They don't say it's hereditary, but we see the other guy use it, so of course we're gonna assume it's hereditary. But now, if it's hereditary, doesn't that kind of break the whole Zanpakuto system? Because we're supposedly told that Zanpakutos all of them are different, right? All of them have different names, all of them have different moves, right? So, what is going on?
Ish. Yeah, it's mind-numbing, bro. It's mind-numbing. I mean, it's nice to get lost in the speculation, but as you said, like, we need to know what's actually the case and what isn't. Otherwise,
Yeah.
what are we doing here?
But yeah, but Bleach does kill Naruto artistically. Artistically, I think Bleach is the best out of the big three.
Yeah, definitely.
Correctly, like I do feel like One Piece is really good at having like when people say One Piece has good world building, I don't know what they mean. But for me, when I say it has good world building, I say that they have so many characters, and all the characters are kind of like so different, and have so many vast stories, so different ambitions. That is what I feel One Piece is really good at.
Fighting on and on and on it goes like the damn Looney Tunes. So, oh well.
Now, I like the characters in One Piece. They have a lot of characters, like Vivi, Robin, Boa Hancock. Like, they have a lot of characters, and most of them are really fleshed out, like most of them.
I tried my best to get into it, bro. I only liked the first, 10 volumes. The style was cleaner and so on. But I just saw no real development as to okay, we definitely gonna get to the end here. It's just on and on it kept going. Merry-go-round.
I do think I do think it's too long.
Yeah, even the Japanese think so now.
It loses so much. Yeah, it's too long. It has no urgency, bro.
You see? And it's like, look, Oda, some of our people have died already, Oda. Okay? And they wanted to die before, I mean, after you finish the story. Like, come on. Come on, bro.
Has no urgency, man. It's just, it's too long. I know the fans will say it's not long enough, bro.
Oh, hell no.
It's too long.
Anyone who says that, like, is gay and retarded, bro. Honestly, I'm a sick vengeance on them, bro. Like, nah. Straight up gay and retarded. Like, nah.
It's too long. Like, the fact that it even crossed 1,000 episodes. And I hate it when people compare it to, like, Detective Conan or, like, other shows that have crossed 1,000 episodes. And I'm like, yeah, but those stories are not really narrative driven, bro. Those are literally episodic shows.
Exactly. See? It's a hunchback. Hunchbacks keep defending it like that. So, I'm good. I just can't.
Let's read some of the comments. Yo, there's a lot. We talk a lot. There's a lot of comments.
It's fine. Making good time over here, guys.
Luck says, Luck says, he dare not. I think you're talking about the Kubo, when you said Kubo was making Chad gay.
Yeah. Like, there will be outrage, that's for sure.
And then he says, yeah, the arrow was so random. Tell me about it, dude. Like, that arrow was introduced in a panel, and then the next page, the arrow is used as if it was foreshadowed a long time ago. I'm like, what?
Wait, which arrow?
Even the explanation for the arrow. You know how, in, like, the last chapter, how they got to kill Yuhabaha, they had a convenient arrow that was forged by all the people who got lost when Yuhabaha was getting his powers back.
Oh, yeah.
Supposedly the arrow can stop the Almighty's powers for like a split second, and for that split second he can use the Almighty, and that's how Ichigo struck him down.
Yeah, that was bullish. But at the same time, Uryu's ability was the real true conveniency for me. Right? His ability where he can inflict damage on...
What was his ability again?
He can take damage that you have or that he has and put it on you type thing.
Oh, okay, I think I remember. Yeah.
But once again, it is a bit of a speculation of mine trying to cope, I suppose. It's jacked. It's fine, guys. I surrender.
Oh, man. Luck says, Shonen Jump is brutal as always. Seeing how they're doing Kagurabashi, had the author releasing drafts, and the dude is like 24, I think. The guy who does Kagurabashi is 24?
Yeah, he's a young buck. You didn't know?
Damn, I didn't know that.
Yeah, man. Like, he's disciplined, Pierce. Like, why aren't you successful like him? He's disciplined, bro.
Oh, yeah. I'd like to see him live where I live, bro. Let's see how disciplined he is.
Yeah, he won't last a week. That's for sure.
Exactly, bro. Shitstorm's taking the power here. Yeah, let's see how disciplined he is. Trying to draw, you got taxi drivers like hooting every day. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Straight up.
Luck says, okay, I read that. LeMay says, I think part of it was Naruto understanding he did not understand Sasuke, and Sasuke still knows what he should be. Yep. That is That's kind of like a headcanon, also speculation, bro.
Yeah, somewhat, definitely.
But I like it. I like it.
I mean, it
And
fills
then he
in the
says,
gap
kind of true.
nicely.
What?
It does fill in the gap nicely.
It does. Definitely does. And then he says, kind of true. Sasuke just stayed in jail and left again. To me, nothing's worse than Madara's fate.
Yeah, Madara was done dirty. Like his end was, I don't even remember it. So that's how bad it was.
Oh, man. Lux says, Naruto's number one for me as well. Learns a lot of things to do and things not to do. It was a great learning experience. That's why I value it so much.
I have more now. I don't know if I have. Yeah, I think I have more Naruto manga books than I have Bleach, or they're probably the same. But trust me, I was consuming more Naruto than any other thing. Learned a lot there. I'll always give it that. It's just what I hate about Naruto is that there's more value in it in memory than actually reading it again. Right? Because
That's true.
yeah, bro, that's what I hate about it. Cause I have all these books, and each time I'm like, you know what? Let me reread volume 42 or whatever volume it was, where it was the flashback of the fourth Hokage and Naruto's birth. I feel more elation
Yeah.
and whatnot in memory. Cause when I pick it up and read it, ah, I'm like, the artistic value. Not that it's bad, it's just not nice. You know? There's not enough breathing room. The panel flow is too static. And so on. The details are everywhere unnecessarily. Bruh. So
Yeah, lots of lines. He doesn't use screen tones. Kishimoto doesn't use screen tones.
yeah, way too many lines, bro. Like so yeah.
But it is potent. I do agree that, like, and when you think about it, like, damn, like, really, like, really potent. Saito says, I don't really see many people in Japan talking about Naruto all like that, surprisingly.
They moved on, bro. They moved on.
In Japan, they like One Piece more than Naruto.
Unfortunately. Gomu Gomu Gomu! Like, what in the hell, bro? You can't be Gomu 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 up until now. Even in the live action, that Mexican guy, actor, he's pretty good. Like, it doesn't sound cringe when he's saying Gomu Gum. It really does not sound cringe. Alright, man. You got it. Well done. You know? But that's still ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
I think the guy they got for the live action, I think he's like a really good casting.
He's really good. No hate.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's really good. Don't know how they found him. Apparently he speaks Japanese as well, which is cool, I guess.
I heard he was learning it. Now he's fluent in it. So it's like, good on you, bro.
Really
Good on
committing
you.
to the character.
Not that it won't change the fact that Luffy is a flippin' hunchback, you know. It just ain't gonna change that for me, sadly.
Yeah. LeMay says Naruto fixed the Hyuga clan. Yeah, I guess he did, didn't he?
Oh, he fixed it, all right. He went in there and he fixed it. So
Deep in the
yeah.
trenches.
Deep in the trenches, he stayed in there like, nah, I'm not coming out just yet, you know. So he fixed it, man.
Saito says, I'll say this. Watching Boruto is equivalent to watching a childhood friend getting assaulted.
It should have been out.
Damn.
Today's Wednesday, right?
So,
Yeah, today's Wednesday. It should have been out yesterday.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Uh, LeMay says, I do not like Boruto. It feels like the author could have utilized characters that were there instead of creating new ones. The new Team 7 could have been fleshed out more.
Could have. It's all so boring, bro. There is Konohamaru's all grown in Boruto. He's boring as hell, bro. Like he has no impact. He serves like a Iruka Sensei type character, but it's like you're not Iruka Sensei, bro, and you never be. You're just some washed up kid who's the grandson of the third Hokage, but you suck. So I can't, man.
Lux says, too big of a Naruto fan not to be into Boruto. Can't stay away. I would say the characters need more depth, but I enjoy the highs it offered, like the Kara arc. The new villains are somewhat interesting too. I don't know, man. I personally enjoy it.
Yeah, you have a bias, bro. You have a bias and a deep loyalty because Naruto kept you out of the gutter emotionally, which is fine. It's just, let's have the awareness. I have a bias to Bleach, right? Despite its, confusing power system, it kept me out of the gutter emotionally in high school. So even though there's obviously a lot of things wrong with it, my bias is like, nah, bro, protect it a little bit, man. Just a little bit.
Soy El Mr. Guapos says, what do you think of Naruto's run as Hokage? Was it underwhelming? I don't even know, bro. I think he's asking you because you watched Boruto, right?
It was logical. The thing is, we didn't see enough, but what we did see, it was just the way it's supposed to be, right? Being Hokage, at first, we all thought it meant just being the powerful guy, being respected, no one knew about the logistics of it, right? The whole thing of being a diplomat and you basically like the president, And from what we saw in Boruto, I was like, yeah, this is great. This is great. It's boring. It's not about fighting and killing. It's logistical. It's political. It's realistic. That's why Naruto is always depressed and tired. I'm like, yeah, cool.
So then they nailed that part then.
It was excellent,
bro. Lux says, oh, and that one arc where Boruto went back in time and met Naruto and his folks, think it was a filler, but it was really good to me.
Yeah. I mean, I probably would have enjoyed it too.
It's like fan service.
Yeah, ultimately it is fan service.
Yeah. And then LeMay says the anime be adding stuff that should have been in the manga. How the Kawa cult leader got followers and exploited them should have been in the manga. And then Lux says, speaking of Kishimoto, did you know he has a twin? And he makes manga too. Yeah, I know about that. His stories though and too many red flags for me to get into. Though his art is great.
Yeah, I actually have manga Opart's Hunter. I didn't know the real name is 66 Devil or 66 Satan. It got renamed. And dog, it was flipping atrocious. I couldn't believe that thing got published. Not story-wise, in the beginning, you still don't know what it's about. Still don't know. But artistically, yo, bro, it was so bad. I'm like, how did this get published? But now he's a much better artist. I don't know what other works he did. But yeah, he was like doing proper Kabbalah, satanic power system, and so on. So I understand why Lug would not like that.
And then he says, yeah, man, the Boruto anime tried to develop characters way more. Some fillers were some fillers just weren't that interesting. They kept bringing in new characters we don't care about rather than work on the main ones.
That is the My Hero Academia formula. More is better when not really. Now, Torishima speaks about more characters means more stories, right? He mentions that in his book. But it's for the reason of story in relation to the main character. I think the others just execute it incorrectly.
Yeah, I think introducing new characters just for the sake of it is boring. I think if you want to introduce a character that's like a new character that the audience doesn't know, I think at first you need to create a need for that particular character.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to introduce a character that is really, really, I don't know, maybe like an overpowered character that has not been introduced in the story, maybe you should try and introduce a plot line that requires that particular character. Like, introduce something like a new villain that requires an ancient technique that has died out to kill. Now you have to look for people, the last holders of the technique, and then you find this really overpowered character that's retired. Done deal. You've introduced a character, you've introduced a need, and you've introduced a need for the character.
Exactly. It's that simple.
It's that simple.
See?
But yeah, Shonen is just be adding characters, bro.
Well, blame it on the new editor, bro. He's jacked in the head.
Oh man. LeMay says, I'm just sad that Naruto didn't teach his son the completed version of his father's jutsu.
As in the Rasengan?
Yeah.
But let's face it, Boruto likes Sasuke more. I think he's mastered lightning style, more than he's mastered the Rasengan. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, all of Naruto's fighting styles, fighting with a kunai instead of a katana, he just hates his dad so much, bro. Well, it doesn't, not that he actually does hate him, it's just like he's so attracted to Sasuke. He even dresses like Sasuke. He's got one eye like Sasuke. Like, give me a break, bro. He even had Sasuke's exact hairstyle for like a couple of chapters because I think he fell in water or something. I'm like, really? Really? Come on.
Alright. And Lux says, I don't really get Bleach's power system either. A lot of gaps. A power system is at its best when you can connect dots properly without speculation, even if they are complex.
That's true.
And then he said, yeah, and then he says, Nen is basically perfect in that aspect, and its roots to the world building is great. Tandazile Nyengesa.
Isn't that the name of a girl?
She says, Luck, I see you. And
Wait,
then
what?
Zach says, I love Hunter x Hunter's threat level. Hunter x Hunter's threat level is so, like... like, I feel like the Chimera Ant arc is one of the best arcs in anime, period, personally. Yeah, because, like, the moment that Kite dies, it's such a wake-up call for the characters, like, we are not equipped for this right now. Let's run away. When have you ever seen main characters do that?
Yeah, that's very true. It made you, know that you are not
It
in
literally had to run
Kansas.
away.
Yeah, that's true. We're not in
I,
Kansas anymore.
that's like the, the the threat level in Naruto has never been like that. Naruto always thinks he can kill anyone with the Rasengan and Tag no Jutsu. And the same thing, Killua literally had to knock him out and drag him and run away.
That's true.
And then Luck Art says JJK though is what I think is overrated. That power system doesn't sit. It kept getting expanded and twisted all the way to the end of the series. How do binding vows even work?
Yeah, I don't know the Jujutsu Kaisen power system. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. Like the domain expansion. Do
The
you know
JJK
anything
has
about it? Like any
what?
substance? Can you take any substance from the JJK power system?
I mean, the thing is, like, they also have something similar in Hunter x Hunter, but it's not like in JJK. I don't know. I don't think I'm well equipped to answer JJK questions because I don't really understand JJK. I've read it, but I don't understand it because apparently, like, because I remember hearing someone say in JJK your powers get more powerful if you talk about them or if you explain them.
Yeah, I heard somebody say that too, and it was in connection to Bleach as well. That it's a karmatic, something to do with karma or, bruh. It was an ass pull. It was like, nah, shut up, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. Nah. So.
Yeah, I think when it comes to JJK, I also don't know what I'm talking about. I have no idea what's going on in JJK, honestly.
Have you seen the people who made 6-hour videos about JJK, bro? And they straight up not saying a goddamn thing. Like, dudes are trying to put all kinds of philosophy behind it. I'm like, bro, this is a massive ass pull. Like, how dare you compare JJK to legendary philosophical works, man? You're nuts. Like, you're reaching for real.
Yeah.
Ah, I hate that.
Oh man. Zach says Hisoka is bad, but not as bad as the spiders. The spiders are bad, but not as bad as the ants. The ants are bad, but not as bad as the MANAA. There are levels to even the level of evil that exists.
Wait, the ants are not as bad as the who?
The MANAA. I think he's talking about the Dark Continent arc.
Oh, actually, that ant, the ant queen, she's from the Dark Continent. She's a creature from the Dark Continent.
Oh, yeah?
So, yeah. So indeed, there are scarier creatures that await from the Dark Continent. So it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah. Oh. Togashi. Tandazile says JJK Mondlo is stressing me in many ways.
Yes, girl. Tell him. Right? Which is exactly why you shouldn't even read it. I mean, aside from the political garbage in there, coexistence and whatnot, Chihuahua, bro. There's just too much dialogue in that thing. Have you tried to read it? There's so much dialogue. Yo.
Nah, man, I haven't read it.
Yeah, don't read it, bro. You're fine.
And then Lux says, like, bruh, even in Mondlo, adding stuff.
You see? It's trash, bro. Absolute trash.
Tandazita says, "Coffee, are you using Clip Studio Paint?"
Yes, that's what I always use.
Mm. Lux says, "I like One Piece more than I like Bleach. A lot of things I don't like about it, but honestly, I overlook a lot of problems if the characters are good. Luffy is retarded, but I don't really care."
Nigga, what in the world? Ah, hell no, bro. How you not gonna care that the main character is retarded, bro? Like, ah, you know what? It's fine, bro. As long as you having fun, right? It's fine.
Tandazile says, "I honestly like Bleach more than One Piece because I know I'll actually finish it even though I'm loyal to series. I stopped near the Black Cat Pirates, bro."
Now I don't even recall what episode that was in, but
Bro, me too. Like, I don't think I'll ever rewatch One Piece, honestly.
Never,
I don't know.
ever.
I don't think I'll rewatch. I'd rather read it than rewatch it.
Would you read from the beginning?
Nah, I don't. I would never read it to completion.
It's an eyesore to read nowadays. I mean, the Japanese are complaining about it too. You know, I'm still gonna talk about that.
they're complaining, bro. They like, yo, the paneling, the amount of, like, there is no proper balance of contrast anymore. There's just random blots of ink now everywhere. Composition gets messed up because of the amount of mixed up shapes. They're complaining, bro. They're like, look, you can't serve us garbage just because you're Ichiro Oda. So that's what I'm talking about.
Damn. And Tandazu says, "I love the Kagurabachi and Ichi collab."
Kagurabashi and Ichigo collab.
They just said an Ichi collab.
I don't think I've seen that.
Yeah, me neither. Rookie Rock Solid says, "Hate live action remakes."
Join the club. But you know,
People gotta consume. Companies want to make money.
Yep. That guy from Meg says, "Love of Netflix did bed looked funny, but enjoyed it, even though they chopped it." And then Saito says, "You cut off my comment, which is unsettling." I think they're talking together now. Blah, 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 blah. And then Lux says, "Sasuke 2.0 adult Boruto was the apex glazer."
You see? I can't take that serious, man. I just can't.
Lux says, "Hunter x Hunter always felt like it was way ahead of its time. It's written so well, doesn't fall into trope-based issues either." Yeah, I always liked how Gon doesn't have any spirits inside him or like anything.
Or
that-
any chosen one type thing.
Yeah, any chosen one type thing. Like, he's just a guy who wanted to be a hunter because his father's a hunter, and that's going to get him closer to his father because, you know, he wants to see his father, he wants to be with his father and stuff. And I always say that my favorite character in, well, not my favorite character, but a character I like a lot is Killua, because Killua, bro, he's such a good partner to Gon, especially in the later arcs when Gon kind of loses his way, but Gon's nature kind of brings Killua into, like, I don't want to say the light, because Hunter x Hunter isn't like light versus dark and stuff, but he kind of makes Killua childlike in a way, because Killua kind of grew up in, like, you know, this older family.
He brings
But,
back
yeah.
his childhood.
Exactly. And then in response to that, somehow Gon loses his innocence and he just becomes like, you know, the opposite of the kid that we met at the start of the show. And while all of that is happening, you have bigger things happening. Like Meruem is fighting the chairperson, right? And like that's a whole thing. Like there's so much is going on in the Chimera arc, man. Like yo,
That's true.
that's why I was like the Chimera arc, man. It's such an underrated arc that I don't see a lot of videos about it. They should be. It's a really good arc where a lot of things are happening, a lot of character progressions are happening. Oh man, it's a lot. But let me read some more. Black Swan says, Pierce, do you plan to do more manga on the future or in the future? For sure. I think I'm gonna start releasing stuff next year for sure.
Man, next year is next month, bro.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying next year.
So next month, you're gonna start releasing more next month.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh yeah, like it's just scary how quickly this stupid time went by, bro. Nigga getting old. Old.
It did go. It did go by. Ah, we already at 2026, man.
I'm already 31 at this point. Then I might as well accept it.
That guy from Egg says it's becoming rather a trope, but the hunter becomes something else and uses their skills to do the main plot stuff. What? Luck says years into the future, and we have something like Togen Anki still existing. How did that even get an anime? What's Togen Anki?
Sounds familiar. I
And
think
it
it's
has
a
an ad,
seinen. I think it's a
apparently.
seinen. I think
It's
it's
what?
a seinen manga. I might have read it
Oh
in
yeah.
high school. Yeah, it made no sense,
Oh,
bro.
so it's old.
Yeah, I might. It might be. I might have the wrong one, but that name reminds me of such a series. So,
Well, that guy from Egg says, because it's in the same magazine as Iruma-kun, they give all their manga anime if they last 2 years. Huh. It
oh,
needs something new.
interesting.
And then Zach says, no, Mirena is the new villain. Yeah, well, I'm not up to date with Hunter x Hunter.
Just watch the recap videos, bro, on this guy. Honestly, you'll find him if you type Hunter x Hunter recap. He's great. The guy knows everything. He looks at every single detail. He's fantastic. He's fantastic.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, some Australian white guy who's really good.
Nice, nice, nice. That guy from X says, but Modulo's artist is the best. They deserve more. They draw Cypher Academy for Nisciensen, one of my favorite Jump series. One Piece won't earn new fans due to its longevity. Now they're making a remake of the Fishman arc and a remake of season 1. Jesus.
Imagine, bro, for what? You know? Good grief. Hey, guys.
Oh my god, bro. And then he says Ichi the Witch. I guess he's talking about Kagurapachi and Ichi the Witch. I guess they have a collab or something.
Okay, yeah. There's been a lot of promotion for Ichi the Witch. The creator on Twitter is like doing illustrations of the character, time lapse, and I'm like, okay, that's nice, but I don't care, cause what's the whole mission in Ichi the Witch is like, it's a hunter, and he finds a rare magic creature that can synchronize with him as a guy, and these creatures can only synchronize with females. And then he's surrounded by a bunch of chicks who are like, I would type thing on him. And then they go on this adventure trying to subdue other magical creatures. But then I'm like, The thing is, the main character, he's almost a free spirit, right? Or he is a free spirit like Gon. Gon was enjoying himself, but he had a mission. His mission was, I want to be a hunter so I can find my dad. Well, he found his dad, and his dad told him about how big the world is, and that, hey, look, there's still more to find, more to learn. You pretty much need to go get your Nen back so that we can go on another adventure. That is a now new goal Gon has, right? Cool. But Ichi the Witch, he synchronizes with this magical monster, and then the Witch Association use him as their hunter to hunt others. And I'm like, okay, Ichi's doing this because, well, he's stuck in it and he's having fun at the moment. His goal was never as objective as Gon's goal was. That's why I don't like him as much. It's like he's not living for himself. He's not trying to do anything for himself. He's just going with the flow and trying to have fun in between. I don't like that.
That is interesting. I've actually never heard of Ichi the Witch, if you can believe that.
That's insane, bro. But hey, it's fine. You don't need it.
And then he says, Tengen Anki is an edgy series about gangs of Oni fighting with blood. It's shonen.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I've seen it in high school. And it's useless, bro. There's sex scenes in there as well, and it just felt like, why are they here? It didn't seem
In a shonen?
necessary. I don't think it's a shonen. I don't think it's a shonen. Oh, wait. No, that's not the one. He's talking about this other one where all the characters look exactly the same. Yeah, I used to follow that manga artist, and I saw recently that it got an anime, and I'm like, so, because I couldn't read it before, right? I only saw him draw the characters. I'm like, this looks interesting. But now I'm seeing that they all use blood. That's lame. That's lame. And all the characters look the same. So.
Lux says, Pierce, don't look into it. It's horrendous. Picture the worst tropes in shonen in one blend. I mean, when you say that, the first thing I want to do is look it up, bro.
Curiosity killed the cat.
Yeah, I've died a lot of times, bro, thanks to curiosity. Like,
but hey, you got 15
now if
lives.
it's a shonen, man, I'm less prone. But I'm less prone to looking up shonens, man. Shonen, I'm just not interested. Like, it takes a lot for me to look into a shonen. But if it's a manga, there's higher chances. But I'm not watching shonen animes anymore, man. Anyway, that guy says it's so forceful, edgy, bro, but it's heartwarming.
I can't, man. I just can't.
Oh.
If I want heartwarming, I'll put an episode from Naruto. Right? I'll rewatch the whole Gaara abduction arc. I'll rewatch Sasuke versus Itachi. I'll rewatch Jiraiya getting his ass beaten. If I want some heartstrings pulled, Naruto will not fail me, bro.
Yeah, dude, I recently saw Gaara's speech when the war started. I was like, yo, I forgot how good this speech is.
I need to look into it.
Yay, that speech was... I legit forgot how good that speech was. When he was talking to all of the allied shinobis, and he was like, there's nothing but shinobi here. We're all here because we were wrong by the Akatsuki. And then he starts talking about Naruto, and he's talking about how he cried for me, even though we were on opposite sides. He cried for me, and then he called me his friend, and I was like, damn. Dude, that shit was so fire. It's like, there are no Jinchuriki, there are no ninjas, there are just shinobis here. Oh, I was okay. But like, I think it's Troy Baker. Troy Baker voices Gara right in the dub.
Say what?
Is it Troy Baker who voices Gara in the dub?
Um, I think so. He's the one who voices
Guy's so good.
voices War from Darksiders, and he used to voice Ukitake in Bleach. Then for whatever reason he quit. The new Ukitake sounds like he's got an apple in his throat, bro. Like he's choking. Like, what have they done? So
Oh, that guy's a great voice actor, though.
he's awesome.
Wait, where was I? Okay. Ichi, wait. Oh yeah, Luck says dumb MC, demons being the good guys, useless female characters, excessive fan service. Nah, that manga's goober crap, and people are buying it because it's full of goober appeal. Jesus, are you talking about the
blood
Togen
thing.
Anki?
Yeah, I didn't know it was
Yeah.
Gunner material. But I'm glad I didn't even know that detail. Just shows how much more useless it is.
I probably won't check it out then. And that guy from Egg says, Ichi is a hunter. That's how I meant, like the hunter trope. Oh, okay. Descara is Jump's first main black girl in Jump, so Ichi is getting beat by Descaras.
Bro, Descara's not black. You see, that I hate that. What black woman has straight Indian hair? Come on. I've had enough. Right? Just cause somebody's brown don't make they black. God damn it. Why niggas gotta do this? I bet you was a nigga who said that. Nah, man. I've had this. Stop trying to insert your blackness into everything that's brown. Come on. I suppose the ground on the floor is black too, African, cause it's brown, right? No. I just can't stand it anymore.
JBZ says, just like David from Cyberpunk, difference is David wasn't having fun.
Oh yeah, David was not having fun. I got hollowed out.
It's traumatic, bro. And then I think that guy's talking to Luck, talking about the boys. And then Luck says, dude, I tried Ichi the Witch, and once I found out something for its time and world, it's set in the characters, use a lot of modern words.
Yep.
Don't know if it's the translation.
It might be the translation, but that also was a turn off. But I stopped reading it before the translation thing became an issue. I just saw a lot of subtle feminist garbage in there, believe it or not, where Ichi would react like a normal boy in things, and then the female characters would like demonize his behavior. Like, why he's so weird? Why is he doing that? Because he's a boy, you know? And the problem is, there weren't other characters saying, nah, just leave him alone, because maybe that's what boys do, you know? Nah, not really. It actually would reconfigure your understanding on how men react to things, and make you believe that it's actually weird and not normal if they act this way. It's like, it's a guy. So, feminism, bro. Women made Ichi the Witch. And he's wearing high heels. So, yeah.
That guy from Mank says, it's not translation, it's like the elusive samurai. They're old is old, but modern. But not so modern that they don't have phones and shit.
I can't, man. I don't know the appeal of the elusive samurai. The anime was so visually gorgeous, bro. Like it was a true work of art. But the story, I don't understand what it's about. The main character looks like a girl, but he's not. So I'm like, I don't know what's going on here.
Oh man! And then that guy from Egg and Luck, they just start talking about Starlight or Starlink. I don't know. And then Luck, that guy from X is Indian. I'll make her black. Don't worry. At least say African Japanese.
Nah. Nah, bro.
I watch his other stuff. I know about this. If he crashes out, I'll cry under a rock. I think they're talking about you because Luck said Coffee finna crash out on this black brown thing real soon.
Oh yeah, and I did. So,
Yep, you do. Black Swan says, "What is the premise of the manga you plan to release in January?" Oh, it's like a one shot. It's a one shot, bro. It's I'm trying to. Well, I've already written it. I'm trying to draw it now already. It's about a dying planet, and it's about two characters trying to. Well, one is a scientist, and the other one is a person not interested in what's going on. They're just trying to survive. So basically, the whole chapter is them finding out some. I don't want to spoil it too much, but both of them find out they're both essential to understanding what's happening in the world and what causes the world to be the way it is right now. So yeah, I think that's all I'm gonna give away right now. I'm still like working out the kinks, so I can't spoil it too much.
how many pages
But yeah,
is it gonna be?
so far, bro, I'm trying to trim it down to like 30. Yeah, I'm trying to trim it down to the because right now, like my script and my storyboards are like somewhere around 45 to 50. So I'm trying to like cut some stuff.
Damn.
Yeah, because I want to start drawing it now in December. Because I'm actually planning on releasing it late January, but I want to start drawing it now. So I'm still trying to figure out how to like cut stuff and make it shorter.
Okay. Pre-production is
Yeah, and Luck says, la 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 la. So Black Swan says, do you plan to release it in the magazine? Which magazine are you talking about, bro?
probably our magazine.
I don't know. We'll see if it meets the quality that I want and that you guys want, and then maybe. I don't know. But the work has to be finished first before we talk about publishing. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay. Well, I'm just really glad that this intimidating page here pretty much is done and dusted. Not really. Just gotta render it some more. But at least. I suppose this page. I'm not really finishing anything here. I finished page 3 and 1 completely. But Chihuahua. I'm not gonna make it for this one.
Lots of progress was made, though.
Progress. Well, good enough for me.
Yeah.
But okay, before we were talking about checking out the comments. What was the last thing we were mentioning?
I forgot, bro. I totally forgot.
Oh well.
A friend of mine just sent me a Chinese movie that got stolen. Well, not stolen, but kind of. Have you ever seen the movie The Departed?
No. Is it new?
No, it's like 2006, I think. It has Matt Damon, um, Leonardo DiCaprio. I think it's done by Martin Scorsese, I think.
Mm. So how's it a
Yeah,
Chinese
a
movie?
friend of mine just a friend of mine just sent me the Chinese movie that The Departed is kind of like based on, well, not based on, but like inspired by, I guess. But this is The Departed, the original Departed.
Oh, okay. Is it
Yeah.
like kung fu?
Nah, no. It's kind of the same, like the same premise, like one for one, pretty much.
Oh, well, I guess now you can
Yeah.
intentionally watch it. Uh,
Yeah,
sometime later.
I'm gonna watch this one tomorrow. Yeah.
Unreal. I mean, I want to say I envy someone who can say, yeah, I'm totally gonna watch this tomorrow. I don't really envy it. It is just surprising to me. Like, wow, really? You can just sit there and watch it and not feel any pain. You know, no guilt whatsoever for just sitting there. That's really nice.
Nah. It's like my downtime, when I'm not writing scripts or writing manga. Just because sometimes it doesn't even feel like downtime because like when I was watching Dracula yesterday, immediately after watching it, I felt really inspired to just draw, and I was like, so is it really downtime if it just gives me the boost I need to draw?
Exactly. I don't think we can have downtime in the traditional sense as we once did. Downtime for me is something you earn, right? And for me, my only downtime really is when I eat, right? It's only when I eat lunch, breakfast, dinner. That's my downtime. And I was eating dinner while here. Had that sweet potato and a steak and a vegetable and beetroot. That's it. That was my downtime. And it's like, wait, isn't downtime just sitting and doing nothing? Like, I can't do that anymore. Everything is so intentional. Even in my downtime, if I'm going to sit and do nothing, I'm sitting and doing nothing because I'm purposely trying to regain physical energy, right? Yeah, so I don't know what level of monk mode I'm on right now, bro. It's next level stuff.
Yep. And eat and chill, bro.
So,
But probably watch that one tomorrow. But I really don't like seeing, because I know a lot of American movies have Asian counterparts that came out before them, and they don't even tell you that, this movie is actually like a remake or something. They don't tell you,
bunch of crooks, bro.
bruh. Because I remember there was this really old horror movie called The Grudge, right? It's an American movie. And then, if you do a little bit of research, there's a Japanese movie called Ringu. It's literally The Grudge, bro. Literally The Grudge. And it came out in the 90s.
Yeah,
And The Grudge came out in the 2000s.
I thought they were working hand in hand with the Grudge, like, all the
Really?
producers. I thought so. So I'm not sure if they really were, or because if they weren't, there would be copyright issues. Somebody would be sued.
I don't know if they do work hand in hand. Because you do know about Old Boy, right?
Yeah, I still haven't watched that thing. I
Yeah.
have it, but I haven't watched it.
Well, there's two of them. There's an American version and a Korean version. The Korean version was first, and then there's the American version. I don't know if they work hand in hand there. But
Damn.
that one, the guy who made the American version, he was pretty like, he wasn't trying to hide that there's a Korean version. So he was saying it's kind of like an American retelling, I guess.
Wow. These
And people
unoriginal,
hate the American version. Like, they just don't like it at all.
these unoriginal bastards. Oh well. I should make the South African version of Dragon Ball, bro. Like,
Pretty much.
instead of finding
Just say it's
Dragon
an African
Balls,
retell.
yeah. What can we replace the Dragon Balls with? That's a South African thing.
Bro, I have no idea, bro. Replacing the actual Dragon Balls, like the wishing thingies?
Oh, I know.
I don't know.
It could be the witch doctor's bones, bro, that he throws on the ground. The Sangoma's bones. Like if you find
But yeah, and people have to collect 7 Sangoma bones all over South Africa.
That's right. That's right, man. Instead of a flying cloud, you'll use likasi, which is, that wooden mat
Yeah.
that you sleep on in the hut. Instead of saying Nimbus, you're like Kasi, Oh boy, that'd be so awful. But others might be like, hey, got something here. Like, nah, nigga, I ain't got nothing. This is a straight up rip off, bro. So
Oh, man. Black Swan says, Coffee, are you against using AI backgrounds similar to photo bashings? Some of the programs allow for pretty decent line work.
well, sort of, because you see, this is the background here. This is from a photo, right? I took a actual photo and I flattened it and just got the lines from it, and then I deleted all the extra lines and then I drew over it. So if it can look like it was illustrated the way it looks like right now, then it's fine. Then it's fine, But it can't be too obvious that you use AI or you use 3D. Otherwise, there's no more artistic expression. Like, this feels artistic because I added a lot of my rendering techniques to the photo itself. So it just becomes consistent with my overall art style. People get it messed up where your backgrounds don't align with your art style at all. And then there is a breaking of immersion. So that's a serious thing to consider.
Yeah, you don't want the characters to feel out of place.
Exactly.
Lux says, isn't that plagiarism?
In what? In response to Black Swan's thing?
Not. Yeah, I think it's talking to Black Swan.
Nah, AI, if you tell the AI, give me a background of a garden that has line work, you most likely not going to find what you think you want to find. You still going to have to use your creativity to make it look like the vision you had in mind. So for me, the photos I got for this, I had to creatively bring it to the level that fits my overall art style, right? So it's going to be the same thing if you use AI, unless you train AI to take your art style. I wouldn't do that. That's a lot of time spent. I wouldn't do that. So
Yeah, it's kind of making you obsolete.
exactly. People who I was watching this one guy. He makes videos dissing white manga, rightfully so, right? I think his name is Tarpy Clip. He talked for like 5 hours, dissecting the trash. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I watched his latest one where he was reacting to white manga, talking about AI anime. And rightfully so, he was saying, White, you're not saying anything, bro. You're a zombie. Cool. Um, then he mentioned the use of AI. And, oh, damn, did I lose my train of thought? The use of AI and how White doesn't use 3D mods, but now he's more lenient on the use of AI because it's inevitable anyway. Oh, he also then mentioned how Webtoons right now is creating an auto coloring and auto line work function for Webtoons creators. Yeah,
line work.
yeah, and auto coloring, bro. And I'm like, then what's the point of calling yourself an artist, bro? Like, it took me, I don't know how long to do this now, but it was fun. People miss the point. See, if you don't lie to yourself and know exactly why you're doing this, and tell yourself, I am working on this product to distract myself productively from the agony of life. Others will be like, I am working on this product to get popular and get money, only to be depressed all over again, right? That's why they want the shortcuts. Don't take the shortcuts because it is through the terrain, not the terrain, the trenches, right, of producing the product where you're actually most at peace and most free. Because as soon as you come out of the trenches, you can look at the sky for a while and smell the flowers, but then they're going to start boring you and causing you agony. Then you need to go back to the trenches. So don't do the shortcut thing, but because it's only going to take you to the fields where you'll get bored and depressed all over again. That's what they don't understand.
Auto line work. I'm still not over. Like, what does that even mean?
It means you can put your pencils, right, the sketches, and then it'll generate the lines for you automatically.
Bruh.
Like, look at me stroking these lines here, bro. Like, this is uniquely me, bro. I don't want to give AI the chance to do this. Like, nah.
That's crazy. So he's lenient now because of that stuff, and his stuff is on Webtoon also.
Basically, I don't know if White is going to do that, but he probably will. He did show White Manga's Webtoon that it's doing terrible right now. So I'm going to have to look at that and roast White all over again. You know, so we'll
White
see.
Manga's doing another series?
No, it's still Apple Sack, you know. It's just doing terribly on Webtoons. Like, no one cares. It's not getting views.
Yeah. Sad. Anyway, Zach Berry says, AI backgrounds, you're gonna give me a heart attack, Black Swan.
Yeah, bro, don't think about it, Black Swan. Don't do it. Don't do it. Like, honestly, the art itself has to be an extension of who you are. Like, I can get a lot of details about what type of person the Gachi Akuda artist woman is like, right? I can appreciate her story more, even though the story is like nonsense at this point, you know. I can appreciate her hustle and the product, I suppose, because of how much of herself artistically she expresses with each line, each whatever, right? AI takes away that human touch. It takes away the connection. So it's not worth doing. It's really not.
Yeah, it's like, because most of the time people, they use AI to, like, produce faster, but I guess it goes back to what you're saying, like, rushing and trying to finish first doesn't matter, right?
It doesn't matter because you're just gonna get depressed all over again sooner.
Sooner, yeah. So yeah, no, I feel that. Lux says, I think he meant using them in the way people use real life image to photo bash and trace over.
Well, that's kind of what I did.
Yeah, but the problem is that takes skill. Like, it's not like you can just take a picture or like an AI picture and just photo
Yeah,
bash it. Because even the people who photo bash in Japan, they do a lot of like post editing after they do that stuff.
exactly what I did here. Yeah. Honestly, there's no real
Yeah.
shortcut. There is no shortcut. Like,
Yeah,
sorry, y'all.
exactly.
You're gonna have to be up in these trenches. You're stuck.
Yeah, like even with the photo bashing, like you gotta do a lot of work on it, and even after getting the pictures and stuff.
Which I'm perfectly
So
fine with.
I know this
used
one
to.
guy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it like adds to the process, right?
It does, and that's what people fear. Like,
And
that's more time spent. Oh no, I want to finish quickly. Nah, you really don't. I mean, don't be lazy, but you really don't want to finish quickly just because you think you're gonna get the cookies sooner. Like, no, no.
yeah. Papa Mendes says Old Boy was originally a Japanese manga. Oh shit, that's crazy.
So the Koreans jacked it from Japan, and the Americans jacked it from Korea. Got it.
Bro, that's crazy. That's even worse.
Ah, it's late, bro. Everybody jacking everybody's
Dude,
stuff.
that's crazy. Everybody's adapting everything, bro.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, I had no idea, bro. I just knew the Korean version, and then I knew the American version. I didn't know there was a Japanese version. Oh, man. Anyway, Luck Art says that is actually good use of AI. It can be an asset in art that way.
Not too bad. People aren't really using it like that. Honestly, I can
Yeah,
I can see if somebody used AI or 3D incorrectly. That's somebody who's rushing, right? There's just no expression, no life in their lines. Everything is like used as a prop, you know? That's part of the problem. It's plastic. Nah, man. You filled in the space with garbage for the sake of it. You thought you were adding depth, but you were just adding, trash. So, doesn't work.
yeah. From that guy from X says, Old Boy had an American movie, they messed it up. Old Boy manga is better. And OG Japanese one. There's also a Japanese movie? Jesus Christ.
Man, that is nuts.
The crazy thing is, the Korean version, right, is part of a trilogy in a way. So that's why I never knew it was an adaptation in the first place, because there's a Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance, and then there's Old Boy, and then there's Lady Vengeance. All three movies about vengeance. They don't really correlate with each other, but they're a trilogy of vengeance stories.
Oh.
Yeah. So now I'm confused. Now I have to actually look into it and try to find out what the hell's happening.
Hi, Chihuahua. But oh well.
Because I actually like that trilogy. Yeah. I think it's a really good trilogy. Let me read. Time Linear says, replace the Dragon Balls. How about instead 8 armor pieces. When combined, they bring to life a shapeless monster that grants one wish. It's hard to collect them because they also grant powers. If you wear them without putting all at once, but you what? If you wear them without putting all 8 at once, your worst qualities multiply, like your pride, anger, etc. Jesus Christ.
That's actually pretty interesting, bro. You should do it.
That's why I'm saying, like, Jesus Christ, that's actually a fire concept.
Yeah, do it, bro. Um, bring it over for a review.
Sure. Yeah, show us, bro. Show us. And then, Black Swan says, what's both of you guys' favorite American comic?
Honestly, Green Lantern, Brightest Day, artistically and narratively, the portion that I read was very nice. It was so, man, it just was so alive. It was just so alive. That's the first one that comes to mind. Like any other one, I wanted to like Superman and Wonder Woman's little romance adventures. But the writing was awful, bro. It was awful. Like, I couldn't believe how cheesy it was and how lame the dialogue was.
Me, my favorite American comic is The Killing Joke.
Oh yeah, that's pretty nice. But Ted, it's pretty overrated though, ain't it?
It is very overrated.
It's very overrated, man. And I should say one that I can remember with clarity. My favorite comics would be The Three Jokers, artist Jason Fabok. But it's great, but predictable. Like it had these three Jokers. You didn't know which one was the real one. Each one had an exaggerated trait of the original Joker, you know. So that was interesting. But some of the things were obvious that this was going to happen. Yeah, you were going to say that. So.
Yeah, I don't really read a lot of American comics, honestly. I've read All-Star Superman. I like All-Star Superman. I think it's a really unique taste on Superman. I've read The Dark Knight Rises, I think, by, who's this guy, this famous comic guy? That's the one Zack Snyder was basically adapting with his Batman. Like the older Batman. I forgot who the guy is.
Is it Mark Miller?
Yeah, Miller. Something Miller, yeah.
Oh, Frank Miller, yeah.
Frank Miller, yeah. Yeah. Frank Miller, yeah. Mac Miller, I think, is an artist, a singer, something.
Art was atrocious, but, you know, people ain't gonna be on YouTube saying, Miller can't draw. He really couldn't draw. But, yeah, the story was nice.
Dude, it was, yeah. But I read that one. And then I also read a lot of Green Lantern. Believe it or not, I used to be, my first ever comic was a Green Lantern comic, actually.
Green Lantern is cool, just got sabotage, bro. Bad writers. A lot of people just didn't know what to do with the character.
I think I read the Sinestro Corps or something like that. Yeah. I thought Sinestro was cool back in the day when I was reading Green Lantern.
Yep.
And then, of course, I read The Walking Dead. That's about it, I think. And a bunch of Spider-Mans. I read a bunch of Spider-Mans. And Ghost Rider.
You know, I never read Ultimate Spider-Man, only through the game, the PS2 game. But I think
Ah,
that thing would be brilliant to read start to finish. Too bad
the
Marvel
game
won't
was
prioritize. Hmm?
the game was pretty cool though.
It's awesome, bro. Like an amazing game.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't really read a lot of American. I also read a bunch of Watchmen comics.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I read a bunch of those ones also.
How was it?
I think Watchmen is such a very interesting because I read them because I watched the movie and I thought the movie was so good. I'm one of the people who I know that movie is like so it has mixed reactions from everyone. It's either you like it or you don't like it.
I don't know why people wouldn't like it, to be honest.
Yeah, and me too, because I really like it. Rorschach, Ozymandias, like those characters seem so cool to me, and the fact that they're so nuanced. It's not like a typical superhero movie. The comedian, like, dude. So when I was reading the comic, I was like, huh. Like I got more depth on the characters and stuff, which was pretty cool. But I don't know. I still like the movie. I wouldn't recommend anyone read the comics. I'm not like those guys that are like, oh, dude, the comics are better, bro. You should read the comics.
Now the
Not
comic
really, bro.
was not appealing in art style. At least for me, I would not read that thing.
Yeah, me too, bro. Like that's what I was trying to say. Like, just watch the movie, bro.
It's cheap. Looks cheaply made.
Yeah, but I would love to get recommendations from people for comics because there's. I used to read a lot of Hellboy also, actually. Yeah, I really like Hellboy. But I really would like recommendations from people. Like the very best, obviously. I don't want to read, like you said, cheaply made. The ones that look cheap. Nah, 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 nah.
And that's the problem. Sometimes, like the first three issues of an American comic can be like nicely made, and then the fourth issue is some cheap artist, and then it just kills everything.
Damn.
That's the problem.
I also read a lot of Flash, like the Wally West Flash. Yeah, but none of the ones I'm mentioning are like my favorite. I only like the Killing Joke because I was very impressed with it.
Yeah, even though it's overrated. The one with
Yeah.
where Joker becomes the White Knight, created by I forgot. I've mentioned it before on the channel.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
remember
that
we were on
guy.
stream and we talked about it.
Yeah, that one is really good as well. Really, really, really good. But I don't care. Like see, I want to read things that I'm gonna extrapolate from, that I'm gonna learn from. I'm not just consuming, man. It just can't. Let me buy a book that I'm just gonna stare at and not get anything out of. Hell no. That's not how I operate.
Yeah, it is. It's very. I don't know. I just like manga more, I guess.
Yeah, for obvious reasons.
Yeah, for obvious reasons. Let me read here. Time Linear says Harry Potter feels like a shonen sometimes. It did inspire Naruto after all, but people keep hating it because J.K. Rowling said there's only two genders.
All those people can jump off a bridge, bro. But Harry Potter is like entry level, basic story. Like Harry Potter is not magnificent. I don't think it deserves artistic credit for literature work. Nah.
Yeah, I've never even read Harry Potter.
Nah. Apparently it was a ripoff of something else anyway. So, oh well. I like the movies. It was fun as a kid. Going to the cinema with mom. Look, mom, I'm Harry. Yes, boy, you are Harry. Okay. That's all it was good for.
Uh, Black Swan says, "You guys having a hard time naming American comics tells me how relevant, impactful the modern Western comic industry is."
Indeed. Indeed. And you think they would care about this, but no. Suppose they've killed all of this nicely on purpose. The Marvel Civil War, I never read it, and Marvel Ultimates. Man, that looks so interesting, but I remember reading the new Civil War, not the OG one. It was complete ass, bro. They put Captain America or Captain Marvel as the main, star, and bruh, it's just nah,
You're not feeling it.
nah. So
Alright.
I don't think people are real fans of OG American comics anymore, because how can you be really? There's no continuation. If you really like the Killing Joke, that's about it. You like the Killing Joke, and that's it. That's your Batman. It's
Killing
not.
Joke is like one issue. It's like a one shot.
You see, that's your Batman, not the Batman. There is DC Heavy Metal, the event DC Heavy Metal, with Dave Capello, who's the artist. He's got a nice art style. But I knew it was temporary, and I just was like, why should I read this? Because it's gonna get diluted or thrown in the vault, and we'll never know about it again. I was like, nah. It's not canon,
Dude. The whole multiple writers writing the same character is such a turn off for me, honestly.
Exactly. Like, you can't feel invested because you can't connect with anyone, really. They're gonna put some
When we're
crazy.
talking about Spider-Man, we have to specify which issues we're talking about. Come on, bro.
Exactly. Hell no.
And then, Lux says modern comics, mostly just woke right now. Look at Supergirl, for instance, and then James Gunn decided to base his Supergirl off the woke one rather than the actual one.
Of course. Saw that coming.
Time Linear says the author of Yu-Gi-Oh really liked comics. He was a Hellboy fan. He did an art trade with the creator of Hellboy, and he did draw a comic issue about Spider-Man. Oh, he did draw a comic issue about Spider-Man and Iron Man. Really? I did not know that.
Yeah, he did. I saw that. But I didn't care. 'Cause I'm like, look, bro. Even if you drew it, it's not canon. It doesn't mean anything. It's a psyop.
Psyop.
That's all it is.
Lux says there was this recent official promotional illustration made of her pondering about her lesbian crush, and man, it hit me. They're making everything gay.
Gay and retarded. Yes. So, it's real, y'all. They ain't playing.
Time Linear says manga doesn't shame me for being straight.
Doesn't what?
Like, it doesn't shame me for being straight. Doesn't shame me for being straight.
Yeah. Indeed.
I don't think manga even cares about that, bro.
Well, not yet. Well, it's getting there. You saw that Kodansha bull crap. Let's get in there.
Um, and then Luck responds to Time Linear, and then that guy from X says the Yu-Gi-Oh! Oda did the comics as a collab with Marvel, like the manga Deadpool Samurai. Deadpool Samurai is still in hiatus due to parodying the quadruplets harem anime cover. The Marvel Civil War and the Ultimate and the Zombies was amazing comics.
Yeah, was. And you have to be like my age or older. In fact, you have to be older than me to actually have read it, you know. And if you're my age, you know about it, but you never managed to get your hands on it. So.
Yeah, that's what I noticed about people who like comics. They always recommend comics from like the 80s or the 70s, like bruh.
So.
Because most of the characters I like my favorite Marvel characters are the Punisher, you know, Spider-Man, and like I think Moon Knight is an interesting character also. But those characters, if you ask a Marvel fanboy to recommend you the best Spider-Man comics, they're gonna tell you, oh yeah, Spider-Man Ultimate, yeah, but that was released in the 90s or the 80s, and we're in 2025, bro.
Nothing recent, because it's all
Nothing recent.
garbage.
Nothing recent. So, what are we supposed to do exactly?
You gotta leave it alone. Go to manga, and then they want to jack that up. So.
And then Rookie Rockstar says soon Dragon Ball will be at the same place American Comics is.
It's been there, bro. What you talking? It's been there, thanks to Toei and Jump not knowing what the hell they're doing.
Toei is gonna milk Dragon Ball until it bleeds, bro.
I think there's nothing left, bro. You know, but they gotta keep going. I keep milking it.
It's very sad, though.
It's lugubrious, bro.
Lugubrious. And then Time Linear says that Marvel Civil War movie was so ass. The only interesting thing in that movie was the fight and the conflict at the end. That's it. I think people overhate Age of Ultron.
Age of Ultron is amazing. I really liked it.
People hate it?
Surprisingly, I don't understand why. I mean, it ain't perfect. What Marvel movie is perfect? But it was better than the very Lost movie.
What do they hate about it? I never knew that people hated Age of Ultron. I always thought that Ultron was a pretty good movie, you know? I was meant to be beautiful.
I think they hated Quicksilver dying like that, and how Scarlet Witch is a bit cringe. And I'm like, no, okay, but those are not real legitimate reasons, y'all.
Yeah, that's just something you didn't like in the movie.
Yeah.
Not really critiquing the movie as a whole. I liked Ultron.
There are no strings on me. And the birth of, what's his name? The red guy, Scarlet Witch's boyfriend.
The Vision.
Vision. Oh man, I really liked Vision, bro. I remember when I was a consuming brain dead hunchback. I really liked Vision. I wanted his action figures. I had no self-awareness, bro. Like, I even liked Scarlet Witch for no other reason other than she's hot, bro. I'm like, damn. I was really retarded, you know. So, yeah. And then when I got a brain, I'm like, okay, Vision is still cool, but not really. His potential is amazing, but the execution in the story, in the movie, nah.
I just like his speech at the end when he's talking to Ultron, and
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
Yeah, I really like that last bit of dialogue that they have there at the end.
And then Ultron's like, "You're terribly naive," and he says, "I was literally born yesterday."
I really like that too.
Yeah, that was just epic.
Yeah, yeah. I don't understand how people can hate that though.
They'll hate anything at this point, clearly.
Yeah. And then whoa. Okay. That guy says I like him. I don't know why y'all don't. They were fun. What are y'all thoughts of DC's Ultimates? I have not read DC's Ultimates.
Yeah, I don't think I have either. You see, there's no incentive for us to read DC Ultimate or any of these American comics because it can have a nice start, but either a terrible finish or a terrible in between, or bro, it's just not consistent. Like what you get in the beginning won't be the same like on the fifth issue. So,
Yep. And then Lux says, why do comics keep trying to shift characters to match their MCU versions? There's literally bad Captain Marvel. That's really bad. Captain Marvel is a great example. I don't understand. You saying Captain Marvel, like they trying to match the comics one to the MCU one, or? Because even if that's what you mean, I don't know because I don't read Marvel comics.
I don't know either.
And Black Swan asks Pierce, would you create a gay manga? What do you mean by that? Like a manga with gay characters or a manga where the plot is just being gay?
Nigga, why are you asking that, bro? Like, why?
It's Black Swan. He's asking me, what am I supposed to do? I don't understand the question, bro.
Okay, now I know you would make a gay manga. So you put gay
What?
characters.
Gay characters? The problem is, like, I don't see why not. Like, when I'm creating characters, I don't really think about their sexuality unless it's important plot. Like, I would only use a gay storyline if it was a plot device, honestly. That's literally the only reason I would use it.
Like in Berserk, where people are saying Griffith is gay, but actually.
Yeah, you see how they did it in Berserk? That's like literally a plot device.
Yeah.
You can see that Griffith is literally using his beauty to his advantage to fund his war.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would do that. But I don't think a story just about being gay is a story worth telling. I think, I don't know.
Yeah, anyone who does that, of course, is just jacked in the head. Like, how are we supposed to care? Like, 90% of the world isn't gay or retarded. So, come on.
So, yeah, I don't know. The problem is, even like, one of the saddest movies I've ever watched, the main character is retarded in the movie. I don't know if you've seen it. It's called My Name is Sam or something like that. Have you seen that movie?
Nah, I don't think I'd be able to stomach that. Like,
Yeah, the main character is like retarded and he has a kid. The kid
Oh,
is like
no.
really smart, right? And she can tell that her father is retarded. So the whole movie is basically the government trying to prove that this guy is not able to take care of his kid because he's retarded. But the kid doesn't want to live with anyone else except her father because she loves her father, obviously. It's her father, right? And the guy is like a single parent because the mom kind of took advantage of him because he's retarded. They had a kid, and then he like dropped the kid in his lap and left, right, with another guy. So
wait, how'd she get pregnant by a retarded guy anyway?
dude, we don't see that. It doesn't matter, bro. They had sex somehow.
Oh man, that is nuts. That is abuse. You see, woman
Yeah, it is
gets on
implied.
top
It is
of.
implied that she kind of like took advantage of him. It's implied.
Oh, bro, dude got raped by a woman because he's retarded.
Pretty much. Pretty much. So that story has a retarded character, but the story itself isn't about like retardation. It's about so much more than that, right? So I think, yeah, I would make a story with a gay character or gay actions or like something gay related, but I don't think the main plot of the story would be homosexuality. So I hope that answers your question, Black Swan.
Well, we all know what Vengeance would say. And I agree with him, so, yeah.
That guy from X says DC's already making even Robin gay and Aqualad, which I honestly hated.
Bro, when they made Aqualad gay in season 4 of Justice League, I wanted to just bury myself, bro. It wasn't fair. Aqualad was so cool. All of a sudden now he's smooching some guy. Ah, bro.
Damn. Time Linear says Batman Year 1 was good, and Batman The Long Halloween. Yeah, I've read those ones as well. I've read Batman Year 1 and I've read The Long Halloween. And I've read some comics with Hush.
Hush is overrated as hell.
You think so?
Very. Really don't understand the appeal.
Hush, hush. Lux says there's actually quite a bit of gay in manga right now. Windbreaker is a prime example. What's Windbreaker?
I've been seeing it, but glad I didn't look into it.
Now you know.
See, people wonder why I don't give new things a chance. Cause it's gay and retarded. Literally, bro. I just cannot, alright? No. Like Ichi the Witch is gay and retarded to some extent. There's a gay guy in there. Well, he looks gay, kind of acts gay, right? But I suppose he's not gay. But he got nail polish and all that. Man, it's gay and retarded, bro. I'm not looking out for that. Just
Lux says a lot of yaoi and yuri stuff too. Been really popular actually. So it has actually infiltrated all media.
It's over, man. Like people, I saw on Vengeance's comment section in a video today, where people were saying, "Yeah, we need to bring back the masculinity of the '80s." I'm like, mother effer, that's never coming back. But my question is, would you support somebody who's about that? Like here we are on Coffee Comics, drawing some real shonen testosterone masculinity right here. Would they come through and be like, yo, I'm gonna support this? Not really. I think those are the types of people who want to keep, the discussions going, and then give a solution that they don't want to support. So it's the sad part.
Very sad.
That's why I want to talk to him, and ask him, bro, come on, what's the real solution here?
From that guy from X says, read Love Ballet. I love Yuri.
Isn't Yuri the lesbian one?
Yeah. And then he says, my favorite DC character is the most oldest and forgotten one ever, called Robbie Red.
Yeah, I have no idea. Who in the hell?
I don't even know who that is, bro. And then Lux says, who on earth hates Age of Ultron? For Ultron alone, it was a top tier. Ultron was a really good villain. I don't understand why they would hate him though.
Just for the fun of it, you know.
Stark. Time Linear says, I hate how in recent years they make Jason Todd coexist with Batman. I hate that they can't coexist. Their philosophies clash. One has to die. I don't want to see a gay Jason Todd being beat up by Damian.
Too late.
Oh my god, that's funny.
It's in the works, bro. You just didn't know it.
Lux says, Superman's son is bi too. That's supposed to be the next Superman.
Yeah, I had a boyfriend and everything. That was just travesty, bro.
You guys are really up to date with the comics, huh?
Which is, it's nice, you know, to see what's cooking that side. But clearly nothing is cooking. Nothing at all, bro.
Pots are just burning, bro.
That's bro.
Time Linear says, Young Justice died when they did a time skip. So much potential gone.
Oh, really? I don't think so, bro. Time skip for season 2 was great, was phenomenal, right? It was a pleasant surprise. Season 3, they brought the worst things to fruition: the propaganda, the cultural Marxism, the gay stuff, bro. And they're now using like a Muslim girl as the infiltrator, that she wants to be free type thing, or she's gonna live her life in the way she sees fit. Dog. I'm like, what is this? And then season 4 was a mess. Season 4 was trying to bring everybody together. Apparently, Dr. Fate, when his mask is off, he's a Christian all of a sudden, and this is what this is my prayer, and blah blah blah. I'm like, this preachy bullshit. And then the first couple of episodes was about Superboy getting married to Miss Martian, but there was racism on Mars. Bruh, I couldn't do it. General Zod was black. Like legit proper black nigga with an afro, bro. I'm like, since when? No.
Yo, that is crazy.
It was a mess, bro.
Oh my god, racism in Mars, bro. Okay. Lux says vengeance would not approve. And then that guy from Egg says, the longest Halloween I watched its movie version. Young Justice was honestly, even though the comics had two versions. Wait, what? Young Justice was honestly, even though the comics had two versions. Oh, the new member of the team, the Scars, looks gay, but he ain't. He flirts though to Ichi while stealing him though.
That's literally gay.
Oh my god.
That is just gay as hell, bro. You see what I mean? Flip, bro. Sometimes I'm like, if I had a gun, bro. Honestly.
Yeah. Black Swan says, Coffee, who is your next victim?
Let's see. Who is my next victim? I'm out of victims right now, I guess. Somebody will come up. They always come up. So we'll wait for the new year, I guess.
Yep, they'll spawn. Time Linear says it's not in the works. It has happened. Jason Todd was beaten by Damian. They were making an LGBTQ Red Hood, aka Jason Todd. But thank God Jason Todd had a lot of fans and they bullied DC into canceling it.
It's just...
I actually remember hearing something like that. I heard one of the writers of that Jason Todd comic was saying I don't know. I think they said something about Charlie Kirk or some shit like that, and then they got fired or something. Not sure.
Right. I remember
Yeah,
seeing
it was
something
like
like that.
lots of shit was going on, man. Mm. And then that guy says Young Justice Outsiders was the worst final season. I miss Red Hood when he had a team with Starfire, Bizarro, Blackfire. That was type shit. I don't know why they canceled it after 4 volumes. That was so cool.
Because, bro, we all know why. They want to make it gay and retarded. So.
And then Lux says was pretty fun, and then Artemis was added, and he and Bizarro were a trio. Looks like all of you have read the same comics then. Because Time Linear said I was rewatching Justice. I really was watching the episodes with enthusiasm. The second I tried giving season 3 a chance, I gave up on it. I was just saying, this isn't canon, right? This can't be.
Yeah, nah, season 3, they even changed the art style. They made the characters ugly, bulky. Ah, dude, like, it was the biggest disgrace ever. And I'm like, how could you do something like this? But they did.
Gotta love it when they ruin something you love.
And that's why I'll never be dependent on these companies to give me something I care about. I made peace with it. You know, the best of the best came and went. It's fine.
Yep. And then that guy says Red Hood had 2 versions of the team, remember? And then Lux says, wasn't all that though, but it was fun while it lasted. And then that guy says, Coffee, I think I know a dude because I saw Holy Bloody in his thumbnail. Holy Blood in his thumbnail. Yeah, and then the last comment says, yep, that happened, Pierce. That dude pretending to be a chick got fired for that. That dude pretending to be a chick.
You see, man, they should have been fired from the very beginning. That wait, you a guy pretending to be a chick? Nah, bro.
Oh my god.
What did they expect? Good grief.
I don't know why they put agendas into IPs that are already established, bro. If you want to make your own agenda, make your own character.
Oh, that'll never happen. That'll never.
Always gotta corrupt established IPs and stuff. Always gotta do that.
It's cool, you know, like let them destroy everything. Like I'm really at peace with it now because I'm like, well, I don't need their stuff anymore. Don't need it.
Yeah, I mean, you're a creator. What about the consumers who don't create or produce, bro?
They too can sit there and rewatch the same thing over and over again. Right? If they sick and tired, they should go play cards outside. Because that's the thing, there used to be more than one way to distract yourself, more than one way to kill time. Actually going out or, you know, playing an old game, playing some cards, right? There were so many things. Others would sing and dance all day, right? Or you become David Goggins and you run up the mountain because you're bored.
Yep.
You know, I think, honestly, now this is where we are. Like, nah, guys, it's time you just stop consuming. Like, beat David Goggins and run if you don't want to watch anything.
Yeah, just do some shit.
Yeah, or rewatch the same garbage then that you grew up with. So,
Get a hobby, dude. Just get a hobby. Just start, like, gardening or some shit. I don't know.
get a pet, get a cat, play with it.
Yeah, get a pet or some shit. I don't... Oh, man. Yeah. And then that guy says, "Do people still ship Green Arrow with Black Canary?"
Uh, in our day, back in the day, yes. Not anymore. People don't even know that that was a thing.
Yeah, I mean, those are like, I think, yeah. I always feel like if a comic character doesn't have a show or a movie, the general public does not know about them
They
at
don't
all.
know. Yeah, at all, bro. And honestly, do they even care? I don't think so. Like a lot of guys
Because
who would watch the Marvel movies, they're not buying the comics.
yeah, the problem is the people who actually read the comics, they always say that MCU movies are mid or they're bad.
Well, they are compared to the comics. You're not wrong.
Yeah. So it's really um, it's give and take, give or take, give and take. But yeah. Mm, that okay, they're talking to each other. And then Time Linear says there's this movie called Wizards from 1977. It's about World War II in world with magic. It's really complicated, really dark. I want to watch it on the weekend.
Okay. World
And
War
then
Two.
Black Swan says, Pierce, would you do a GoFundMe going out to the bush for the fans? What?
You're gonna get eaten by a lion, bro.
I would never go to the bush, bro.
Black
Would
Swan
you do a GoFundMe?
doesn't know, bro. Like you gonna die in the bush, bro.
I am not equipped to be in the bush, bro. Like, I'm already struggling where I am right now.
Yeah.
Imagine going to the bush. No. For the fans, bro, going out to the bush, nah. No. I have been hiking though. I did enjoy it. Yeah, I did enjoy hiking. It was pretty cool. And then that's like my extent on it, really. As far as I'm willing to go, bro.
Oh yeah, nah, tell him, bro. That bush life,
I know.
it just ain't for everybody.
Yeah, that guy says they say MCU movies are good and DCU animated movies are good, while MCU animated movies are bad and DCU live actions ain't good till Superman came. What? You think Superman's good? Okay.
Lights out.
Lights out, bro. Lights out, lights out. And then, Lux says Superman ain't all that. People just be coping because it's different from Snyder's version. Coping. Oh, people just be coping because it's different from Snyder's version.
It's not even real, genuine love, you know. David Cornsweet. First of all, what kind of fucking name is that, bro? Cornsweet? What? God damn it, bro. It feels like a troll. Like, you're not Cornsweet, bro. That's not your name. What's your name? Cornsweet, my ass. Like, I felt so offended that you think I'm that stupid? You think I believe that you're David Cornsweet? There's no such name on this planet, you know? Apparently he's a you-know-what, right? So they had to put the corn and the sweat up in there to throw us off. But aside from that, nah. DC did have great animated movies. And then when they revamped it during the 2020s with this new art style with bold lines, it was a disaster. Honestly, it was a disaster. The Batman ones were decent, but then when the Superman and Supergirl came out, it was lights out, bro. There was a Chinese communist Superman that was preaching conform to the state, zero tolerance for this and that. I'm like, there's no way. There's no way that they did this. They did it. And there was the Convergence event based on the comics, and it was butchered. The movies were butchered. So I was like, yeah, even the animated ones have lost their way.
Nothing is safe, bro.
It's cooked, bro.
Yep, that's what people say. Cooked. Nothing is safe, bro. Yeah, and then they start talking about corn sweat. Time Linear says, I never liked Superman, to be honest. Everyone is a Superman fan now.
I did.
I mean,
but then, you know, we got messed up, so.
I mean, I don't think Superman is a bad character. Actually, I am a fan of Superman because I grew up watching Smallville, so I do like Superman. But I do think a lot of people misunderstand him because... Plus, dude, I think people don't understand Superman. People think Superman is supposed to be the most innocent person that always does the right thing. That, like, you know, the Superman that we got is always smiling and doesn't have anything bad going on, you know. He doesn't have a life. He's supposed to be a symbol of hope and nothing else.
Like a robot.
No nuance. Yeah, like no nuance, no nothing. Those are the new Superman fans. Should be very careful with those ones.
Which shows that they never knew Superman at all.
Exactly.
They never even watched the Christopher Reeves Superman.
Yeah, that's like way too old for them. I don't even think they know who Christopher Reeves is, bro.
Gay and
so yeah.
Nah, you
but
see,
hey.
The online discourse now is profoundly toxic. You have people who literally don't know what they're talking about, who argue with you about something they don't know what they're talking about. You're gonna be mad, pulling your hair out, trying to convince like idiots, mentally ill, crippled, asylum people from Arkham about facts, and they don't even know what a fact is. So, nah, man, like this current world is messed up. Like we can't have healthy discussions anymore about something. Nah.
I mean, everyone wants to talk about how they feel, bro.
I wonder what's gonna happen when. Like, what's gonna happen when you're done talking about how you feel? You can't talk about how you feel all the time, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially when we're having a discussion about something factual. I don't understand what feeling. Like, unless you literally stating that, yeah, I am biased because I grew up watching something. So this, to me, the facts don't matter to me because I'm already biased. I already have an opinion on this.
Yeah.
Only then will I appreciate your feelings in the matter because you're being self-aware and honest. Then I know what I'm dealing with.
Yeah, and then I'll be like, well, okay, bro, I'm not gonna talk to you then, but thanks for letting me know. You know?
Exactly.
You can keep it moving.
Exactly, bro. And then that guy from Next says, remember Superman from China? I don't know if you'll remember Superman from China and Justice League of China.
I didn't know about the Justice League of China, but I know the Chinese Superman, yeah.
Yeah, I also didn't know about the Justice League of China.
It's all probably communist gulag garbage. They all send you to the gulag, who knows?
Black Swan says, you and Coffee should team up for the next South African Comic-Con.
Yeah, bro, do you have the budget?
How much is... I can go there. I think I can go there.
Nah, what he means... Oh, okay, I don't know what you mean, Black Swan. Like, you want us to set up a table? Because even I don't have the budget for that.
Ah, yes, that can be expensive.
It's not worth it. Now we can go just to see them niggas and laugh at them like, ah, look at you, nigga. You think you're special? You don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, I think I should go. I've never been to a Comic Con at all. Any type of convention actually.
Well, next year's around the corner. I suppose I need to set aside a budget for the trip. Yeah, let's go, bro. Slap some niggas in the face, get the F out the way, you know, give me a hot dog, and I'm gonna film the whole thing so people can see that, yeah, Comic Con here. Like, there's a huge budget for it. Yeah, it looks real nice, but substance wise.
Really?
Yeah, substance wise, fan base wise, I mean, people go all out on their cosplaying. There's very,
Oh yeah,
very
I've seen the cosplays. Cosplays look crazy.
exactly high quality product is sold there, like you know, from the official studios and stuff. Um,
Oh,
but we're gonna be going there to examine the indie people.
yeah.
And
That's
laugh at
also
them.
what I'm interested in.
Yeah. But I don't know
But yeah,
if it's gonna be in August or because now they changed the dates. So who knows? We'll see.
yeah. Now I see, like, oh man, the people, the cosplayers. I didn't know we had such a crazy cosplaying scene over here.
Ah, for real, bro. But I don't care about them cosplayers no more because it's like y'all just doing it for the pictures.
Yeah. So yeah, in the comments they just talking about um Batman because that guy says, "Who's the most bizarre Gotham villain?" And he says Calendar Man. And then Lux says, "Long list. Batman be dealing with absolute freaks. He needs the plot armor."
Ah, definitely.
And then they say, that guy says, "Absolute Joker is just messed up, and Absolute Bane is normal, honestly."
See, the absolute series in DC is just absolute randomness, bro. Like honestly, they don't know what the hell they're doing. Joker is a 7 foot creature. Now, you know, he's normal, then he can transform. I saw Absolute Luther. He's a red-headed sissy boy, farmer-looking sissy, you know. And I'm like, you see, this is part of the problem. The art is inconsistent. Like legit, Lex Luthor looked like a gay milk boy, bro. And I'm like, what's going on here? And he's got hair. Fine, I don't mind the hair, but why does he look so pudgy, sweet, and gay and retarded? Why? You know, I just couldn't.
Oh man, gay and
Nah,
retarded. Time. This is the last comment. Time Linear says, I enjoy Snyder's movies, but the Snyder fans, man, they're so childish. They're so delusional. Oh yeah, the Snyderverse is coming back if we believe hard enough. I saw a fan almost fainting from the Man of Steel. He was like jumping around, like, oh yeah, Superman, boom, oh yeah, man, the music.
I think there is childish people in every fandom, honestly. Um, yeah, like they everywhere. You know, it's not just the Snyder fans. I'm a Snyder fan, but I ain't gonna jump around, hopping and hollering. The possibility of a Snyder cut, the Snyder verse coming back, if Netflix or the Arabs buy Warner Brothers, I don't even care anymore, bro. I'm like, I've moved on, guys. I've grown up. The people waiting for the thingy to return, definitely, it's like you legit have no life, bro. Like at all.
I don't care either, honestly, anymore. In fact, I would rather not even it be restored, honestly.
Yeah, me too, bro. Just leave it alone. Let's all move on. The actors are old and busted, bro. Like, leave them alone.
Yeah. Even like some of them are so even like not the same people anymore. I mean, look at Ezra Miller, bro. Will you have to recast the Flash now?
Recast Gal Gadot as well, because I don't like her
Yeah,
anymore after her bull crap. So
it's like, nah, man.
nah.
It's just the world has moved on, man. Yeah.
Man, it's midnight now, and you haven't eaten anything, bro. Guys, we've kept Piers hungry, literally for the whole day. It's now a new day, and he's still hungry. So that ain't it,
Yeah.
y'all. Y'all should somebody drop $5 donation so I can buy Piers a pie. You know, it's the least we can do. You know.
Yeah, and then but we're almost done with the comments. Black Swan says, Pierce, will you dress in cosplay for the Comic-Con? Nah, bro. Nope. I don't have any cosplay or anything. Plus, even if I did have, bro, like that's such a huge commitment, you know. Cosplay, like it would have to be really low effort because I don't even know what the weather will be, you know. I don't know, but I do like the idea of a cosplay. I'll probably wear a nice attire though, you know, nothing that's too loud.
Yeah, nothing
Something
too
that's
loud,
pretty-
bro. Because if it's not cool, if you don't look cool in cosplay, you look cringe. You know.
Exactly. That's my problem with it, man. It's like it has to be something that is either very high effort so that even if it's cringe, people appreciate the effort, or like something that is very low effort where everyone will be like, this guy didn't put any effort into the like, you know, the costume.
But it shows that you're a fan of something.
Exactly. It's like a very niche costume, and everyone's like, really, bro? That's the costume you went with?
Or
Like-
just wear a t-shirt, honestly, like a Naruto t-shirt, you're good.
Exactly. Right. So, but nah. For sure, would definitely do that. Titania says they made it an AI trailer telling Snyder fans let's bully Warner Bros. Into selling DC to Netflix, and Netflix will bring Snyder. Oh, bro, that's such a. That is. Are they really that committed?
They have no life, bro. That's abominable and shameful. Like,
Why don't they use that money to like fund something that they themselves produced or something?
right? That's what I never understood. Like the Asmongold's, millions of dollars that they have or could fundraise to do something different, unique, create a startup for new games or something. But no, bruh, they'd rather like bitch and moan about things. It's disgusting. I am so over it.
That's crazy. I think even Zack Snyder said that he's not like coming back to do that. Didn't he say that?
The thing is, he's been teasing a lot because he's been posting new pictures. Never before seen pictures of the cast members, even from Man of Steel.
Oh.
Yeah. So it created a frenzy that what's this type thing. These pictures are awesome, bro. Like I saved a couple of them, you know, but still, like Snyder, stop teasing these people, man. They busting gallons on themselves and crying, and you want to get them killed.
Shit. I didn't know that Snyder was doing that.
He is like giving false hope, bro.
Well, I guess we'll see. That guy says, sounds like they use Sora AI. He'll eat you coffee to survive. Actually, I did have like a bunch of coffee cups today. That's literally all I've had. And then Time Linear says, alright, good night, Pierce. Get yourself a sandwich or something.
Yeah, y'all. I wanted to finish this page, but it's fine. Still, really good progress, especially with this one. This one was the one I was really concerned about. I think I will do some touch-ups on it tomorrow or later in the day. Oh wait, nah. Today's Thursday. I have to go do other stuff. But it's fine. We managed to move forward. That's what matters. Finish this one. Pleased. Cool. But yeah. Nah, it was a clean one, bro. I think this was what, 7 hours? Oh snap! It is 7 hours. Oh my goodness.
Really?
Yeah, I'm looking at the timer here. 7.5 hours. That is crazy. That's like no live action type thing. You know.
It's like Twitch numbers.
Twitch numbers, bro. Man, not one super chat. Man, these dudes though. But it's fine. It's fine. We have the Patreon numbers. So, yeah. 7 hours, guys. This was Omega pushing it to the limit. Yeah. Work on your stuff. And discipline is a psyop. So do it because you have to do it. Don't lie to yourself. Don't lie to yourself, y'all. So let me end the stream here.